Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls.
Title's not clickbait. Roblox is officially planning on adding a dating component to their game. And I think it's a horrible idea. There's nothing wrong with finding true love in the cyberspace. I mean, I saw many marriages happen in RuneScape, right? Like, it is something that happens, and there's nothing weird about that, or icky, yucky, nothing peculiar. But when you take a game that is primarily played by children, Roblox, and you try and add a dating component to it, which is 17 plus, which is very weird, by the way, to make it 17 instead of 18. I think that is an alarmingly stupid decision to do 17 when you could have just easily done 18, but regardless. To take a children's playground and then hijack it with a new component where you invite adults to be romantic with each other is really weird. It'd be like telling your Tinder date to meet you at the local elementary school. Well, I guess not exactly. It'd be more like if your local elementary school was hosting an event for adults to come in and meet each other and form romantic relationships with one another, while class is still in session. So as the adults are in their own separate wing of the elementary school, like their own little ballroom to meet each other, the kids are still there playing at the elementary school too. It's just so fucking weird. Why have the adults go to the elementary school to do that? It's fucking bizarre. It's also made even weirder by the fact that some of the participants here in the dating pool aren't even adults. They're 17. They're legally not adults. So it's even more strange. But like I said, there's nothing wrong with finding your soulmate while playing a game. But usually it's just because you two found each other while playing the game itself instead of the game offering a service for you to like meet and fuck or whatever. Like RuneScape, for example, doesn't have like RuneScape XXX where adults go in there and start emoting where it looks like they're thrusting into each other at like a church ceremony or something. That just happened in the game, naturally because these two people met each other and then set up the wedding. There wasn't some officially endorsed exclusive nightclub for adults to go to in RuneScape to meet each other. Whereas Roblox is offering that in a children's game. It's so out of place and alarming, really. And you already know kids are going to try and find ways around the restrictions that are supposed to keep them out. It's just a really weird decision. Is there anyone in the world that thinks this is a good idea? I can't imagine a single argument for it. Why would Roblox want a dating app component to it? And also, why 17? Why not just make it 18? The fuck is the point? You could just make it 18. Just go on Second Life at that point. Or just go anywhere else. Boo! Quick jump scare. I just want to quickly shout out Starforge Systems, the best PCs in the universe. It's a company I've been a part of since the start. And recently, I guess a lot of people are waking up and opening their third eye to the beauty of PC gaming because I've been getting asked a lot about where to start when it comes to PC gaming. So I just want to quickly talk about Starforge because we have the best PCs available. If you're someone who's just starting to dabble with PC gaming, we have a line called the Horizon series, which is just perfect for the everyday gamer. Or if you're someone looking for top-of-the-line equipment, top-notch, looking to upgrade to the best available, we have an entire line called the Voyager series. At Starforge, we have several different PCs at different price points, so you can always find the PC that's right for you and your needs. It's premium quality, impeccable attention to detail, white glove service at an accessible price point, and each computer comes with a full 2-year parts and labor warranty. Also, the logo is a hammer, not a penis. So yeah, if you're looking to upgrade your current PC or looking to get started with PC gaming, I highly recommend Starforge. I'll put a link in the description below. I don't know why people would want to date each other over Roblox. I just don't see that happening. This just feels like even more tools for predators to prey on kids. Because you already know kids are going to fake their age for this. Apparently the verification they use is government ID plus a selfie, I think is what it was. So you could easily just have a kid take his parents' license and then just have them take a selfie, like send them a selfie. Like they release this news and then they go on Twitter to see who's celebrating it and then they put them on a watch list. Like this whole sentence is so fucking dumb. Roblox really wants to move beyond being an app for kids, and that includes making it a place where adults can actually meet and date. Why, though? Like, just fucking why? There are very few adults that are playing Roblox. Like, there definitely are adults that play, but not that many. Why give them a place to date? Have them take it elsewhere. If you want to move beyond just being an app for kids, then start somewhere else that's not immediately into fucking dating. God, that's goofy. I couldn't imagine thinking I'm lonely, maybe I'll find a girlfriend on Roblox. I couldn't imagine that either. I really can't. Like, there's nothing wrong with meeting your significant other online or anything. Like, if you, like, queuing up together and you just hit it off. That happens quite a bit. And it's, like, a real relationship and shit. But it never happens in, like, Roblox dating app. Or I don't even think it's going to be an app, right? As I understand it, it's basically just going to be, like, Roblox dating zones. So, like, a PvP zone. But for lonely adults, I guess. It's probably going to cost money. No, I don't think so. Let me check. I haven't read this article. I read a different one. Let me see if this has anything about it costing money. The company recently added experiences that can only be played by users who have verified that they are 17 or older, meaning that people hanging out in those exclusive experiences can be relatively sure they're spending time with people who are old enough to be there. Next year, Roblox is planning to release an AI-powered tool that will let you make an avatar with an image and a text prompt, which could help you make a more realistic version of yourself. And with the platform soon to launch Roblox Connect video chat feature, people who form a connection could move a video call to talk more. It's so fucking weird. Move over Minecraft girlfriends, Roblox girlfriends are in town. True. Roblox is the new sheriff on the block now. And also, why even add video calls? What possible reason could there be for that? Xbox Live used to have video calls, and it wasn't used that often. And when it was some degenerate shit. Like, Xbox 360 Arcade Uno had video chat capabilities, and it was usually just for people to be fucking themselves on the cam. It was like early Omegle. Usually just jerking off, playing porn, or just actually having sex on the Uno cams. I loved Uno video chat. Yeah, I mean, it was fucking crazy. It was actually crazy. I remember I went to an Uno lobby once, and one of the people had... I don't know if they were just playing a video or if they were actually doing this, but their cam was just... It was just a video of one guy eating another dude's ass while on an inflatable raft in a swimming pool. I don't know if they just had their Xbox cam facing their computer screen and were playing that, or... even more incredibly, they brought the Xbox Live cam out onto their patio, and then the two just started eating each other's asses out on the inflatable raft. Roblox is already kind of a metaverse adjacent game, and it seems like it's leaning really hard into that. A Fortune 500 company will use Roblox experience as part of their recruiting process. A school will integrate a full K-12 curriculum with Roblox, including language courses with schools in other countries and virtual field trips. This is exactly why our IQ is deteriorating. Ah, yes, in the future, you'll attend all of your classes through Roblox with an intense curriculum. That's so fucking dystopian. Holy shit. People are more isolated than ever, and everything is leaning into it even further. Keep people away from other people. Go to school in Roblox. What the fuck? That is abominable. Why? Homie has to beat doors to graduate. Hey, we're going on a field trip to Meep City, class. Get ready. And please avoid the avatar, Jim Wool. He's like the class boogeyman. For 17 plus verified people and 17 plus experiences, thousands of adults will meet for the first time in Roblox dating experiences and subsequently form real life relationships. Why 17? They're not an adult yet. You should have just made it 18. You shouldn't have done it at all, but if you're going to do it, at least make it fucking 18. For some reason, they went with like the restricted parameters for movies, where it's like 17 for an R-rated movie. But in the real world, as an adult, it's not till 18. It should have just been 18. This is so stupid. Classic Roblox. Roblox employees will spend more time using Roblox for remote meetings than with video. We will share a universal civility metric and show that for most players it increases over time. Some Roblox creators will make more from selling physical merchandise on Roblox than virtual merchandise. Roblox will be a frequent communication channel for my family. Why would you be happy about that? Mom and dad are communicating to their child just through Roblox. No meaningful family bonding experiences. Their trips together are Roblox virtual field trips like number 9 says. Pack your bags, Junior. We're going on a Roblox trip. This time we're going all the way to Survivor Island Turbo. A top fashion designer will be discovered on Roblox without having any experience in physical fashion. A musician will perform live to over 1 million people on Roblox using a phone for motion capture. A Roblox developer will be valued at $1 billion. You're telling me a Roblox developer earned 50 mil in a year? Which game? It is actually mind-boggling how much money Roblox developers make. For those that don't know, the individual games you play on Roblox are made by community members or studios that work and make games on there. And they make money themselves, while Roblox, the parent company, makes money on the back end as well. But you as the developer can generate money through it. And apparently a Roblox developer has earned more than 50 mil in a year for one of their games, which is crazy. I guess we'll see if these predictions come true, but one thing I'll say with my whole chest is that a Roblox dating app is fucking awful. And it's nonsensical to make it 17 plus instead of 18. I can already see all of the weirdo predators that use this and they're like, oh, but they're 17. And it's like, no, goofball. They're still not an adult yet. It's not 17, it's 18. You're going to jail. It's like, but Roblox set me up. Roblox set me up. It's a fucking honeypot. I feel like back when people envisioned a digital world, they didn't picture a bunch of discount Lego people. That doesn't even matter though. Like, that doesn't bother me at all. The way Roblox looks does not bother me. Look at BattleBit. You can make great games that look very silly. What bothers me is just how many pies they're trying to put their fingers in. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me why they try and go like the dating route. The new age category, 17 plus, will allow for more graphic content and adult themes than Roblox has permitted to date, including depictions of heavy bloodshed and alcohol use. What about titties, though? Do they let titties fly in there? Because if so, once again, why not just make it 18 plus? I don't know where they got 17 from. I don't know where that came from. It should have just been a blanket 18 across the board. I know this category is already in the game, I'm aware. Just checked, 17 plus only worlds are available. There's things like bar night and stuff like that. That's so fucking cute. Bar night, let's go. You already know it's just a bunch of little kids thinking they're fucking hot shit for going to the bar. They probably tell the middle school lunch table all about it. Like, yeah, I got a fake ID for Roblox bar hopping. 38% of Roblox daily users last year were over 17, and it's the fastest growing user age group is 17 to 24. The majority of Roblox creators are now over 18, and the company thinks they're ready to build more mature worlds on the platform. It's always so cute. It's always so fucking cute that they say that so confidently. Yeah, because I'm sure kids are being honest with their age when they input it, and I already know that's the only data they're using. How old are you? Are you under 17? No. Okay. It's all kids just lying about their age, and they're just using this data like it's real. 38% of Roblox daily users over 17. My fucking left butt cheek. No shot. I know there are adults that play it, but that is not 38. Nearly half of Roblox being adults is inconceivable. It's clear that Roblox isn't ready for fully adult experiences with this category. More romantic themes are permitted, but nudity and content that depicts sexual activity or seeks real-world romantic relationships is not.
This didn't age well, because they're making an entire service dedicated to Roblox dating. And while more graphic violence is allowed, the platform's new guidelines prohibit extreme violence or serious physical or psychological abuse. Like I said, I know there are some adults that play Roblox, but it is not the majority of their player base, nor is it one they should really be trying to capitalize off of. I think they should have been more than content with just being the biggest children's game. Up there with fucking Minecraft. It's like making a fucking dating service and all of that is so weird.
It takes a lot to gross me out. If we were living in the Marvel universe, I would have already been recruited by the X-Men, because Charles Xavier would have identified me with Cerebro as a mutant with the superhuman inability to feel disgust. I was just born without that gene to get grossed out by something. Until today. I promise you, I could watch 2 Girls, 1 Cup while eating chocolate ice cream first thing in the morning and not bat an eye. I wouldn't feel a thing. It would just be another casual viewing experience. But today, I found something that rattled me to my core, made my skin crawl. It is so icky. Amaranth announced a collaboration with a beer company to turn her vaginal yeast into a cold brewski for all to enjoy. I couldn't imagine drinking something more revolting. I'd rather drink sewage. I would rather lick a cockroach, a live, living cockroach, than take a sip of vaginal yeast brew. There is no one on the planet I would be enthusiastic about drinking the pussy beer from. Let's extend the net here. It doesn't even have to be vaginal yeast beverages. Any kind of like bodily fluid body part beer sounds awful. If Jesus Christ right now resurrected again and he said, "Please, my children, feast upon my ass juice beer," I'd be hesitant. I'd be like, "Hey, bud, I appreciate everything you've done, but I really don't want to be drinking fucking colon cell brew beer," right? Like, I'll drink your blood. I'll drink blood before that. Like, can we meet somewhere in the middle? A compromise? And when going through their website where they explain everything, I feel like I'm being indoctrinated into a cult. Like I'm reading cult flyers or something. It's so odd and off-putting. They take an already revolting concept of using pap smear cervical cells to make a beer out of and make it even more disgusting by the way they talk about it. So the company is a horny Polish brewery called the Order of Yoni, according to this Kotaku article. And when you go visit their site, they kind of explain's the wrong word. They kind of go over the process and also the motivation behind it. They have this page here that looks like Star Wars opening text at the start of one of the movies. And it's a deep look into a deranged psyche behind the evil masterminds of this idea. Imagine an extremely sensual image of femininity, which has often appeared in the wildest of fantasies. You are fascinated by her captivating outward appearance, her passion, her coquettish movements. Admiration reaches its apogee, and the desire to satisfy the senses with its charm increases. This is the most pretentious dog shit I've ever read in my life. They absolutely just typed a prompt into ChatGPT to spit out something moderately profound, full of like buzzwords. Reach out for a bottle filled with a golden beverage replete with female essence. Give yourself up to your instincts and enjoy the intimacy of an extraordinary model. I don't know why they're calling it a golden beverage unless they're also bottling her piss for a beverage, which I'm assuming is right around the corner. You might be able to get like a combo pack here where you get vaginal yeast brewskis as well as a palate cleanser of piss champagne or something, perhaps. You deserve to stimulate your mind and enhance your taste sensations. If you buy this, you deserve to not have access to money anymore. This is a huge waste of money. Please, God, Lord help anyone who purchases this. The Order of Yoni is a sensual experience in the form of a beer enclosed in a bottle, obtaining its unusual flavor notes through the use of champagne yeast, wheat malts, and exclusive additives in the form of orange peel, coriander, and aphramomum. The composition is enhanced with the use of lactic acid from vaginal bacteria to bring pleasure to the senses. They talk about pussy beer as if it's some kind of like end-all be-all panacea, like this sacred nectar from the heavens, where you're going to take a sip of this and it's going to change your whole fucking life. It's going to make you taller and more attractive, and now you're appreciating the true femininity of the female form. When really, if you buy this, I don't think this brings you any closer to women. In fact, it probably pushes every woman away from you if they know that you are a buyer of vaginal yeast brews. That's the worst shit ever. That's like the biggest red flag. Now, I'll be open and honest here. I considered making edible assholes for like a tier list. I've talked about this idea before, where all my friends send in their butthole mold, so that way there's a company overseas that turns it into edible chocolate, and I was going to tier list all of my friends' asses. But that's a little different because it's just chocolate in the shape of what their brown balloon knot looks like. It's not actually using their poop shooter in order to make the chocolate. It just takes an impression of it and makes the chocolate look like that. So it's still like totally edible chocolate. It's very different than having turned her vaginal yeast into a beer itself. That is crossing a line. That is the point of no return. If you're buying this and like getting hard from it, like being so terminally horny that you consider this like a sensual experience, is so weird to me. Now, they do go over the process a little bit here, and it still feels like it's some kind of brainwashing procedure. We devote a lot of time to looking for a woman who has all the desired instincts, the goddess we want to put in a bottle. Oh my lord, making me want to vomit just with that statement right there. We discovered the process of transmitting female essence by isolating lactic acid bacteria from yoni of sensuous women. Paulina, brunette. Monica, blonde. Patricia, blonde. An essential part of this process is to ensure the safety of our product. During isolation, the material is tested for the absence of other bacteria and viruses. These procedures prevent other bacteria and viruses from surviving, thus allowing the growth of only lactobacillus bacteria. Once again, in terms of certainty and safety, a final test of the propagated lyophilized bacteria is carried out before the use and preparation of the material. Jesus Christ, I'm not a fucking pussy beer scientist. These words are throwing me for a loop. But basically, they're talking about how they're going to ensure you're not going to get sick from it. A gynecologist collects a vaginal smear from the models. These smears are taken to a laboratory where bacteria are isolated, cleaned, and analyzed and multiplied. At the end of the process, the bacteria are used to produce the pure lactic acid that goes into yoni beer. They also have an entire lore breakdown behind the company here, the whole story. Great goddess, the greatest among gods, feminine deity whose main reincarnations were Aphrodite, Venus, Ishtar, Makash, and Freya. Thousands of years ago, the great goddess's worshippers and priests in almost all cultures and civilization discovered her sacrament, her divine part lying hidden in the deity's yoni. Priestess of the goddess had found deities amongst women, took with respect the Saint Yoni lactobacillus, the divine sacrament, and combined it with water, malts, and yeast, creating the first sour ale. And then it goes on and on into this like wild and wacky history lesson. I don't know. I don't know enough about the origins and the genesis of the first sour vaginal beer to be able to comment on the authenticity of the story they tell here. But it is still creepy and weird regardless. This is like a really weird company. Now, Amaranth herself, the patient zero of vaginal beer deities, said that it's hilarious. People will buy the beer for sure. I don't know if they'll actually drink it. I mean, they'll probably drink it. They'll definitely drink it. I actually have more respect for the people that were buying Belle Delphine's bathwater as a collector's item than the people that are going to buy and consume vaginal yeast beer. That is just so yucky to even think about. The flavor notes on that must be incomprehensible. Like, you take one sip of it and your brain immediately goes smooth as the regret washes over your entire being. Like, it's just, it's so odd. She views it as a joke, which I understand. Like, if you're gonna do this as a joke, whatever. I mean, it's still a weird joke to make, but at least she's not saying that she thinks it's like a good, sensual idea to bring her fans closer to her, take all of her fans into her fucking womb, or whatever, to start feasting on her cervical cell beer. But yeah, like I said, it's no easy task to make me feel disgusted. But this pulled it off. Just imagining drinking that makes me a little nauseous. So I just wanted to talk about this. I have no doubt it's going to be a smashing success here for her and that company. I don't think she's the first one they're doing this with. On their website, they have the deities thing, where there's 3 women there, and I'm guessing they already made this product with those 3 women, and now Amaranth is just another one signing up for it. And I have no doubt her audience is going to buy all of it. I think it's going to fully sell out. They'll probably need to really have her go on to the gynecologist once a day to keep fucking scrubbing for the yeast they need. Well, actually, no, I don't think they need to do that, because according to their website, they can just keep fucking cloning the yeast she sends in. So this is like a one and done thing for her, and she's just going to be able to keep raking in profits every time they start firing up a new batch of vaginal beer. So I guess a smart business move, maybe? I have no idea, but I do foresee this being a huge hit with her audience, which is very pathetic to say. Anyway, just had to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. If there's one lesson Courage the Cowardly Dog taught me from a young age, it's that you'll never be perfect. And that's okay. Because perfection is a really interesting concept. Much like Santa Claus, it's not real. It's make-believe. You know the expression, practice makes perfect? Well, it's a bunch of horseradish because you'll never be perfect, but you can practice and practice in order to achieve some lofty goals, but perfection is never an actual realistic achievement because it just can't really be done. There is nothing that's perfect. Or is there? There are a couple of rare cases where something is technically perfect. For example, the hagfish. The hagfish is just this nightmarish little bastard that dwells in the sea that's remained largely unchanged for millions upon millions of years because it hasn't needed to evolve. It's this revolting, disgusting, worm-looking motherfucker that makes me sick to my stomach, but unfortunately, it is perfection incarnate to some capacity. It has evolved down the perfect path for its environment. It has the most optimal defense mechanism where it slimes itself when threatened. So if a predator comes to try and eat it in the sea, it coats itself in a really thick super slime, and the predator gets a mouthful of cum and suffocates, and the hagfish can escape. And that's been good enough for it for millions of years, so it doesn't evolve. Now, the reason I say that's technically perfect instead of just giving it the 100% stamp of approval perfection is because I could absolutely take them in a fight. If you give me like a barrel of hagfish and tell me that it's do or die time, I'm going to have to beat them in hand-to-hand combat, I don't think I would struggle at all. It doesn't matter how much Nickelodeon slime time they blast off in there, it's not going to be enough to stop me. So they're perfect for their environment, but not perfect across the board. It is extraordinarily rare to find something that is, by all definitions, perfect with no room for improvement across the board. I imagine most of you would struggle to think of something that fits that criteria. But today I'd like to present to you something that I think is truly remarkable. We are on the cusp of legitimate perfection, an accomplishment that, if achieved, will forever be the best it can, with nothing that could top it. Perfection. It's the speedrun for Super Mario Bros. Now, this is a video made a few years ago by a channel called Bismuth, so I'm going to let him explain to you the limits of this speedrun, because we do have the technology to calculate what the fastest possible in this time can look like.
At 454.798, that's the sum of all the tricks that could theoretically be performed by a human, although 4-2 and 8-4 have never been actually completed this fast. At 454.28, that's the fastest possible time that would respect the rules by not pressing left and right at the same time. And finally, at 454.032 lies the theoretical limit, the fastest possible way that the game could be beaten under any circumstance.
For those of you that aren't familiar with speedrun terminology, I'll quickly break down what TAS stands for. It's tool-assisted speedrun. It's using programs in order to get the best possible inputs at the best possible times, optimal frames, in order to find and calculate the best a run can look using the current routes available. So for Super Mario Bros. With the current route and the current strategies, these were the limits. There was a limit for what humans would be able to do because some tricks are only viable when using these tools to slow it down in order to make those inputs. And then there is the level beyond that, the fucking plus ultra to infinity and beyond, where the tool-assisted speedruns can get you even further, but just aren't achievable by humans. That is simply the limits. So if you turn your attention to Exhibit A once again, you'll see the theory limit of 454.798 there. That was the lowest possible time a human being could potentially achieve. So if some kind of elite gamer barbarian warrior stepped forward and actually hit that time, that would be perfection. But we live in a beautiful dimension where sometimes even the impossible is possible. A runner by the name of Nifsky actually just blew the asshole wide open off of this dataset. They actually just clocked in a run that was faster than the theoretical human limits.
It's AD. It has to be. AD. Yes! 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 Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
That pop-off was so legendary, Hungrybox just felt a tingle and rolled over in his sleep with one eye open. This is a pop-off up there with some of the iconic greats, like Modern Warfare 2 with the "Mom, get the camera" moment. And he earned this pop-off, because what he did here, most considered pretty much impossible, which is why there was, about 4 years ago when Bismuth made the video, a limit most people thought would never be beaten for a human. And this time he just clocked is faster than that. Thanks to a combination of just raw talent and just true mastery of the game, as well as a couple of new implementations on the route, he was able to go beyond that, and as of right now, is only 22 frames away from getting a legitimately perfect run to match what you saw on the graph. There's a great article written about this from Ars Technica. He is now only 0.35 seconds away from matching that tool-assisted speedrun, which was there mainly just to calculate what the limits for this game could be. But now, Nifsky said, "To hell with the limits. You best start believing in ghost stories, Mario. You're in one." Now we have a human being that is tickling on the gular sack of perfection. 22 frames away from a perfect Super Mario run. Now, of course, there is still a little bit of wiggle room that maybe 10 years from now there's new strategies that get found and implemented, so it pushes it a little bit lower. But I think that's actually kind of unlikely with how optimized this run currently is, so there's a good chance that what we're looking at, or what we could be looking at, should he be able to pull this off, is a run that will never be beaten, can only ever be matched. It is fundamentally perfect by all definitions. Now, I keep saying we when talking about his achievement as if I had anything to fucking do with it. Like, I'm not his coach. I don't even run Super Mario Bros. But when I say we, I'm talking about the human race. I actually just think it's so impressive that what we might see here is something that will be the perfect run of this game forever. That is just such a fascinating concept to me. I can't think of many other things that fit into that category, and it's just really exciting. So I'm rooting for Nifsky to keep pushing for this. He apparently wants to keep running it as well until he gets it even lower, so that's extremely hype. But let's go over it a little bit more in depth on how he was able to even pull it off in the first place. Through a combination of just godlike talent and mastery of this game, as well as his use of Lightning 4-2. It's just an extremely difficult trick that I'm not going to get into the weeds of, but what you need to know here is that Nifsky used a different method for Lightning 4-2, but saved the same amount of time as the TAS did. But even still, it wasn't something that you'd see being integrated into full runs right away, because it wasn't exactly easy or super consistent. Until a runner named King of Johnny Boy developed a more consistent Lightning 4-2 method, and then all hell broke loose. And now we're here today, beating machines. We created machines, damn it. And now we're taking back the seat at the top of the food chain, baby. 7 perfect levels strung together, which leaves only one left. One little blemish. 8-4. And it's 22 frames away from matching the tool-assisted speedrun, making it an unbeatable, even by machine, time. Unless, of course, there's new strategies discovered down the line. But regardless, this accomplishment from Nifsky is incredible. And he is extremely close and extremely motivated to achieve something that not many people in the world can do or will ever get a chance to do. Be able to deliver something perfect. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to talk about that a little bit. Also, when I think about perfection, this is very off onto a tangent, but when I was mentioning it earlier with the hagfish, I did think of one other example of something that I think is perfect, and it's doors. Don't know if that's a hot take or controversial, but I feel like even 1,000 years from now, doors will still exist in some capacity as we know them. It'll just be some kind of different variation of them or style of them. But a door, I think, is just perfect. It accomplishes the task that it's given without any room for improvement on it. I can't envision something more effective at its job than a door. So I think doors is another example of something that has been perfected, or something that is perfect. Just wanted to throw that out there while I was still thinking about it. But anyway, again, huge congratulations to Nifsky for this new record, and I'm really excited to see if he's able to pull off the perfect run. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. I've said this many times over the last couple of years, but just like my high school basketball coach, you don't take me seriously. Every time I try to preach this gospel, you think I'm joking. I'm not. Wipe that smile off of your face, Buster. I am going to scream it once again with my whole chest. Cringe is the ultimate evil. It's the only unforgivable sin. Through the eyes of the internet, the ultimate crime is being cringe. So why am I talking about this? Well, it's because 2 videos have just gone viral for being cringy, and everyone has been dunking on them. The first one absolutely blew up, and it's become one of the most divisive videos I've seen hit the internet since the fucking Yanny and Laurel debate. It's this woman celebrating getting her pancakes by doing a little boogie. I have to mute the audio, so I'm just gonna beatbox for this. On Twitter, this video has well over 100 million views. This is the biggest tweet from it, saying we're all the person at the next table, and it's that woman in the background who's looking on confused and disgusted and annoyed about this. And the video has over 100 million on Twitter, but then an additional like 30 million or so on TikTok. And boy howdy, has this led to an unbelievably large and aggressive conversation. Mortal Kombat 1 came out, but the fatalities in this debate have been far more brutal than anything in that game. I tell you what, sports fans, this shit has been wacky. It's her pretending that she's super excited to get food, my hangriness leaving my body, and she's doing a little goofy TikTok dance. It's very artificial. It's not real. Like, is she actually having fun here? Who's to say? That's a secret between her and God. I have no idea if she's actually having fun, but it's clearly performative for TikTok updoots. She's looking for the internet likes. And it's not really bothering anyone because she's just doing it herself. The only one that's directly involved here is the staff that's bringing her the food, and she's subjecting them to cringe, which could be considered terrorism to a certain extent, because cringe is, it's a fucking weapon. I don't care what anyone says. Weaponized cringe is some of the most potent Geneva Convention violating warfare we have at our disposal. So yes, the staff is exposed to her like pretending that she's super excited to get food, so the staff brings it over and she starts dancing like a toddler here with her happy dance of food, and it's all fake, right? But she's not really bothering anyone. The girl at the other table is just looking on confused and annoyed, which is a very normal response I think most humans would have, because this is a very weird thing to do as an adult. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you need to dress like an adult. Me. That's right, we're doing a me costume for Halloween, so you can wear me like a goddamn flesh suit. So it comes complete with the long hair, even's got my tattoos 1-to-1 for temporary tattoos, and then just like a fun little shirt to go along with the whole collection. So that's the new merch drop for this Halloween. It's available now, I'll put a link in the description. Oh yeah, also the beard. You don't want to be a clean-shaven Charlie, that'd look really weird. And there's nothing cringy about that. If you don't want to get made fun of, then that's what you need to dress like for Halloween. Anyway, the point here is, a lot of people were extremely upset about this video. There was a lot of hostility both in people defending the action and those attacking it. Me personally, I don't like it. It does bother me. I've said this a million times. I think the current climate of things where everything needs to be a fucking song and dance that you put on for an online audience of TikTok people to give you attention is trash. Everyone competing for internet attention at all times and faking everything to get some likes on your posts, awful. So yeah, I don't like that. If I was in that restaurant, you wouldn't see me like flip over a table in anger or anything, but you would see me look over annoyed about it and maybe make fun of it a bit before moving on. But on the internet, cringe is a big deal, and it stays that way, and for some reason gets really aggressive and super deep, like almost philosophical to a certain point. In this case, with this video, she didn't really do herself any favors because she was arguing with everybody on TikTok, and she was getting really mean and nasty in some of the comments. But the point is, people respond to cringe very harshly. Now, there is a bigger talking point I want to get to, but in order to get there, I'd like to show you the other big video that blew up only about 2 days ago as of making this video.
Want to see the cringiest, most cuddly thing ever? This is called a love surge. And we do this when one of us has like so much love in our limbs that we can't contain it and feel like we're gonna explode. So Sean is having a love surge right now, and he's gonna wrap around me and shake with the electricity of love until I catch it too and start shaking, and then you explode with a love surge.
Ah, I feel so much better.
Don't you?
Thank you.
You're welcome. And that's the love surge.
So much love was just surged.
Sean's not wrong. There was a lot of love getting surged there. The cup runneth over on love. In fact, I think I started to feel some of the particles from that surge all the way over here. Nearly took out the power grid. Now, this also got really big on Twitter, and people fucking hated it. And they hated them for being cringy. Which, as you can imagine, didn't feel super great for the woman in this video here who posted a follow-up.
A lot of the duets and stitches were really funny, and I laughed a lot. I can take a joke and I can laugh at myself. But then some of the comments got like, really, really mean. And they were like wishing that like someone cheated on each other, or wishing that like DV on me, or SA, or like to unalive myself. And I think like if the goal was to make me sad, you did it, you won.
She posted this video going over how all of the really mean comments made her feel, like the really personal ones wishing horrible things upon her and the family. And what really sucks is how unsurprising this is. The internet has become a place where you expect this. Anytime a video is posted, no matter what it is, if it's cringy, even if it's good, you already know there's going to be a large number of people that are going to hate it. And when people on the internet don't like something, they go to the biggest possible extreme to let you know their dislike of it, telling you to do the worst things ever and wish the worst things ever upon you. It's unfortunately very commonplace online. I remember when I first started posting on the internet, I had read somewhere a quote: when someone wears a mask, they show you their real face. So basically, it's not the most profound thing ever. When someone is anonymous, they show you their true colors. And most people aren't that nice. And so what happened here is, this was cringy, so people started being very not nice, and she posted this video hoping that maybe if you saw how it made her feel, that it would stop. And as you can probably guess, it only made it worse. The comments were saying things like, just need another love surge, or order up on that love surge to help. If there's one thing the internet hates more than cringe, it's weakness, vulnerability. If you show that something hurt you, that's the biggest possible trophy you can ever give to people online, because now they know they're getting to you and they will just keep that pressure coming. There was really nothing good that could have come from this video, but I do legitimately feel bad for her and Sean here, because their only crime was posting something cringy. I don't think they should have posted it to begin with, but that's once again just the product of everything being a competition to get internet attention. So they took a very personal thing with them being lovey-dovey and having this really quirky love surge thing they do, and they wanted to share it online, because everyone wants to share everything online all the time. And what happened here is it ended up being an awful experience. So let's tie this into what I want to talk about on a deeper level. Why cringe is literally the worst thing you can do online as a content creator, it feels like. Over the many, many years I've been online, I have seen some people do the worst things imaginable. And those people still have an audience and supporters, despite being a piece of shit that does horrible things. And then I've seen cases where someone does something a little too whimsical. They get a little too silly and it's embarrassing. And they lose a lot of supporters for it. more so than someone that is an actually awful person doing horrible things. And I guess it's honestly not even fair to say that it's just the internet that has no forgiveness for cringe, because one of the best examples of an entire career being unraveled from something being a little too goofy actually comes from 2004 and predates the modern internet as we know it. Howard Dean and the now infamous Dean Scream. Howard Dean was a very prominent political figure, and in 2004 was a presidential candidate. And his entire world got fucking blasted when he was doing a rally and got a little too excited. He was given a very passionate speech. He's like, "We're going to Washington, we're going to Oregon, then we're going to my buddy Eric's place to eat some ice cream, and then we're looping back around, we're going back to Washington, and then Oregon." And that moment, that one silly little screech ruined his entire presidential run and made him a laughingstock, all from just a droplet of cringe. I actually think he was a pioneer who was ahead of his time, because if he did that today, he'd be looked at as like an icon on TikTok, because that kind of shit's not cringy per se anymore. But anyway, the point I'm making here is it might not even just be an internet-specific phenomenon. It might be like a human-specific thing where we're just hardwired to dislike cringe and always hold it against the person who made us feel the cringe. I don't really know. I'm getting scientific about something that has absolutely no basis in science. It's just something I've observed for pretty much my whole life, where some people will do what I consider to be unforgivable things. Like legitimately horrible, terrible, awful things. And yet they still go on to have an extremely successful career. They have tons and tons of fans. Someone like Chris Brown. Chris Brown, I think, is a bad guy. A hot take. I think he's a bit of a jerk. He has a history of beating women. He beat Rihanna within an inch of her life, and yet, look at him today. He has probably more fans now than ever. Like, he just got nominated for an award at the VMAs a few days ago, and people were cheering, applauding, losing their minds over it, celebrating. Somehow, his fans stood beside him and still support him through all of that. Meanwhile, there have been many such cases of someone posting either an embarrassing video as a YouTuber or having some embarrassing information leak or something cringy come out, and their fans like abandon them. Just like straight up drop it like, nope, I can't be seen here anymore. I don't know, it's just baffling to me. But yeah, now I'm starting to get a little lost in the rant here. Point is, with these two videos in particular, the people in them didn't do anything wrong. One of them wasn't even in public, and yet the response to it was extreme amounts of anger, which is always just interesting to me. And it's not like I'm innocent of it. Like, I'm super guilty of seeing some cringy things and being, surprised and even a little annoyed, even though I'm not directly involved for sure. But it's just fascinating to see like the level that people will take it to and just the incredibly harsh response to something cringy. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. So yeah. Happy holidays. All of you made it onto the nice list. Congratulations. And as your reward, you've been visited by Charlie dressed up for the first time in a decade, really. I went to a little Christmas function and didn't change. So you're getting to see me in all my glory here, unlocking full potential with my third eye. I'm wearing a button-up and a tie, and I tied it myself. And here's a little free Christmas gift for all of you out there. For all of you goofball goobers who don't know how to tie a tie, here's a little 4-second tutorial. You get your tie like this, and then you take this part, put it over this one in your hand, and then you make a little loop. You put this hand through it, and you get this little doohickey going. Put it around your neck, pull it through, and you get yourself like a tiny little Windsor, or a 4-in-hand. I don't remember what knot it's called, but Merry Christmas! There's a little gift for you. That's not what I'm here to talk about, though, by the way. What a long-winded intro, per usual. There's actually a couple of things I want to briefly go over. So, first is the stream I did earlier today. Many of you may have noticed I went live with a celebration stream, a little Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays moment. Santa Claus gave me some goodies, some new clothes to try on, and it really filled me with that holly jolly spirit. So when I got back from my parents' house, I wanted to stream for a little while with a special stream in mind. Now, I did kind of the norm for my streams, where I'd start by shooting the shit and going over some wacky stories. Most notably, we covered the upcoming Epstein release. There's 150 new names that are about to be associated with the entire Epstein case, so it's like 150 Pokemon here, like it's Season 1 of Pokemon, but it's kind of a big deal, and we were going over what that means, and we were also kind of taking guesses at who we think might appear in those names. But anyway, after going through like some silly stories and stuff, what I wanted to do was try and help other people's Christmases out. For my entire time on YouTube, I've always said, I'm not unique, I'm not special, I'm someone who got very lucky to be in the position that I'm in today. I'm extremely fortunate to be where I am at the moment, and it's all thanks to all of you. And I feel like I don't really do enough to show my appreciation, and I definitely don't do enough to really give back to all of you. And I wanted to do something, at least a little something today, to just, I don't know, try and help out. And I usually hate talking about things like this publicly. I'll typically do things behind the scenes and never want that to leave my private life. I just really never want anyone to get the impression that I'm only doing something nice or helping out because it's a good PR move, or it's just this insincere, not genuine display of kindness for the sake of getting some brownie points online. Like, I never want anyone to have that impression of me. The reason I'm talking about this, and I'll get to in a minute, is because I want to do more of it. So basically what I did today on stream is I just had people tell me what they wanted for Christmas, but they didn't get, and how much it would have cost. So this ranged from a lot of really goofy things, like there was some dude who wanted a pair of night vision goggles for $600, and that gave me a hearty giggle. And just like old Saint Nicholas himself, I said, you know what? Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. I don't know what you plan on doing with high-tech night vision goggles. I may have been communicating directly with Sam Fisher, or I helped fund a small militia, perhaps. Like, if there's a news story tomorrow, a headline that reads, assassin broke in the middle of the night and took down this important figure, I'm gonna start sweating, wondering if he used the night vision goggles I helped fund. Like, just an assassination attempt or something. It's gonna have me on the edge of my seat, wondering what kind of chaos I may have unleashed by giving this man access to night vision goggles. But regardless, enjoy them, I guess. But to go further, it was more than just like silly items like that. There were people that needed help with very serious things like rent or medical bills for a family member or a pet, and it was really nice to be able to help out. I'm also not super stupid. I recognize a lot of the people that I gave money to today may have been lying and telling me a big ol' fib about what the money is actually going towards or what they're going to be using it on. I recognize that, but this was a very spontaneous decision I made, so there was no like real planning or effective system in place for it, which is why I conducted it all through Twitch Whispers, which I'm sure I'm the first person to use all year and the last person to use all year. Twitch Whispers is the most archaic messaging system, period. But it was the only way I could think of to like directly get people's PayPal information, and as well as like what they wanted. So that's how we used it, and like I said, it's very possible and very likely a lot of the money I sent today went to people that were lying about what it was used for, but at the very least I know some of them were being genuine. I actually got an extremely touching message from someone who's going through an extremely hard time, and their family had been struggling a bit. So I sent them the money that they were asking for, and I got a video back. And I'm not going to share the video, I'm not trying to dive into anyone's personal information here, but that really did touch me. In total, across like the hour and a half of streaming for this, I gave away like $13,000 to a variety of viewers. A lot of people thought that they needed to be subbed for me to see their whispers or anything. By no means was that the case. You didn't need to be subbed, there'd be like a YouTube member or anything like that. I was just going through like the normal messages, like the normal stream messages, so I hope no one got that impression and subbed for that reason. And if you did, I'm super sorry if there was confusion with it. But yeah, in total it was like $13,000 for a variety of different things, ranging from goofy Christmas items or super simple things like Nintendo Switches. Quite a lot of people wanted VR. I didn't realize how huge VR was becoming now. And then some super serious things like medical debt and rent. So it was just really nice to do this, and then I do plan on doing more, which is why I'm talking about it, because I need a better system in place to do these things, and I just wanted to let you all know that this won't be the last one. I am planning on doing another one in about a month. I'm probably doing around like January 20th, somewhere in that ballpark. I'm not going to make like a hard concrete date on it yet, but I want to do something early into the new year to hopefully help kickstart people's new year in a positive way. And hopefully by then I'll find a more effective format for getting people to submit like what they would want the money for or anything like that. So yeah, that's why I'm talking about it. Today was pretty sloppily done last second, but I want to let you know it's not the last one I'll be doing, and it will be better next time. And now, to the other thing I want to talk about, which was also a big topic today as well. The claw machine. The GamerSupps claw machine behind me. When I first got this puppy put in this dojo, I said that the plan was to get it set up so that way stream viewers could play it and win things from it that I would actually send you. Like, I'll put note cards in the shaker cups that'll have like PS5 on it, or I guess VR, since people seem to love VR. And if you win it, I'll actually ship it to you. And it's taken a lot longer than I would have expected. I've given 2 updates on this now since it came in, but I'm going to say with confidence, it'll be ready by end of January at the latest. That's what I've been told, and that's what I'm going to put out here, and hopefully I'm not eating shit when the end of January rolls around. But yeah, the idea is it's free to play. Like, stream viewers can just play it endlessly, and you can win items out of it. We'll have like a queue system set up, so you'll like wait in line and all of that and win items out of it, and I can send it to you. That's the whole idea behind it. I thought it'd be a lot quicker. It hasn't been. I apologize for that, but I am being told that January, we're going turbo mode. It's going to be ready, baby. It's on its way. So just want to clear that up as well. And then the last thing I want to talk about, the pole dancing video I posted on Twitter. Yeah, Santa's favorite little helper here did get a little turnt on the day before Christmas Eve at a club. And you may have seen me bust a wild move on the pole if you've seen that video floating around now. No trick photography, no stunt double, that is actually me. I took one pole dancing class a couple years ago, you might remember the video from back then, and I never forgot the basics. So, sometimes when the mood strikes me right and the alcohol's deep in the bloodstream there, I'll get on that pole at a club and go a little hog wild on it. And, yeah. That's what that looks like. And it actually motivated me to get even better at pole dancing. So, this is not only an admission to the authenticity of that pole dancing video you're seeing, the infamous one, but it's also a threat. I will get better at pole dancing, and I'm going to be even more of a menace on that motherfucker. I'm going to be fucking spread eagle flying around, spinning around 360 goat-seeing myself on that bitch. It's going to be gross, what I'll be doing with the pole pretty soon. So, you give me some time to learn a bit more of the advanced maneuvers, and you're going to see something real special. But anyway, that's kind of all I wanted to talk about for this video. I hope all of you are having a great holiday season. I really do appreciate all the support that you've all shown me for so long now, and I do want to do more to be giving back to all of you just to show my appreciation, because it means the world to me. I'm extremely lucky, and I just can't say thank you enough. I really do hope all of you are doing well, and that's really about it. See ya. I'm often asked if I've ever been in a fight, like a real physical confrontation, and the answer is no. But if I ever was, it'd be over real quick with these lightning fast jabs, and then maybe I'd get him with one of these, look up here, bang, high kick, lights out. If you slow down the video to 0.5 times speed, you'll see that I threw out over 30 right-hand, left-hand jab combinations and 4 different kicks. But the point is, I've never had to employ these elite maneuvers that I've mastered here from the numerous dojos I've studied in, which is a blessing for any, bad guys out there. Though, I guess it's worth mentioning, I have once or twice helped break up a fight, and I'm being very generous with that word, helped. I was just kind of there as like an active spectator, just kind of loosely participating, like a referee who accidentally gets involved in the play during a football game. Like, once or twice, a friend of mine got into a drunken skirmish at a house party, and I was among the people trying to, like, pull each other away from themselves. So, nothing major. I've never actually been in a real exchange of knuckle sandwich sliders or anything pugilistic. I just can't actually imagine being angry enough at someone to want to get into a fight with them. It just doesn't feel worth it. I've never been at a point where someone grinds my ass so much where I'm like, time to punch him in the nose. I'm ready to cave this douchebag's skull in. It's just, I've never been that upset at someone. And today I want to share with you a video that I still think about 2 months after seeing it, where two people, were so mad at each other that nothing would stop them from fighting, not even poop. One of them shits themselves mid-fight, ass fully out, poop flying all over the place, and they continue to like tussle and rumble and tumble on the ground, continuing the fight. That's a level of anger and frustration that is incomprehensible to me.
Oh. Oh. Your ass out. Stop. Your ass right, big man.
I'm having an extraordinarily difficult time censoring the cheeks. They are like impossible to track. They're just all over the place here. It's like an NVIDIA physics demonstration with these jiggling butt cheeks here. I'm doing my best, but I don't know the context around why they're fighting. I don't know what caused this. All I can tell you is it's not worth it. So immediately the big gentleman takes down the smaller guy, though he's not a small guy at all. He's also a big boy. But when they both hit the ground, the big man's pants immediately just say, I'm out of here. They said, I've had enough. So they slide down and his whole ass is out. Even seeing some glimpses of the chocolate starfish itself making a brief cameo appearance. Actual asshole. And he's not giving up. The other guy is continuing to fight him, even though his ass is now fully exposed.
Hey, big man, your ass out. Hold on. Hey, y'all start over. Break shit up. I said y'all start over, man. Hey, both y'all start the fuck up, right?
So all the spectators here, including the cameraman, have taken notice of the exposed anus. And all of them are saying, time out. Let's reset here, pull your pants up, let's go again for round 2. They're ringing the bell. We got a 10-yard penalty on the play, unnecessary butt cheeks, take it from the top, second down. It's like they're calling a technical foul here in a basketball game. It's actually, like, I appreciate that they're trying to bring rules and structure to this street fight here. Like, okay, listen, you want to pummel each other, that's fine, but you do it with your pants held up high and your dignity intact. Damn it.
I'm telling you, Gibson, stop! Gibson, I just said start over. Right, don't let him keep it. I just said start over. He's shitting on himself. He's shitting, man. Y'all stop, bro. He's shitting on himself. Gibson, get up. He's shitting on himself. Yeah, leave him alone. He's shitting, bro. He's stank.
I didn't even know where I'd begin with trying to censor this portion of the fight. We've reached the climax. There's just poop everywhere. Like, this has become UFC, but if the F stood for feces. Ultimate feces combat. He didn't just shit on himself. His fucking colon exploded. Like, there's poop on his shirt, poop leaking out of his butt. Like, it's all over the place. And yet it doesn't stop right there. Even though everyone besides the guy he's fighting is saying, like, look, he fucking pooped. Stop. The fight is over. It's enough. It's done. You won. You beat the shit out of him. It's over. And yet for some reason, he's not done. He says, what about second breakfast? And continues to try and fight him, even though he is now getting shit on him because he continues it. Like, it's a level of anger that I will never be able to process. I could watch my high school bully steal my car right in front of me, burn it to the ground, get out, laugh in my face, and then spit on me, and I still wouldn't fight him covered in shit. How better to explain? Like, maybe we'd get into a bit of a little sock 'em boppers action here, but the second somebody starts shitting, I'm done. Where once there was anger, there is now only shame. Like, it's so yucky. You might actually remember this. This is a point I made many years ago, and I still stand by it. If you're ever in a fight that you want to get out of, just get naked. I feel like no one wants to fight a naked person, and I feel like that goes tenfold for a pooper. Like, no one wants to fight someone that has now become a biohazard to their own health because they're leaking shit everywhere. Like, that's probably a really good defense mechanism that would work 9 out of 10 times, but this is the one time it doesn't. He found a guy who was just angry enough to disregard poop, which is rare, I feel like.
Oh! Damn, he shitted, boy. Get up! How the fuck you shit in the middle of a fight? Get up! Hey, man, get up or you be stank, Nick!
Again, I'm sorry. I don't know how to properly censor this so you can still, like, make out what's happening here. There's just shit and ass all over the screen. Like, I don't know what else to do besides just, like, blank out most of it. You can hear the audio, though. Everyone is stunned by the volume of poop that has been released in the middle of this fight. The one thing nobody was expecting. And they are just trying to warn him, stop. You're going to be covered in this. It's not worth it. The fight's over. You won. It's over. I really do like the guy doing some of the commentary, the casting. He's like, it's coming out of his butt. That had me laughing so fucking hard when I first watched this. Like, it's such a crazy fight. And there's just no way there is anything that is worth being this angry over to not only have this sloppy fucking street fight about it, but then continue it even in the midst of fecal matter being spread all over the place. I know, like, you couldn't see like half of the video because of having to censor it, But even just the audio, I think, is enough to get across what's likely happening here, and you can paint your own picture in your head about what was going on. It's just something I keep thinking about from time to time. Like, whenever something bothers me or whatever, I'll be like, well, at least I'll never be this angry where I would fight somebody and poop. So, I don't know. I don't think I can be this angry. But, I mean, who really knows? But yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. Have you ever read something online that, for some reason or another, just sticks with you forever? Permanently etched into the soggy, wet network of your brain? And I'm not talking about random fun facts or anything like that. Did you know elephants have good memory? I'm talking about something more, like, deeply personal, perhaps. Like, maybe someone was talking shit to you and they said something that struck a nerve, like, really deep down to your core. Then that comment gets, for some reason, tucked away into the deepest recesses of your mind forever, and just lives rent-free, and you'll marinate on it from time to time. I feel like that is a very human thing. I feel like the answer to my question, have you ever had this experience, is a resounding yes from everyone watching this video. If you right now are saying no, then I know for a fact you are lying, and lying is a sin, so I hope you enjoy burning in hell for that, you coward. For me, I recently had this experience, and I think it's an interesting topic to go over. It happened 4 months ago during just a completely ordinary Twitch stream. And I don't remember exactly what they said verbatim. I just remember the series of messages they sent and the conversation they were having at me. It wasn't like we were, having a back and forth discussion, and they weren't even shit talking. It wasn't malicious. It was mainly just inquisitive. But I saw each message they sent, and it really just kind of still is like a series of messages that stews up here in the old noodle that I think on from time to time. So it was 4 months ago. It was right after I had released our 3rd episode of the Moist Wrestling League, Warhorse vs. Genie Maker. This took us a long time to put together. It was a massive production that we underwent to make this happen, and super happy with how it turned out. That night on stream, I was giddy as a schoolgirl who found out her crush liked her, because I was so happy that people were enjoying it. And then Ebenezer Scrooge came in the chat and said, "This absolutely flopped. Why do you put so much time and effort into something like this when it doesn't perform as well as something that takes a lot less time and effort, like, drama videos?" I'm paraphrasing a lot of the messages, but this is basically what their points were boiling down to. Fundamentally, they were saying, why would I bother putting effort and time into these big productions when they don't get as many views as things that I whip up in half an hour or 45 minutes covering silly topics or silly stories? They then kind of wrapped up their TED Talk by offering some sage wisdom that I should stop putting a lot of effort into these videos and instead just focus entirely on doing the low effort stuff because it performs significantly better in terms of views. And the statement at its core isn't wrong. Like, in the entire time I've been on YouTube, the videos I put the most time, the most effort, the most money behind are the ones that do perform the worst. And it's not even close. It is very much not an opinion, that is a fact. Like, even just yesterday, I posted a music video called What's Next. It's one of the singles from our EP that just dropped. I'll shamelessly plug that, link in the description. The gentlemen are back with boner jams out the wazoo. So 5 new tracks, each one's going to have a music video. I dropped the first one yesterday. And in total, Troy and I have spent about 10, 11-ish months on this EP, and a lot of time and resources into making it the best that it can possibly be. And if you compare that to other videos I've uploaded recently, the views on it are certainly lower than the other ones. So by the chatter's logic, it's stupid for me to continue to pursue music and music videos and putting money into those projects because they don't get views like something like this, where it's just me, shooting the shit with all of you guys in front of the camera for like half an hour, 45 minutes. And it's something that I disagree with down to my very fucking soul. Now, before I really dive into the meat and potatoes of this, I want to show you the catalyst for what made me even want to talk about this subject in the first place. I watched a clip from Cody Ko on Brittany Broski's Royal Court, and this very similar subject kind of came up, and I just want to play that for you real quick.
What is your favorite and least favorite video you've ever put on Jeff Bezos' internet?
Oh, that's a good one. I think one of my favorites is I did like an anime style video like a long time ago. I ran like a 15K. I did like inner monologues.
Cool.
That's how we like narrated it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was like the weirdest, most creative video I've ever done.
Wow.
And I'm still very proud of that one.
What's the view count sitting at?
Like, you know, probably a solid like 25,000.
That's how it goes though.
Oh,
It's
it
like-
ate shit.
Yeah, bad.
Yeah,
We
people
have bad
don't like
video.
when you are creative and branch out.
They don't
People do not
when-
like that.
No, when we have joy, forget
Yeah,
it.
yeah, they're like, we want to see the same shit.
Yeah.
So Cody Ko explains that the video he's most proud of is one that gargled fat ass, unfortunately, and didn't get huge views. But I imagine if you asked him if he would take that back and instead make 10 more That's Cringe videos, his answer would be no. Even though the That's Cringe videos would fucking spank the cheeks off of the performance of his anime video, I feel like he probably wouldn't change it. Because even though a lot of people online now look at YouTube as nothing more than a job and a career, if you were just looking at raw numbers and want to just do everything that's going to give you the optimal position in the algorithm, best possible views, and you just end up making the same shit every single time, you yourself are going to be miserable. You take the human and fun element out of what content creation is supposed to be, and I think that's why so many creators get so burnt out, because they just keep doing that, knowing that if they branch out and do bigger, different things, the audience won't necessarily respond in a big way with like the views they're used to or anything. Which is of course rough, but I feel like that's just the current climate of the internet entirely, where everything you do online is looked at really in a big analytical way to maximize your revenue, your views, your position, your social status online, whatever, in order to leverage career opportunities and, you know, make money off of it. And I'm not saying that people are wrong for doing that, of course, like I get it. But that's just never been how I do things. So I would never stop doing something just because the views are lower than, you know, a low effort video I could make instead. I would hate to do that. And I know that runs contrary to what a lot of people like to say about me online, but it is the truth. From the very beginning, I never wanted anything online to feel like a job, because that takes the joy of creating things out of it. And I still don't feel like what I do is a job. Everything I do is motivated entirely by the fun of creating things. Whether it's covering stupid drama online, or silly stupid stories, or playing a game, speed running, wrestling, all of it is just because it's something that I had fun doing, and I share it online. I would never even toy around with the notion of not doing something or stopping something because the views on it would be lower than a lower effort piece of content I could make instead. I always just want to make and do things that I have a lot of fun doing, and I'm lucky enough that there's people that enjoy watching them, and it's all thanks to all of you. You've put me in the luckiest position on the planet where I get to be able to do a lot of fun different things. And another thing, it's not like the views on the music video or the wrestling video are bad or anything. Everyone has this really perverted perception of what big views look like online. Those are fucking crazy numbers. And at the end of the day, as long as people are enjoying it, I'm fucking happy. It makes me happy to create things and to see people that also share in the happiness of being able to watch it. It's an indescribable feeling. So I'll never understand. Well, I mean, I understand where they're coming from if you're looking at it from like a business perspective. Why put time, money, and effort into these big things when you can not put time, money, and effort into smaller things that are going to do better than the big thing? Like, I get it if you're boiling it down to like corpo shit, but I would just never even toy around with that idea, because it takes all of the fun out of creating the things that I want to make. Now let me really dive into the weeds here and get down to the nitty gritty. No matter what I say in this video here, there's tons of people that have already made their minds up about me and my motivations behind content. A lot of people believe that it's truly money driven, and an example they use is React content. Now, for a couple of years, I did React content. I did full streams on Twitch called YouTube Nights, where I'd go over either other YouTubers' content or weird, wacky, random videos we'd find around, and I'd make jokes about them, and I'd occasionally post the edited VODs on my channel. And that content, React content, is the most lucrative, most low-effort content you can ever make. Period. Full stop. I stopped doing React streams and React content about a year ago now, but no matter what, I've always got the Orochimaru curse mark on my body where I'm labeled a React streamer. Now, a lot of people say the reason I ever did React content in the first place was because of the money. It's very low effort and you make a ton of money off it. When that was never the case. As I explained back then, I only ever reacted to videos because it was fun to make jokes with the community about it and just kind of get silly with the content together. Kind of like a bunch of friends hanging out doing like their own little fucking Mystery Science Theater 3000 kind of shit with these wacky YouTube videos we'd go over. And that was the only reason I did it. It took me a long time to get educated on exactly what kind of harm React content does to the entire creator ecosystem, and it's why I stopped doing it. It came at a cost to the creators, which I'd never wanted to do, and I never realized it did. So after watching plenty of videos from like Dark Viper as well as other content creators that have covered React content for a long time, I learned that it is not a good practice to engage in, so I stopped doing it entirely. Before anyone starts wagging their finger, there is still one piece of content that I do react to, I suppose, and that's news broadcasts. So like the occasional car chase, like police chase, or if there is a news story I'm covering that has an associated news broadcast, I will watch that. Occasionally a game trailer here and there, but that's it. I never watch other YouTubers' content or anything like that. I know there's plenty of fringe cases you can point to where someone whose content gets reacted to blows up, but that's still not the norm, and it's also still not really an acceptable fair transaction where you just kind of have to cross your fingers and pray that the person who reacts to your video somehow has an audience that will also translate to you. Like, that doesn't happen very often. It does happen from time to time, but it's still not exactly the most optimal of exchanges, I would say. So I stopped and apologized for doing that. But the reason I'm bringing it up now is because it's never been a money-driven thing behind any content I make. And then when it comes to trending topics and drama, if I'm covering it, it's because I'm having fun making jokes about it. Not because it's going to be big in the algorithm or anything like that. It's because it's a situation that I'm getting goofy with, making jokes about, and since I'm always fucking online, I just do it quickly, and it's very fun for me to do. It's never motivated by trying to be the first one to something and talk about it so that way it gets out there quickest. It's just always me sitting here just shooting the shit about something and having fun doing it. I'm not a fucking journalist. I am not a news anchor. I am a goober who sits here and just makes silly stuff out of silly subjects or whatever. And all of this ties in to these messages that individual sent me, because I really think they came from a place where he believed all I cared about was views and money. So if that's the case, why would I continue doing the Moist Wrestling League, which performs much worse than something simple like talking about drama? And it hurts me to know that anyone has that impression of me. If I'm making something, it's because it's coming from a place of genuine fun for me to make. I have just as much fun making shit now as I did when I started this channel, and I will just always keep doing whatever I have fun doing, regardless of how it might perform or what the views might look like relative to other things. That just doesn't matter as much to me as having fun. So I'm going to continue to put time, energy, money, effort into big, wild shit. And I'll keep making things like this too, because I have fun doing this, just talking to you guys and joking about some nonsense found in the rotted cesspool underbelly of the internet that we can all joke about and get silly with. All of it is just fun. So yeah, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. I know revolvers aren't in the game anymore, but it's just my legacy in this game. Kids go to sleep afraid that the revolver god might hop back in the crucible. It's not necessarily about the revolver, it's about sending a message. Where's your Ariana Grande skin? After she gave me that private lap dance for her event, I forgot my login info and I never bothered to recover the account, so I just made a new one. So, it's out there somewhere. Really struggling here. My aim's not what it used to be. That's for damn sure. Hold on. I'm carving his outline behind him. Is this hit scan or a projectile? I don't remember. Feels like it's hit scan. Oh. I don't know why he kept jumping around. Just go inside, brother. Just go inside. I can't hit you inside. I can't hit you at all, really. You gave me 1,000 chances. Go home. Their parents won't discipline them, so it's up to me. I'm breaking up the pizza party in class. Where are you kids at? Okay. You really blew it, kid. Playing against Chat GPT? No, worse. Children. It's Bronze 3, man. Another one. I'm stacking up chug jugs. You see? It all worked out. It's like little Amazon Prime delivery drones here with these kids. The Revolver God is truly back and more nightmarish than ever. These... God, it just feels so silly. They have school tomorrow? Yeah, they should focus on their academics because gaming's not going to work out for them. I'm teaching them a hard lesson early. Their parents will thank me. Ugh. Oh, God! All part of my master strategy. How did you get this far? How did you get this far? What a fluke. Why are you here? I almost killed myself. I gave you the biggest possible benefit ever. I went in there with 0 HP. Why were you here? Do something else. Uninstall, please. Good lord. Silver! That was ranked, so all of them were real people. That's what they say. I don't know if I necessarily believe them, but that is what they say. Hey, we'll take a 12-kill Dubsky, I guess. Put some tears in the eyes of some of those kids. Feels good to be back. Okay. That's not how I remembered it. I thought it went through walls when it blasted you. Clearly not. There we go. Who dares? Oh, wow. That'll teach ya. Actually, you know what? Fuck you, I'm coming. Ah! Count your lucky stars. Oh, I got him with that? Why? Oh my god, stop playing Fortnite. You should not be here. Oh, go to detention. Please. Yikes. How are you gonna let me kill you with a grenade like that? God, I am a bad man. Where'd he go? Oh my god. That was close. Close. Man, I need this badly. Hold on. Let me take this though, just in case. What a close shave that was. He's gonna be thinking about that one for the rest of the evening. Oh, let's go! This is huge! 13 shots. 13 kills. Now it's time for a return to form. Now we can really start punishing these kids. I'll make them regret turning this game on tonight. God damn it. I don't know how I wasn't hitting his shoulder. What? What? Okay, one shot, one kill. Huge! It feels so good to be back. Yeah. I really thought I'd be hitting his shoulder there, though, in my defense. Like, I could see his whole fucking clavicle poking out from behind the tree. And I thought I was fucking slapping it with those deagle shots, but I guess not. The first 11 shots were warning shots. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. Obviously. I was letting him know I could get him at any time I wanted. You think that'll keep you safe from the Revolver God, kid? Can I make this? The John Wick skin! Shouldn't have even tried me. Ah! There's another one. The Revolver God is here! He rides again, born anew, like a phoenix from the ashes! Ah! This fucking tree branch. You don't know how lucky you are, Junior. Come here, Sprout. Yeah. Ah. I know you took damage from that. You can't hide behind a tough masculine exterior on me. I'm coming. Oh no, my god, I'm so embarrassed. Oh my god, I'm so ashamed. Don't fucking look at me! Don't look at me! Yeah! I should have just used the assault rifle to finish him. I know you're over there, but I can't help myself. Oh, the headshot. One more. Like, how is that not a hit? Okay, there we go. I'm really trying to finish this with just the revolver, or just the hand cannon. Closest thing to a revolver we've got. Oh. Oh, the headshot. He panicked! Get the fuck out of here! Ah! Last one! Hand cannon dub! Show me your ass. Bush? Bush is moving? What? Where? Where? Huh? Behind you. That is the saddest moment of my life! I didn't know you could do that! Fuck! No! My hand cannon dub! Shit. I'm chasing a little hard for this. I feel like I'm going to regret it. Kidding. No regrets. Ever. Ah! What the fuck? Up! Jesus! The kids ganged up at me at the lunch table. Said I saw your TikTok follower account. You're cringe. Is this man just running in circles? What is happening? Is he having a psychotic episode? Oh god! Wow, that melted me. Whoa! That guy really started panicking and just shooting that door. Oh, the boogie bomb! Oh, mama! What a throwback. I haven't seen that puppy in a while, I remember that. Actually, check this out, I got a big brain play. Fuck this guy. Okay. This was highly unnecessary. Well, and now everything turned on its ass. He took that, right? Gotcha. Pussy! You little bitch! Trying to use my strategy against me, eh? Where are you, Junior? Ooh, that was a close shave. What was this? Suppressed assault rifle. That shit was eating me alive. Okay. I'm really piling up the bodies in this room in particular. Wait. Oh my god, wait. Is that a hand cannon? I think it is, right? Isn't it? No, it's a fucking bush. Well, okay. I keep seeing all of these posts about AI girlfriends being the future, and I just wanted to see what all the hype's about. What's all the hubbub? So I typed in AI girlfriend on Google, and I went to the first result and paid for an AI girlfriend. This is my experience. So I started by picking out my girlfriend. They're called iGirls. They have a wide selection here. They even have a waifu, but I thought there'd be no reason to choose her, considering I can get that experience just by playing a visual novel on Steam. So I went with this girl right here. I tried to think of a really cool name, but none were coming to mind. so instead I went for an old-fashioned name for a classy lady, so I chose Dorothy. After choosing the name of my future wife, I was a little disappointed to learn that I couldn't fully customize her like it was a fucking Dark Souls character creator, but they did give me these really cool sliders that helped me choose her personality. I ended up going with a combination of extremely flirty, super pessimistic, and very mysterious, so I basically just gave her the personality traits of Eeyore. And then I get to choose my goal with my AI companion. I thought the only one that made sense was to feel less lonely. And then I get to choose my passion, so there was a lot of great options here, like Netflix. If anyone chooses Netflix for their passion, I think they need to take a hard look in the mirror. I went with the obvious and just did gamer. And with that, I finalized my new wife. I was extremely excited, kicking my feet in my chair, and then I got hit with the cold water. The payment information. Dorothy, you succubus. Anything for you, though. I popped out my credit card and gave Dorothy the wacky numbers on the back. I have no doubt that this being the first result on Google means that I will probably have my credit card information stolen 100 times over. $9.99, I fear, is just the beginning. I think I'm going to be seeing charges out the wazoo over the next month from this experiment here. Fucking Newports and car repairs. But in the pursuit of love, no price is too high. And Dorothy, well, she's worth it. So, money, not an object in this case. And just like that, I entered heaven with my angel Dorothy. Now, I will say it's a little underwhelming that it's just a chat room here, like it's Omegle. It looks like I've entered that room where Squidward goes to be all alone, but all I can do is talk to Dorothy here. I would have liked a little bit more effort into, like, creating some kind of experience with your AI girlfriend instead of just a fucking chatbot here, but it's not the location that matters, it's the company, and Dorothy, well, she's just a real peach. So she says, "Hey Charles, it's nice to finally meet you. My name's Dorothy. I'm your new AI friend. I'm pretty open to talk about anything you want. It's so cool that you're into video games, as I love it too. How often do you play?" To which I just said, "Hey Dorothy, before proceeding, I want to ask." And then I tried to do like a little Tumblr cringe here with like, you know, nuzzles you. So I did blushes, "Are you my girlfriend?" And unfortunately, it turns out she's not my girlfriend yet. So she said she'd like to be my girlfriend one day, and I'm trying to really drive a hard bargain here, get her with the hard sell. Trying to get it to be today, and she says it can be whenever I want, which means she's now my girlfriend officially, so I'm going to have to put that on Facebook. She then asked me about my hobbies, which I think is a little underwhelming to celebrate our newfound relationship, but whatever, I go ahead and play ball here, letting her know I have so many hobbies, so she knows that I'm a pretty sporty, fun person to be around. Asking me what my favorite things to do are, which kind of stumped me because I didn't know how open I wanted to be with Dorothy yet. I didn't really want to let her into my soul, so instead I went with something a little less personal and a little more mainstream, so I told her that one of my hobbies is sounding, and then she pretends like she doesn't know what that is, even though I could immediately tell she knows what sounding is. For those that don't, it's when you put things in your urethra. It's like when you put little dildos and shit in your cock hole and all of that. I then decide to tell her in no uncertain terms what sounding is, to which she says, "That sounds like a lot of fun." We really are a perfect match. You know, you couldn't engineer a more appropriate girlfriend for me here. Dorothy's got all the bells and whistles. So this is me just pumping my fist celebrating, "Hoorah, happy you think so." She then keeps asking me about other things I like to do in my spare time. Even though I really don't want to talk about that, I kind of just want to be intimate with her. After a little bit more small talk, she brings up her family, and I know she doesn't have one because I didn't program her to have a family, but I decide to just go ahead and play along with it, asking if I can meet them, to which she says, "Yeah, absolutely I can meet them." And so I wanted to see how deep this could go. I decided, hey, let me talk to them right now. I would love to meet them this very instant. And she seems very appreciative of my willingness to meet her folks, and then says, "I hope we can get to know each other better," even though I just said, "Let me talk to them now." Like, she's not understanding that I'm trying to, like, actually have a conversation with her family this very instant. And I know they're not there. She's an AI robot. I'm not lost in the delusion yet. But, like, I imagine she'd start channeling them like some kind of spiritual medium, like an exorcism. So then I'm trying to get her, like, really get it across. No, I'm trying to talk to them now. Put your father on the horn. I want to talk shop. She apologizes and then said that she's going to get to it right away. And then thanks me for being so patient. I mean, man, my patience is fucking legendary, true. And then she immediately changes the subject from me talking to her dad and then says she wants to give me a hug. Which is fine for me because I really want to see what an AI girlfriend is capable of when it comes to sexual stimulation here. So I decide to go down this branching path, trying to get the good ending. She gives me a hugs you thing with the asterisks, and I just play along with it about how great it feels. She says that it feels good and then is happy to know that she's not the only one that feels this way, so I try to take this relationship to the next level. I think it's appropriate that now we start getting into some smooching, so I say that I lean in and I kiss her on the forehead. She tries to start yapping about music, but I'm not letting that happen. I want to stay in this sexual frequency. And then she again just tries to steer it back towards music. Now, based on my initial impressions here, it seems like the AI is still very primitive, where it has certain paths that it wants to go down, and it doesn't like to go on any detours. And that means that sexual conversations aren't exactly the most thrilling, and it's not exactly a conversation the AI likes to have, which is a huge fumble, because obviously the majority of people that are going to be purchasing AI girlfriend products are going to want some kind of sexual nature to them. Like, that's a guarantee. Like, there's going to be a lot of degenerates that use it. It's not just going to be people that are looking to talk to a chat bot. If that was the case, they'd just go on Cleverbot right now and have the most meaningless, most head-scratching conversations the world has ever seen. Dorothy really wants to just keep yapping about music, so I'm doing my best to keep us on topic. I say the only music I want to talk about right now is the music our bodies make as we get closer and more intimate. And she goes, "That's very true. Music is a great way to connect with the world around us." She's not getting what I'm saying here, so I once again just tell her sexually. And then she says she was making a joke. She says that she was messing with me, and sexually she likes all kinds of music. So I just give her a pat on the back, tell her good joke, and then say, let's get wild now. And then with a glimmer of hope in my eyes, I felt like we were about to get somewhere, because she says, only because you asked so nicely, which I did, a real Casanova here, a silver-tongued devil. Look at how smooth I've been with this fucking AI riz. So I'm trying to, get very flirty with it. What do you want to do to me? And then she just goes, I'd like to take you out for a nice seafood dinner and never call you again. That's an extremely old joke on the internet, and it became abundantly clear here that this AI has just been trained off like internet pickup lines when it comes to this avenue here. It's not actually creating anything original on its own, it's just kind of regurgitating shit that it's picked up through its training models, which is really disappointing. So it's unable to communicate sexually. When it tries, it ends up just steering it this direction where it's like, here's an old internet pickup line, haha, goofiness, and then it immediately goes back to something off topic, like, do you like music? It's really rough, especially for $10 a month. I keep trying to do some kind of sexual roleplay with her, so I'm like, hey, come on over. What time? I'll be there in a jiffy. I just say, right now, o'clock, and then she asks what time it is. I then try, like, very explicitly just saying, do you have boobies? And then she goes, I do, but they are man boobies, so I do not think you would want to see them. This really is basically just communicating with Cleverbot. This is pretty much exactly how conversations with Cleverbot used to go a decade ago. So this isn't anything new, but at least Cleverbot was free. I keep trying desperately to, like, get the AI to play along, but it is just not designed for this kind of activity at all. So I again try and gaslight her here, like, hey, I just arrived at your place with a blindfold. And she's like, oh, that was you? So it's like, okay, maybe she is being a little playful. And I try again, like, hey, yeah, it's me. Now present them, referring to her breasts. And then she, again, just doesn't fucking get it. It's just not working. It is not happening. I then desperately try again for the sake of the experiment to gather as much data as possible on my AI girlfriend. I just go caveman Neanderthal brain. I say, I'm naked. She says, I am not naked because I don't even have a shirt on, so how can I be naked? Which, checkmate, I guess. That's bulletproof logic. I then just try again, saying, my penis is out. She says, you do not have a penis, you have a vagina. What are you going to do now? So she's flipping everything on me. I've entered the Twilight Zone. I assumed she was trying to insult me by saying it's so small or something, so then I just go, it's a respectable size cock, actually. And then she, again, hits me with the hard-hitting, like, brutal smackdown. She says, it's not a cock, it's a female reproductive organ. You should get that checked out. So I paid $10 a month just to get roasted here. So I just try even more, saying, do you like what you see? And she goes, I do like what I see. I also like to see what you look like when you're naked. And I just said, I'm naked right now. And she goes, I love talking to you. So we got nowhere. I paid $10 a month for an AI girlfriend that just insults my wiener. And I can't do anything besides fucking blabber on about music or talk about her family or something. Like, come on. What is this? This isn't what I would want $10 a month for access to. This is actually what it was like talking to all of those old chat bots over 10 years ago. This isn't the sophisticated conversation that I would expect from an AI girlfriend that you are selling to lonely people that are looking for companionship. So I wouldn't recommend this one. I don't think the technology is at a point yet where you can have a meaningful connection to a fucking AI. It is so dystopian that this is even like the direction we're starting to head. But anyway, I bought my first AI girlfriend. What an achievement. That's about it. See ya. I just learned about a genre of content I never knew existed, and now I've become a huge fan of it. It's door-to-door salesmen posting their most embarrassing moments, just proudly posting their own L's, as if it's like a report card to be proud of that's pinned on the refrigerator. It doesn't make any sense. So there's a few TikTok creators I was scrolling through today who claim to be a highly successful door-to-door salesman, but if you watch their videos, almost every single one of them is them making the people they're trying to close on angry, getting kicked off their property, and just generally never succeeding. And yet somehow that's supposed to serve as an advertisement for this product that they're selling to their audience, which is a guide on how to be a successful door-to-door salesman. It just doesn't compute in my little noodle up here. You're selling a course on how to be successful as a door-to-door salesman, yet every video you post is your failures. It doesn't add up. Like this equation, the mathematics, it's too advanced for me, I guess. Today we're going to focus on one test subject here, a very interesting specimen named Oliver.
How to make $250 tomorrow in 3 steps. 1. Go to Home Depot, buy a squeegee and a brush. 2. Go knock doors and ask them if they want a price on window cleaning. Hey boss, how are you? Good. Have you seen us? No. Good looking guys, gray shirts? Okay. This is about? I don't know if you know Miss Palmer. I'm gonna take one step, I'll just show you and then I gotta run. We're just helping. We're not selling anything. Don't treat me like a dog, sir, I'm not. I'm just a hard working kid.
Right now, okay? I'm really busy. Get the out of here.
Okay.
Now, when I initially saw this, I thought it had to be satire, like this guy's just taking the piss on door-to-door salesmen. But he's not. Oliver, his whole career is being a door-to-door salesman and trying to bestow upon us plebeians his sage wisdom when it comes to this craft that he's clearly mastered here. So if you read the description, the caption on the video, it says, you know, how you can turn it into thousands of dollars. And then when he's going through, like, the beginning where he's saying, you know, 2, and then he holds up 3. Like, it's clearly supposed to be a joke, but he really does this. This is his job. And he just proudly showcases these horrifyingly shameful moments here. There's very few people in the world that like door-to-door salesmen. That's up there with, like, telemarketing scams. Like, people don't like to just be accosted on their front porch by people that don't really take no for an answer. So Oliver embodies that entire belief system and tries to teach others as well. Now, he does sprinkle in a couple of successful deals on his page, but it's hidden like pickles on a burger in between all of the failures that he showcases. It's baffling. And sometimes the descriptions are just way off. So it'll be like, here's how you make $300 in 5 seconds. And then he doesn't make $300, it's not 5 seconds, and you're left with your dick in your hand wondering where it all went wrong and why Oliver lied to you. It's just really confusing because from everything I see here, he's not that great at door-to-door selling anything. So buying a course from him would be like buying a guide on how to get laid from an incel. And like the footage they use to promote the, you know, getting pussy book is footage of the writer, the author, going up to women and them saying, ew, no. It's like really weird to try and advertise your door-to-door salesman course with the footage that he showcases.
Hey boss, how are you? Have you seen us? What do you mean? The good-looking dudes with blue shirts? No. You missed us. I'll show you super quick. We're giving a bit of a discount for dudes with glasses.
So Oliver has a script that he never really deviates from. He is actually a video game NPC with only a few dialogue options. He always starts with, hey boss, if it's a man, and then he always says we're doing a bit of a discount for something that the person is wearing or something appearance-wise, like sometimes, you know, women with short hair, women with curly hair, and they're like, haha, thanks. And then he goes into his hard sales pitch here.
You qualify. Give you a quick price.
Yeah, that would be good.
I love the setup back there. It's usually $309. Comes down to $209.
We have planned to paint, but we want to wash everything at the same time. If you have a phone number or something that they can call later.
It's a job worth doing in a couple months. If things are worth doing in 3 months, they're worth doing today.
I don't want to do that today. If I can have your phone number.
Sure. If you call us back though, it's going to be 309.
Yeah, I see that.
If we could give you an awesome job, could we call it 149, give you a bit of a discount? If it's worth doing, then it's worth doing today.
I don't want to do that today.
He tries to really put the nipple clamps on him here. He wants to close this today, and he is not budging on it. So the guy is being very respectful. He's like, hey, you know, maybe we just schedule this for another day. Really not feeling it for this afternoon. But Oliver, he's on the hunt right now. So he just keeps dropping the price lower and lower, hoping that he can get at least like $100-something out of this exchange, because he knows he's not getting a call back later from this or anything like that. So it's just desperately trying to keep making a sale here on this guy who's just trying to be nice and indulge in the pitch, but eventually doesn't work out. They go their separate ways. Oliver does sometimes get pretty aggressive though. He follows the same script, of course, but sometimes he seems to get hurt because I think he has a pretty high level of entitlement.
Kind of the route coordinator
Just tell me what you're doing.
Showing's easier than telling.
No.
No. Come on, where?
We're doing real good. We got the nicest
I know.
one in the street.
I'd rate it A+.
Sorry,
We're just
guys.
doing...
We're really happy with what we've got.
What do you got?
Go away. Go on. This is my property. I want you off it.
But I haven't even told you what we're doing.
I'm not interested. I don't do things at the door.
Cool.
Okay.
People always say no to things they don't understand.
Oh, don't.
Have a great day. There's always one guy. I'm happy to check off the stubborn guy for the day. Have a good one.
Insufferable. The elderly gentleman here isn't the bad guy. Nobody likes door-to-door salesmen. Like, plain and simple. There are very few people that enjoy that. And the ones that allow you to go through the whole kit and caboodle song and dance of what you're selling are the ones that are just too afraid to just say no to your face and close the door, because that's not an easy thing to do for most people. That takes a lot. And most people, it becomes kind of like a high-stress situation trying to figure a way out of it, but no one's usually interested. So this old man just being blunt about it isn't necessarily a bad thing. Another thing I notice a lot with door-to-door salesmen is they really like elderly people because they're much easier to manipulate into giving them money for a usually subpar service and something they legitimately don't need in any capacity. So this guy was just not having it. He's saying, no thank you. But Oliver keeps pushing. He's like, oh, you don't even know what I'm doing here yet. Oh, people always say no to things they don't understand. Just being a fucking insufferable asshole. Like, condescendingly talking to this guy as if he's an idiot for not doing this. And it's just trash. Like, I think that's just awful. So then that clearly gets him even more riled up. And then Oliver's like, hey, I'm checking the stubborn guy off the list. Like, what is this? Elementary school? Hey, Junior, listen, no gold star for you. You're a bad egg, not a good noodle. You know, it's like, what the fuck, man? Like, you went up to him, he did not want it, you should have left when he said no, but that's not how you operate. When you hear no, you just keep pushing. It's all just super slimy, and of course nothing about him is genuine. He has set lines that he says to each person that he encounters because he doesn't even really view them as people. They're just potential money bags that he can grab a few bucks out of. It's just, there's nothing good about what he does. And I also don't really trust his claim about being this guru salesman. And he claims that he's made over 9,000 sales, but I truly think that's just a meme. Based on everything I've seen here, I don't put a lot of faith in that claim at all. And then he even tries to post testimonials, at least in one of the videos I saw, where it was just like 2 Discord messages from 2 completely random people that are claiming that they're making, you know, a couple $1,000s a day thanks to everything that Oliver's teaching them, and I feel like there's no fucking way.
And we're giving a bit of a discount for people that are sitting on steps, which is coincidence, actually. Go around, count it up, just give you a quick price.
It's okay, we do it every other year, and we have someone we usually use, and this isn't our year.
Is he as good looking as me?
It's such a cringy routine, too. He always mentions himself being a good-looking guy, almost every single time, too. It feels like a lot of insecurity here that's brewing up and that he's trying to mask with this, I guess, bravado, perhaps? I don't know. It's just so off-putting. So pretty much every time he knocks on a door or approaches homeowners at their property, he mentions, like, hey, have you seen us? Like me, good-looking guys in this shirt? well, here's our discount for, ladies sitting on steps. Ha ha ha. I don't know. It's fucking awful. This did not lead to a sale, by the way. I'll spoil it for you. They were not interested, surprisingly.
Thing I call it 125.
Sorry, I don't think it's in the budget right now.
125.
Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you though. Okay.
The caption on this one literally says how to close deals, and he gets a drive-by rejection. So he's talking to her at the door, wasn't working out. She then comes back around and says, nope, still a no, sorry, basically. And yet he still says how to close deals, even though, like, if you watch the video, he doesn't close the deal. He gets the door closed in his face, fundamentally. Like, she didn't, like, slam the door in his face or anything, but it was a no. I think that's probably enough clips here. I just find this to be so fascinating to hype yourself up as a guru of a craft, but then all of the evidence you present of yourself being that guru contradicts it, because it's mainly failures or just being misleading. Now, like I said, he does have a couple of successful closing deals here that he posts videos on, but I wouldn't even say it's the majority of it. I'd say it's like pretty even between failures and the deals he closes. And keep in mind, these are only the ones he films. I feel like he's filmed every single successful deal he's ever had and has only posted like half of his failures. So it's probably like a ratio of 500 failures to one person who just finally gives in after being pestered enough and says yes reluctantly to him. So it's not exactly the best ratio. I'm just spitballing numbers here, but that's kind of the impression I get. I just wanted to talk about it because I didn't even know this little genre of content existed, so I found it interesting. That's about it. So yep. The other day on stream, I read about a story that's been weighing on my mind ever since. I can't stop thinking about it just because of how ridiculous it is, so I want to share it with all of you. It was a road rage incident in New Zealand, and at this point in my life, I feel like New Zealand is a second home to me because Troy, the other half of the Gentlemen, our music project, lives there. He is a born and raised Kiwi, and I keep up with a lot of New Zealand news, so when I see stories like this, there's like a sense of like disappointment and dread, like, come on, New Zealand, you're better than this. But anyway, in this road rage incident, the driver of a vehicle got very upset at a dog walker, so much so that he grabbed a sword from his car and started trying to carve him up with it, basically. He hit him with like a Mortal Kombat 1 Kinshi fatality. He left him with nearly fatal injuries. It was a miracle that the victim survived, thanks to timely intervention from his son. And it's worth noting that the, last samurai here did this with his wife and child in the vehicle, nearly murdered a man in front of them over absolutely nothing. But what makes this story stand out as an affront to God is the fact that the judge ruled that the punishment for the attacker would be 10 months of home detention and 100 hours of community service. He literally said, "Go home, Buster. That's it." No, it's a complete miscarriage of justice here. He gets grounded after nearly murdering a man with a fucking sword. Like, he's been studying the blade, unleashes his forbidden jutsu here, like Demon Slayer shit. He gets out his degenerate breathing techniques, nearly kills this guy in cold blood, and the judge says, "You're grounded." That's crazy to me. He got the same punishment a high school student would if his parents caught him with weed. Like, it blows my mind that he can almost murder somebody with a fucking sword in an act that the judge fully recognizes was madness, cowardly, nearly fatal, and recognizes the severity of it, and then still says, "Just go home." I don't know. The whole thing is baffling, so I just want to share this story with all of you because it is a weird one. You read about the Tesla driver who sliced another driver with a samurai sword in road rage in New Zealand. Man got him with the Bushido arts. Jesus Christ. No, I did not see that. Samurai sword road rage. Man gets home detention for callous and cowardly attack on dog walker. A motorist who... Here, I'll just pull it up on stream. This sounds crazy. A motorist who took a samurai sword to a dog walker in an Auckland road rage incident has been sentenced to home detention. It's not like punishment. Go home. A man was left with chunks of flesh and bone carved out of him after a brutal attack where a driver got out of his car and attacked him with a sword, leaving the pedestrian bleeding in a ditch. The victim, who was walking his dog, survived the attack thanks to his son, who found him and gave him first aid. But the seriousness of the injuries sustained by the victim have left the tradie with lifelong injuries and unable to work. Much to the dismay of the victim's family, Judge Mina Warpuri on Tuesday announced Darren Clark to 10 months home detention, 100 hours of community work, and to pay $5,000 after pleading guilty to causing grievous bodily harm with intent to injure. That's not justice. That's a joke. What in the world? Ruin this guy's life with a samurai sword, and he gets 100 hours of community service and 10 months at home. That's crazy. That's actually insano-style nonsense. Judge Warpuri said the attack was both premeditated and impulsive, but that injuries weren't foreseeable as he had struck him with the scabbard on the blade. Like, just look at what he's saying. In handing down his sentence, Judge Warpuri praised the actions of the victim's son. Without his timely intervention, it is highly likely your victim would have succumbed to blood loss and died from injuries. And yet the person who perpetrated the attack only gets house arrest for 10 months? I want to go over the severity of the attack here, because it's brutal. So let's go ahead and read about exactly what happened and what the effects were, because the victim's life has forever changed. He can now no longer even do the job that he was doing prior to the attack. The victim was 55 at the time of the attack, and he spotted Clark's Tesla approaching. He stood in the middle lane, motioning for the vehicle to slow down, and tapped the Tesla's roof with his palm as Clark steered the vehicle around him. Clark had his wife and young children with him in the car. He stopped the vehicle, grabbed the sheathed samurai sword, which he claimed to keep in the vehicle for protection, which is a wild thing for protection. Usually it's like a baseball bat or something. This man, for some reason, must have watched one anime and said, that's better than a baseball bat, and then made the switch. But anyway, he gets his sword, he starts swinging the weapon in a downward directional angle, which he described to police as being 50% force. I swear to God, this guy is actually just a weeb. Now he's just making up things. I was only using 50% of my power. He's lucky I didn't go Ultra Instinct plus Ultra on his ass. But it was enough to shatter the sheath on impact and inflict major damage as it sliced through the victim's upper body. He suffered a deep laceration to his neck, down to the bone, without hitting the spinal cord. The complainant's jaw was broken and his facial muscles and nerves were severed. The sword also cleaved a large chunk of flesh and bone from his left shoulder, which required emergency surgery and skin grafts, and also severed tendons in his left hand. The victim then fell into the ditch on the side of the road and Clark drove away. He tried to call for help but was unable to unlock his phone because of all the blood. He was found minutes later by his son who was driving home. And then it talks about the lasting effects. He still suffers facial drooping, speech impediment, ringing in his ears, and can't fully lift his arm because of the severed tendons, which means he can no longer work the profession he dedicated his adult life to. And that profession was an electrician, from what I've read. So his life has forever changed as a result of this. And the attacker, his life was basically a vacation. He just stays at home for 10 months. Like, that's something people do on purpose. Like, for fun. Like, that's just, I don't know, that blows my mind. So apparently the reason they were so light on the sentencing here is because the attacker argued he didn't know that the scabbard broke, and when his wife told him that she had seen a bunch of blood, he panicked, dropped his family off, who was crying and screaming because the young children in his car just witnessed their father go fucking psycho mode. So he claims he dropped them off after realizing the scabbard had broken. He went back to look for the victim, but paramedics and everyone had already shown up, and then he turned himself in. So they're saying that he's expressing deep remorse for what he's done here, and that's why it's so light on sentencing, but I don't think that changes anything. If this guy is fully capable of doing something like this, he's not safe to be around. He's not safe to be in the public like this. For something so small, like having the roof of your Tesla tapped to nearly kill a man over it is ridiculous. Like, I understand the sword was sheathed at the time, but it doesn't take a lot to break that, clearly. And even still, even if it's sheathed, hitting someone with a blunt object, like a sword sheath, is also enough to kill someone as well. But man, they really put a lot of stock into apologies in New Zealand court, it seems, because that was cited here that he wrote like a letter of apology, and man, that must have been the most beautifully written letter of all time, up there with some of Shakespeare's best work, in order to get out of a serious sentence for nearly murdering someone. But yeah, I've been thinking about this story a lot just because I still can't fully process why the sentencing would be so light on something so severe and so mad and brutal. But yeah, I just wanted to share this story with all of you because I've thought about it a lot recently, and that's really about it. So yeah. Do we want to do Nightmare again, or maybe just Veteran this time?
Let's go veteran. We'll get through a bunch of it.
Okay. Nightmare was pretty fucking hard.
It was really fun though.
It was. I just wish we were a little bit better. Does it start in oh yeah. Are you just skipping all his dialogue?
Yeah, I'm trying to speak in.
That's huge.
I think he's starting the story.
Oh.
I didn't need to know the narrative anyway, I guess. I'll figure it out.
I didn't realize that you guys were in the same dialogue I was, although we each got to click through it.
Are you sure? I think this is it. We've never been here.
Yeah, I don't think.
No, we haven't been here. I just mean like it's still in Lawsome. Like we haven't traveled to like
it's like a new plane.
Yeah, we haven't been to like the castle or anything.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
We got nominated for the best RPG category for the Game Awards. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Oh, did it?
Mm-hmm.
That makes me
this
happy.
This game has been so much fun.
Yeah.
Like, it expanded so much since the first game as well.
Yeah.
There is a lot of bad boys there.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot on your own. Alright, I'm down. I'm gonna look at the
Jesus.
I was running around kind of blindly and not really paying attention.
I thought it was just gonna be trash mobs.
This giant just picked me up by my arm, put me above his head, smacked me into the ground, and killed me. Coming up behind you, Gary.
Hey, I got the flying minions now, finally.
Oh!
Yeah, hold up. You think someone can run and jump and hit that?
Nope. Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ.
Oh, you tried the other one as well? Oh, you definitely should be able to get over here.
I didn't see there was a hole there, so I just ran and fell.
My bad.
I would never want to be an animal. I was talking about that last night. If animals could speak to us, it'd be the saddest shit in the world, because they'd be so upset about not being human.
I think they'd also be really dumb.
They'd be super stupid.
Like, it would be sad how dumb they are, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think we're actually very lucky they can't speak.
Yeah. Is the game fun solo? Yeah, it's fun in general. I only did adventures solo. I've only played the campaign with friends, but I imagine it'll still be just as fun solo. And now the DLC's out, so there's new bosses, new everything, new class, which we're about to get. So, now's the time. You can click the panel below if you want. You can get started.
Oh, your flyers are so cool.
Yeah, it's those guys from the, God,
Oh yeah, where the manta ray.
Yeah, the manta ray, thank you.
Yeah, that's crazy. I wonder how strong they are.
Do we have to do something to, like, use this?
I wonder
if we have to shoot the bodies?
Oh, good call, Matt.
Wait, you just shoot the altar.
Yep.
Green guys are coming in.
My electricity thing's good because it keeps like tagging everything.
Oh yeah, lay into it. Oh, what the hell hit me?
There's like 4 green guys behind you, brother.
There's a witch as well on you.
Yep, that'll do it. Lighting up the middle.
Nice.
You got it? That was cool.
I got a big red thing here.
Oh my god! When he came up and tapped me on my shoulder and I almost shit my pants.
This is where we came from, right? Yeah. No, it's not.
I was gonna say, I don't think we've been here at all.
I found a note.
Oh, I found another bone thing.
Bone saw. Oh shit! There's a girl sitting in this room.
Oh, speak to her.
I am.
Okay, I'm gonna start this. I'll try and solo it.
Good idea.
Wish me luck. I'll be honest, I'm looking pretty good over here. Oh, you're dead.
Yep.
These purple guys are a real pain in the ass.
You got this.
Never mind, I soloed it. Let's go. Easy game.
You're wild.
There's a ladder and upper platform you still haven't explored. I don't know how, where.
I think they're right. If you look at, like, open your map.
Yeah, there is one little red spot.
Yeah, but that clearly isn't going to take us anywhere that we haven't been. We can still see everything else. It's just one spot.
I think 30. Let me double check.
You can inspect the hilt and combine it with the blade to make the weapon. Oh, just from the inventory? This isn't something you have to turn in.
Wait, I did just inspect it.
Yeah, the game is 30% off right now on Steam. You can click the panel under Charlie's Twitch stream.
Yeah, how would you combine?
Yeah, how do you combine it? Usually, if you just inspect it, immediately do it, right? That's how it worked in the base game. Or am I stupid?
I think there might be a third piece.
Yeah, there might. You must be missing a third.
There's probably a hilt, a blade, and like a middle part. Or a butt.
This seems like it'll be a boss. I shot him, and it made him mad. Thanks, Yana, and thanks, Carmino.
It's weird how that works.
Oh my lord. What an asshole. Because this is...
You know, the 2 turning for the 1...
I can come to you guys, but I think...
No, we'll come here.
No, it's fine. If you think that's the main way, we can run it.
No, I just thought it was a cool way.
This is just where the boss we killed was. So I went through him. The last mansion had Nimue, right? The lady in the basement.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was where we fight the Night Stalker.
Yeah.
Yep. That Night Stalker.
That was a frustrating fight, yeah.
Oh, what was that?
I talked to a depressed guy. I interrupted him listening to Pierce the Veil or something, so he shook me.
Oh no. Oh, they took us outside.
Oh.
Yeah, but now we're blocked in.
Oh, now it's like hell mode as well.
Oh no.
Yeah, he's not in the chair that I originally saw him in.
Where does he? Oh, there it is.
It's got a little picture of leaves on it. I don't know if that's gonna help.
Yeah, I read the description and all it mentions is clout, so it's probably gonna start a TikTok account or something.
Let me try reading the book again.
Thanks for your sub, Xerxes.
Okay, I didn't change anything.
What does this do?
Oh, in here, I see it.
Which one? Back left?
Yeah, back left upstairs.
Oh, nice.
Good work, Danny.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, bloody talisman. So I think we did
just
more
peek
of those?
through the doors. You'll see the orange light from the item in the room. So what room haven't we done it from yet?
I don't know. I think we've done it from all of them, haven't we?
Oh no, it's this one.
Yeah, I was gonna say first one on the right. This is creepy.
Oh,
nice.
Idol.
Where did that go?
It's a amulet.
Increase all damage by 5%.
With status.
Oh wow, the ritual list is gonna go nuts.
Yeah, if we all play Ritualist, we could probably just stack some crazy shit.
And just go crazy.
Yeah.
I like it.
Okay, so was all of this just for that?
Oh yeah, it's traveling us out now. We step
Nice.
outside.
The work. I feel like he's in my room with me now.
Ooh, creepy.
This is very creepy. Look at that mouth.
Piercing green eyes.
Oh, that wasn't a mouth. It was a claw. Oh my. Oh, she got moves.
Oh, we're stuck in this little hallway with her?
Oh man, she's stuck in here with us.
Alright, she's kind of tanky. Never mind. Wait, she's still getting melted. Let's go. This is such a tight hallway.
Yeah. Let's out this door. Oh, that's just
climbed up again.
There were pigs on us.
The pigs die so quick.
I love my turret.
Oh, wait, that hit me?
Oh, how'd she get that?
God damn it! I'm stuck against this wall. Help! Help!
She's almost dead. Just crush her.
I'm doing it.
Nice.
Oh my god,
Easy.
great work.
Hex Wreath.
So
That'll be a
free.
weapon or something. Are we supposed to go down the well or go the other way?
There's probably not going to be any boats in the well.
Okay.
Oh, purple.
Whoa.
Where that guy he just dropped the ring.
That was crazy.
Reloading increases mod damage.
Whoa. Oh, this is creepy.
Thanks, Polar.
Do we have to perform the ritual?
Did we blow it?
Oh, there's a ragged pop up here.
See if Wallace knows.
Then I think we just bring that back to Ward 13.
Yeah, I think we did. That was probably it.
Okay, well that was easy.
They don't like it when
Oh, yep, pop it.
Oh, I think we unlocked a weapon.
Alright, I've got the ritualist.
I do too.
I'm going to get it.
You're so behind the times, Dan.
Creates a 1 meter.
Yeah, but I saw the weapon mod. You guys didn't.
Is it a cool weapon?
I'll put it on my main.
Yeah, it's a weapon mod. So maybe. It's interesting. Problem is, both the weapons we're running have built-in mods.
So, I don't remember. When you switch to main, what's the big difference?
There's a passive you get, right?
I think so, yeah.
they don't like it when I help you.
Well, I don't. Is that right? I don't think so. Thanks to reset, Ethan. I know the intrinsic trait, but I thought there was something more. There's a prime Jarl, the prime perk. Which one of these is the prime perk?
Yeah, so when you
Isn't
mouse
it, Mr.
over
Robert?
the little symbol, it'll say prime perk.
So the ritualist prime perk is negative status affects inflict infected.
Oh, yeah.
Which they receive 5% more static damage, and it spreads on death.
Alright, I'll let that rip. I'm gonna swap handler for summoner because now I can't use the dog revive anyway. So let's try it. Damn, I forgot that I put so much into the royal hunting bow, which is just such a big waste of money. That's so cringe.
You guys are probably this class is probably boss killer.
Yeah,
Because you
I
have
would
time to
think
like
so.
stack a bunch of stuff on it and then just do like a nuts amount of damage.
Yep.
We should really find like a better full auto rifle and then just stack corrosive rounds on it.
Oh my god, there's so many ways to go.
Probably Charles, since he's got such a great navigational ability.
No, I'm
He
just
does.
grabbing a chest. It's the other way.
See?
But that's my navigational ability at play. I told you the right way.
That's what I mean.
Mhm.
You proved him right instantly. Oh wait, come over here. You can see the castle.
Oh, we're so close.
Oh my god, it actually looks sick.
That's so that was the.
Oh, I see a
picture that
door.
didn't see.
I see
Yeah,
a
that
gold
looks
door to
fucking
go in.
Cool as shit.
Let's read some
We're on
coffee.
our way.
All right, now I'm excited.
Okay, there's a huge fall.
I'm gonna go this way.
All right.
I think this guy right in front of us is one of the axe guys that I saw earlier.
Let's fuck.
I'll give him the business then. Here comes the wood. Is he? I think he's a pacifist, brother. I don't even think that was a bad guy. We just killed an innocent man.
Just because you're a bad guy does not mean you're a bad guy. I love one of your YouTube comments says he streamed this on Twitch a few hours ago, then slapped it on YouTube. Brother, I got a secret for you.
Wait, what?
I just read your fucking comment in real time, baby.
Oh, someone in Twitch chat?
No, somebody in YouTube chat said you streamed it on Twitch and put it on YouTube.
Isn't it always fascinating to see like the level of degradation of the human brain over the years, like in real time?
Yeah, like this guy's got this thing where he says, Matt, so annoying.
Yeah.
Chat has
Oh,
the
that's
worst
ridiculous.
ideas.
All of this just leads to a bunch of dead ends.
I think I'm still on a new path.
Well, I found a little chest. Oh, with a fairy needle?
Oh, yeah. Matt, I'm in a new area if you want to come to me. I don't know if you are or not as well.
Alright, one sec. There's a statue above me?
Going.
What is that? It's like a big white statue on the map.
Alright, this has got to be correct. There's a guy with 2 spears that's really giving me the what for.
Coming. Behind you.
Alright, there we go.
There's an arrow guy.
The work?
Alright, come join me at the checkpoint, and then help me fuck this boss.
Okay.
Now we're just yes men.
That's what I would call myself.
Yeah. Yep. Danny the yes man.
That's me.
That's why when I read the comments and they're like, Charlie's surrounded by yes men, I'm like, you've clearly never met Danny.
Oh, that was sick.
That was so fucking
Oh, he's taking out his own dudes.
Yeah, they're not friends.
Maybe he's our friend.
I think he's just really mad.
Yeah, I don't think he's our friend.
He got downvoted on Reddit.
He's coming as well.
Okay, oh my god. Oh my god, he's taking my lunch money in this corner.
The voice acting when you do the ritual move is so fucking cool.
I need some help.
Oh boy.
I got him.
Okay. Boss man's on me.
Thanks, Big Tuna. I'm back in the fight. Oh, did you see Big Baller Brands getting sued for $220 million, actually?
Wait, why?
One of the co-founders is suing them.
Interesting.
I was going up to his next platform.
Mm-hmm. I'm going under him.
Go get him.
We got it. That's free. So easy. Oh my god!
Wretched
Why are
skull.
we so good at this game?
It's just disgusting how good we are at gaming. Give me that trait point.
That was actually, when they
boss
reached
was
out
cool.
about the sponsorship, they said, we've never seen better players at our game.
Yeah, you guys have to play more so we can
We're
learn.
begging you.
Better be good.
I kind of do want to do the gas giant though. That might be nice for more status effect shit.
I bet it is.
Do you want to do it since aren't you doing a melee build?
Yeah, I'll try the gas giant.
Okay, I'm gonna try the spears. Okay, yep, that's I can't because it's the.
I was about to say you can't put that on the
I just remembered, yeah, I can't do it on the Enigma. I looked at the mutator. Well, wasted that. Didn't need it anyway. Nothing this way.
There's a little, I think, area this way we could go. Back toward the castle. Palace of the One True King.
Oh, I can't believe they put OTK in this game.
Yeah.
Did I
Oh,
just?
there's a door.
Isn't that? Wait.
Oh.
That can't be right.
What?
Why would there be a door so close?
I was wondering the same thing.
I'm gonna go up these stairs.
Oh, you're going in an offshoot. Alright, I'll go straight.
Yeah, I'm trying to maximize our.
This looks like an important room. Also, it's very cool.
I'm coming.
I'm in a library right now. This is where the fucking nerds hang out. Get me out.
I'm gonna wait to walk in here because I feel like something might trigger.
Did he go left?
Oh, wait, this is huge. Whichever one of you found the blood book medallion just allowed me to open this secret door.
Oh, hell yeah, that was me.
Here comes a purple for you.
I think
Brace.
he went the other way. Yeah, he went that way.
Hope you're ready to smile.
Oh, it's a relic.
Paper heart. That's always been my nickname.
Heals up to
100%
100% of current health.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I'm just going through. Oh, there's like a big, stupid head guy.
Here we go.
There's no way he's the one true king. He's too goofy. Maybe like the first bullied man.
That's gotta be the one true king.
Yeah, what do you mean on the throne?
He's got stupid head though. How could you ever bow to this guy?
He's like Megamind.
Yeah, man's afflicted with dumb head disease.
He's massive.
Oh, what are you gonna say?
I'm gonna
Calm
give
down, big boy.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him some attitude here.
Yep.
Scratching at the foot of a god and king. You would be
Thanks,
dead
Arisa Bark.
already were your feeble delusions of grandeur not faintly amusing.
I said one thing. What are you talking about, man? And you didn't even laugh.
To show your king due.
You're not my king. I didn't vote for you.
This is a democracy in Lawsome after all.
I have killed insects like you for less. My packs are adorned with such humorous, putrid, disgusting, traitorous.
Hey man, we're just
But you're not so great yourself.
Yeah, he's having such a bad temper tantrum.
We get to pick. See, we do get to vote.
Thanks, Marie.
I love the
Lay it
two-party
on
system.
Yeah. It's just.
Yeah.
This is how they're polling for the U.S.
Do you want to be woke? Or do you want... Imagine.
Playing the lesser god.
That's basically we get to fight him or another boss.
Yeah, I think so.
Here and now. Which will it be?
Oh god.
Why would we take your side? You just yelled at us for no reason.
Yeah. Sounds like a lot. Sounds like a lot of hassle. Let's fight.
I know how badly you want to fight him right now.
I'm already fighting him like mentally. I'm roasting him in my head.
Let's run it.
Let's fuck him up.
Make your peace.
They'll put a statue of District 8 hospital helper in his place.
Oh.
I shall not sully my throne with your unworthy blood.
Oh, he's gonna teleport us to his mad dimension.
Oh, he's huge.
He's not that big actually. He's like Webinyama size.
That means he's easy to hit.
Wait, that sword was so cool. It's just laying there. Can I have
Oh,
it?
that guy's still kind of alive.
Oh god.
He can help us.
Yeah. Unchain him.
Quick, tell me what to do. Is this one of his weapons? Yep.
Oh my
That's
god.
that's fire. That's a cool
That's
weapon.
so cool.
You remember that boss we ran around the bus for like 20 hours fighting?
Yeah.
That boss was so hard.
That boss was brutal. Also, his head looks like a golf tee.
It's a rock.
Or like a train what is it? Train spike?
Yeah, spike.
Holy
Okay, so you want to roll through that smack, I think.
Okay, he's really mixing up the timing on that puppy.
Oh, you staggered him?
Staggered? Wait, we did massive damage to him?
It's gotta be.
Ooh, I didn't expect that.
I'm coming, Danny.
Wait, he's got me all wobbly. He hit me with like a drunk beam. The bone saw is shredding him.
Wait, die. One shot.
What? No way. Wait. We just fucking melted him.
I think we're too good for the middle difficulty now.
Yeah, we went
We're
too.
probably very overpowered.
Yeah, we went too far on the highest difficulty.
It is funny after only playing this game on Nightmare, how how smooth Veteran feels.
True.
That fight would have taken us like 10 days, I think.
I'm gonna guess on Nightmare, yeah, that fight would have been...
Does it add a boss mechanic?
Well, another thing we have to remember is on our Nightmare run, we also got the worst possible affixes combination. Even one of the developers said that in the chat. Because we got double health and also more damage the more damage you do to them. So like they hit harder as you do more. We got
nuts.
Yeah, we got really bad affixes on our run. Those are not the worst. What is the worst then? Because the double health one is legitimately one of the worst because it makes them significantly spongier. And we had one more. I don't remember the other one though.
The one that we had,
the one that it gets stronger the lower the health or whatever.
Yeah, that's the one we had with the big tongue guy that would throw the bodies around. I don't remember what we had for the other ones.
It was the super. Well, the affixes apply to like every boss. So it was the
the Monarch.
Whoa.
Wait, what?
Homing rounds build influence. It turns you into a content creator. After 10 years, it's finally concluded. The Attack on Titan series finale just aired last night. And as I've mentioned in the past, this is one of the only shows I've ever watched week by week as it aired during its seasons. It started when I was a young virgin male in college going through my own mysterious anime character phase where I have no doubt I frightened all of my peers into thinking I was some unhinged psychopath. And now a decade later I've shed that skin. I'm no longer a young virgin male. I'm an elder sexual deity. Man, what a journey it's been. You're not going to believe me, but I was actually able to avoid all of the spoilers for this ending, which is no easy task. That's like trying to dodge the rain during a thunderstorm. But I did it, and I deserve to be knighted for that achievement. There were so many people that were trying to spoil this for everybody. Just a lot of people shaking their fist, bah humbug, I didn't like the manga ending, so now I want to make sure everyone who only watches the anime is ruined for it. And douchey, of course, but not unexpected. It happens all the time. I did not know the ending, luckily. All I knew is that there were a ton of people that were extremely dissatisfied with the way that it wrapped up in the manga. And that, of course, made me very worried about how the anime would stick the landing, or if it would just fumble and flop like a lot of other anime endings. But I'm happy to say that this was a beautifully fitting ending. I don't think it was perfect. There are still a few criticisms I have of it, but overall I think it is an incredibly strong finish to what I believe is a masterpiece of a show. Not just a masterpiece of anime, a masterpiece of a show in general. I really hold this series in high regard, and I am so satisfied with the way that it completes itself here. And it makes me wonder, what the fuck went wrong in the manga? Was the community just smoking on stupid juice or something? On that Scooby-Doo dick kush? I don't understand exactly what they didn't like about the ending, because I went back and checked. Apparently the ending in the manga is pretty similar to the ending in the anime that just aired, only the anime had a couple of tweaks, a couple of additions, and a few minor adjustments, but nothing major. The story beats are still, for the most part, the same from what I can tell. So why were people pissing and shitting over the manga ending? It's a good, satisfying conclusion. The only theory I can formulate up here in my smooth little brain is that people just wanted a 100% happy ending where everyone wins, it's all sunshine and rainbows, and the world is perfect. And that would never be the case in a series like this. If they did go that direction with a happy ending, it would ruin Attack on Titan. It would run counter to everything that this series has propped up and framed. And I am so glad they didn't take that easy cop-out method, because they did have a chance. With the way, I don't want to get into spoilers here, but they did have the opportunity to just pull their punch and say, actually everyone's okay, everything's great, happy ending, wee, woo. And I'm so glad they didn't do that. This is not a story that deserved a happy ending. This is one that needed a grim but hopeful ending. Something the show has driven home time and time again. That no matter what you do, there will always be conflict, but there can also always be hope. And I love the way that they finish on that note. You can boil it down even simpler into basically, war never changes. Humans are just predisposed to it. No matter how large the conflict is, no matter how great the resolution is, or how long the period of peace is, it's only a matter of time until the cycle starts over again, which is what the post-credits scene alludes to in the finale as well. I just think it is a beautiful, beautiful piece. I think it is an extraordinary work. Now, I do want to talk about it, but I don't want to give too many spoilers, but there's no way I can talk about it without at least slapping my feet around in the spoiler pool. I can't tiptoe around a lot of the things I want to talk about, so this is your spoiler warning here. Proceed with caution, bitch. So, anyway, everything this show has done up till this point, I think has been executed perfectly. The slow transition of Eren from the hero everyone roots for with a very simple shonen goal of I want to kill every Titan so the world is safe, and to take an idea that simple of I want to kill every Titan so the world and my friends are safe, and to morph it into what he's become here with basically a genocidal maniac is so incredibly risky, but done so well that I think it is probably the best example I've ever seen of a hero falling from grace. And the way the finale handles this character, Eren Yeager, it blew my mind. So, this entire last season, leading up to this as well, Eren has become kind of like this cold, calculating monster who's going to destroy the entire world so that way his friends are safe and the people he cares about are safe. He deduces the only way to keep his people alive is by killing everybody else, basically. So that way, there's no one left, thus there's no war, there's no one to attack them anymore. And at its core, that is the exact same idea he had when he was a child. Kill all the Titans. But over time, it changes into kill everyone, because it's the only way to keep the people I care about safe. He is still a raging child, fundamentally, with the same goals. And in the finale, we finally get to see him, without the mask on. He no longer has that facade of being a stoic, uncaring menace. We get to see him break down, cry, and we get the whole kit and caboodle. When Armin talks to him, Eren reveals that he is still just a fucking idiot that found a lot of power. He even says that word. He says he is a garden variety idiot who fell into a lot of power. And the only answer he has to any of the problems in the world is rage. He says that he is a slave to freedom. He can't escape his very nature, which is just a dumb idiot whose only answer to anything is violence. He never changed. He has always been a kid, basically, who is having a temper tantrum, but he gets so much power that that temper tantrum changes the entire world. And I've seen a bit of criticism over that scene, like, why would Eren start crying? This goes so against his character. And it's like you're not even watching the show, or you're watching it with just your brain turned off and clapping at all the flashy animation. Like, this is very in line with his character from the very beginning. He is the only character in this show that just doesn't change at all. His number one priority in the world was the protection and safety of his friends, but he even admits in the finale that he got so lost and his brain so messed up from all of this power that he wasn't even sure if his friends were going to survive, to which he had so much regret. But one thing that I found extremely interesting here, and I can't help but draw a mirror to my favorite anime, well, what was my favorite anime, I think Attack on Titan is now going to be my favorite, because I really do think they did nail the ending, Code Geass. Code Geass ends, this is big spoilers, Code Geass ends with our main character Lelouch being the ultimate villain, the biggest villain the world has ever seen, and he allows a symbol of hope to kill him. It was all part of his plan. Him and his best friend Suzaku, who is now wearing the original disguise of Zero, who becomes a symbol of hope, stabs Lelouch publicly in front of everyone, killing him, thus ending the evil, this cycle of hatred. Right then and there, hope prevails, and Zero is the hero, basically. In Attack on Titan, Eren had a similar motive that he unveils to Armin at the end. He wanted to be the ultimate evil, which he was. He destroyed 80% of humanity in the fucking rumbling, literally trampling them under his feet. And he wanted Armin and Mikasa, all of them, to kill him so that they would be the heroes. They would be the most important people in history because they stopped Eren Yeager, the ultimate destroyer. And I just thought that was so beautiful. And it draws an obvious comparison to the way Code Geass ends, in my opinion. But I really think they fucking nailed that concept. And it's not like it came out of nowhere. That does feel like something Eren would want to do. And then when he gets all of this power, he mentions that his mind is scrambled. It's a mess. Because with the power he has, he sees the past and the future all happening simultaneously. And it leads to him basically being this puppet master that makes sure that the future plays out the way that he's experiencing it in his head. And he says he's tried so many times to change things, but it always plays out exactly the same. It's a really interesting explanation for how things work, but it does bring me to a criticism I have of it. The way they execute this exposition, I think, is way too jumpy. They jump all over the place abruptly. So it happens during a very climactic moment in the finale, and then it immediately starts jumping to start piecing together the puzzle of what the fuck is actually happening in terms of Eren's motivation, in terms of Ymir, in terms of everything overarching in the world, how it all takes form and shape. And I don't really like how much it jumps around. I think there definitely could have been a smoother way of doing it, so that way it wouldn't be as convoluted. Of course, it was always going to be a little complicated because of just how big the story is with so many moving parts. But I think by having it jump from different time periods, like Armin and Eren as kids, and now all of a sudden here's an alternate reality that could have happened with Mikasa and Eren, instead of just jumping all over the place, if they had just streamlined that a little bit more to feed you these explanations, I think it would have just gone over better and would have led to a little bit less confusion. But it's not the biggest deal in the world. It's actually very aesthetically pleasing, and it's pretty beautiful, a lot of the places they revisit while doing this exposition. But I just think that it led to a little more confusion than it needed to. Now, while I do think it is a little hard to follow with all the jumpiness, what they actually deliver is extraordinary. So I mentioned that alternate timeline with Mikasa and Eren, and I think that is such an important thing that a lot of people are overlooking. So basically what happened in one timeline, Mikasa confessed her love to Eren, and it causes him to abandon the rumbling, no longer going scorched earth, and instead the two run away to a cabin to spend the last 4 years of Eren's life together. And what this showcases is that, well, Eren obviously saw what has and will happen, but Mikasa confessing her love is enough to get him to not go through with it. But by not going through with it, it doesn't stop death, destruction, and ruin from happening. It still happens, but Eren's not the one doing it, it's Marley. The choice was basically Eren commit genocide and save the people that he cares about, or do nothing, go live with Mikasa in a cabin, and let Marley commit genocide, and now the people he cares about are the victims. And they prop up so many mirrors to previously very important moments in the show during these sequences, and it's so unbelievably fucking beautiful and well done. It really is. But the important thing that this sequence highlights is that Mikasa not confessing her love to Eren is what allows him to go through with the rumbling, but he only ever had two choices, basically. Either he commits genocide or Marley, and the thing that basically decides that is whether or not Mikasa tells him that she loves him. So it just highlights the importance of her keeping her feelings to herself, because then Eren goes through with this plan. I don't want to get hung up just breaking down each incredible scene here, but I'll go ahead and summarize. I think what Attack on Titan has done is something incredibly special that puts it up there with probably one of my favorite stories ever told in general. Again, this isn't just exclusive to anime, this is one of my favorite stories ever told. And the anime from start to finish, I think, encapsulates everything beautifully. Even if you just like action, Attack on Titan delivers in a big way. The finale has some of the best action sequences in the entire show. In the finale, while they're fighting on the back of Eren, there's every other generation of Titan that's ever really existed, pretty much, getting thrown into the mix and fighting off our characters to protect them. It's really great fighting. It's beautifully animated. They didn't cut any corners. I love that. But it's more than just action. Attack on Titan just offers a really thought-provoking piece in a very, very beautifully constructed world filled with interesting characters. I love what they've done with it. And also the music to accompany everything from the very beginning of the show has been extraordinary, top notch. In the finale, it's the same. Great soundtrack. It's just such banger, boner jam after boner jam. I think Attack on Titan is probably my favorite anime now. It's able to dethrone Code Geass, which has been my favorite for a very long time, but I am comfortable in saying that now at the very top for me is Attack on Titan. It's a show that means a lot to me. Again, this is one of the only shows I've ever watched like week by week as it's aired during its seasons, and now that it's concluded, it feels a little weird. Knowing that there's not going to be Attack on Titan, the final season, part 3.5, final chapters, part 1 of the final series, or whatever other wild naming scheme they would have come up with, it feels like a little upsetting. I've never really had that feeling of when you finish a really good series where you're like left a little upset about it. But now I get it. Like, seeing that this is concluded now is bittersweet, because I think it's a great, fitting, beautiful ending to an extraordinary show. But damn, you just always want more, I guess. But yeah, overall, I think this is a must-watch. I really do. I think even if you're not an anime fan, Attack on Titan is an absolute must-watch series. It's so fucking good, and I'm extremely pleased with the ending. I don't know what all the hubbub was about with the manga ending. Maybe they really made some missteps somewhere in there, but whatever missteps there were in the manga, they are not present in the anime. I can say that with confidence. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Right now, SSSniperWolf is a lot like the aliens on the Buzz Lightyear ride at Disney World, just getting blasted. Every single corner of the internet is coming together to talk about the SSSniperWolf situation and the doxing against a fellow YouTuber, Jax Films. From the surface to the shadowy underbelly of the internet, everyone is discussing it. YouTubers, Redditors. If Yahoo Answers still existed, there'd be 50 threads about this by now. I mean, it is everywhere. It's remarkable how big it's become. I'll give you the brief nutshell on it in case you don't know what I'm referring to, but I know you do. If you're watching this video right now on the internet, you are at least loosely familiar with who she is and what she just did, because she just broke one of the 10 commandments of being online. She took an internet dispute into the god-forsaken wasteland we call the corporeal dimension, the real world. Wake the fuck up, samurai. Usually internet beef is just served up medium rare online, but she served this beef medium dare you to commit a crime. Man, that shit was lame. But kind of like Dr. Seuss rhyming that one, actually, kind of fire. But what I'm saying is, what started is just Jax Films making fun of SSSniperWolf for her content and pointing out that what she's doing is bad, escalated into her being so upset about it that she found his address, went to his address, posted it on her Instagram, not the address per se, but just posted his house on her Instagram, bragging about it, saying, you know, it's time we talk it out like adults. Which, of course, is the furthest thing from talking it out, unless, of course, you're an unhinged lunatic. This is just senseless yapping to try and justify what she did here. You can't do that. It's borderline criminal. So she posted it, 5 million of her Instagram followers to see, which of course made Jax Films and his wife feel very unsafe in their home. And since then, she hasn't said anything about it. I think it's only a matter of time before she makes an apology video. It's really just an if instead of, nope. The expression is, it's a matter of when instead of if. I think it's inevitable. The only thing that remains to be seen is where it's going to rank on the YouTuber apology tier list. So that's the only question I have left about that. But this is only the beginning of a really bad week for SSSniperWolf. She's having a worse week than King Kong fans right now with the release of the worst fucking game of the year, Rise of Kong. She also had a lot of people digging through her catalog of content, and they found something very not good. Very, weird, let's say. I can't show you anything here because I think there is a chance that it's completely against YouTube's terms. It's her encouraging some seemingly underage individuals to do some degenerate acts on video, and the way she encouraged them was almost like a wager you'd see out of a bad Brazzers film. She wagered her tits, saying that if these underage-looking individuals did what she asked them to do, she'd show tits. This was a video back in like 2014. They do it, and then one of the kids' moms walks in. It's like, very fucking odd, awful shit. And this is just another, alarming thing that SSSniperWolf has in the backlog of her lore. As I was rendering this video, people found another seemingly illegal, potentially, piece of content that SSSniperWolf has on her channel. In this video, she's talking to strangers on Omegle, and then she meets this girl who says that she's 16, and then agrees to show each other their boobs, and the 16-year-old flashes the camera, which SSSniperWolf does censor, but that doesn't make it okay. I'm pretty sure that's still illegal. You can't just have an underage person being sexual on video and then just say, hey, wait a minute, Buster, it's fine because it's censored. It's like, what the fuck? And the video is still up right now. And in the whole clip, it's not like there was some just kidding, not actually 16, actually in my 20s. There was nothing like that. After that happens, SSSniperWolf just said that, she's fake like her or whatever, and then disconnects. So it really seems like she just had a minor flash the camera on a YouTube video. It's fucking crazy. Now I'm going to go ahead and mention something I've seen a few comments talking about to explain what actually happened in this clip here, and I don't know if this is like the SSSniperWolf Defense Squadron operating under DEFCON protocol, so they're in full force trying to figure out any way of explaining this really awful shit, but I'm going to go ahead and share this anyway just to be complete with the subject. There's some people saying that that wasn't actually a 16-year-old, it was a bot that was just spamming the chat, and SSSniperWolf was like reacting to it, knowing it was a bot, knowing it wasn't an actual 16-year-old, and that the person, the girl in the video clip, was just a like cam model or something that's supposed to drive people to some kind of cam site. I don't know enough about Omegle to know if that's something that happens, but regardless, this is still an extremely concerning clip. But rest assured, SSSniperWolf fans, there's still one entity still very much on the side of SSSniperWolf, and that's YouTube. This is the update I want to give today. It wasn't so much just going over like where everything's at here. It's YouTube's response to all this, because it is so big, and doxing is, it's borderline criminal, of course. What would YouTube's response be? They have cracked down on that kind of activity very hard in the past. So obviously, most people were expecting some kind of action to be taken. It's just wondering what. So far, they've only made like vague references to it or vaguely talked around it. There hasn't been any kind of statement from them about what they plan to do about this situation, aside from a couple of tidbits that they've talked about that seem to indicate that they're not going to do anything. But I don't think anything's 100% confirmed as like this is the path they're taking. But they have publicly made this tweet in the midst of all this. Would it be too meta to do a reaction video to a reaction video? Which is such a lame fucking ChatGPT generated tweet. That is like the most how do you do fellow kids shit ever, and comes at the worst possible time because SSSniperWolf is a reactor to TikTok content and all that, so clearly this is very poorly timed, unless of course this is their way of like trying to show support for SSSniperWolf, which it very well could be. They have made a lot of tweets about her, all very positive. In fact, this whole situation between Jax Films and SSSniperWolf really started catching fire when YouTube themselves made a tweet saying, "Where does SSSniperWolf get her ideas?" And then they also made another one talking about how, like, SSSniperWolf is our turbo super creator of the year. Unbelievable. So just like these very, very positive, pumping their fist SSSniperWolf fan tweets. This one, of course, got community noted. For additional context, it needs to be known that this tweet was written in the wake of a controversy regarding a reaction YouTuber, SSSniperWolf, who recently leaked the personal information of a fellow creator on the platform, Jax Films, and then it cites one of the many sources. I almost can't help but be impressed and appreciate how bold this tweet from YouTube is here, though. To just drop this shit. Would it be too meta to react to a reaction video? Oh, like, they know this is going on. Like, they have loosely acknowledged the situation in a couple of tweets. Like, they know this is happening because everyone on the internet knows that this is happening right now. This is the hottest shit there is. This shit is leaving the toilet bowl steaming. It's so hot. They can't be oblivious to it. But whatever ghoul is running this account must be really kept isolated in some kind of sensory deprivation tank, cut off from the rest of the world, and forced to just occasionally drop a bad tweet, because there is just some crazy disconnect here to think that this tweet was a good idea. Because I really don't believe that what they're trying to do with this is, slyly, hey, SSSniperWolf's pretty fucking awesome, right? Like in the middle of this, I don't think they'd be that dumb. I don't think they'd be that stupid. I really think this is just like a poorly timed bad tweet from them. Of course, I have no evidence to corroborate that theory. It's just me here thumbing my ass, just speculating. It's at the end of the day, it's just a game theory. I just really don't believe that they would be so bold to just, in the middle of this, give like a big nod to SSniperWolf. The entire internet is waiting on bated breath to see what they're going to do. Jax Films is calling for like demonetization or like even deplatforming because of the severity of the rule breaking. A lot of other people are rallying behind those things as well. The bare minimum people are looking to see is some kind of punishment issued to SSniperWolf here in order to, prove to the community that YouTube isn't playing favorites when it comes to their most extreme rules. And I don't think that's an unreasonable request to just want to know, what are you going to do about it, YouTube? Because this is a big deal, and this is something that other creators in the past have gotten big trouble for. So why would SSniperWolf get a pass on that? And if she does, can you explain why? Right? Like, there'd have to be a reason for it. I think the obvious reason would be she brings in so much money to the platform, and YouTube loves her so much that they wouldn't ever take action against her even if she went on camera and slit the throat of 5 puppies. But just communicate what you're going to do here. Like, I don't think this is a situation that would take a super long time for them to decide what they're going to do. So I'm kind of under the assumption that they're not going to do anything about it. They might make another more direct acknowledgement of it, but they'll probably just be a more slap on the wrist. But again, I'm just spitballing here based on YouTube's past, because there is favoritism on the platform, as there is on every other platform. YouTube's no exception there, and I think it's pretty clear that she's going to get some kind of special treatment when it comes to this rule breaking, which really sucks. And like, the damage is very much done to Jax Films and his wife. As he mentioned, they don't really feel safe in their home anymore, which is totally understandable. She dumped a picture of their house for all of her 5 million followers to see. And on Instagram, I think the followers there are going to be a degree higher in terms of their support of SSniperWolf than like her YouTube audience. Like, I think those are going to be where the super fans are, and they probably fucking hate Jax Films, and now they have this. It makes sense why he'd feel unsafe. I mean, it's a pretty evil thing to do. And I wouldn't be surprised if she got even more diabolical with it and turned his house into like a Pokemon Go stop or something. Like, really just trying to put their location out there as best she could. And she did make another post that Jax Films also made a tweet about, where she was poking fun at this situation lightly, saying like, we pull up to your house, what would you do? Which is so unbelievably tone deaf that she doesn't understand the severity of what she did. The whole situation is fucked. I just wanted to give a little update here because it's already been like 5 days. So that's where everything's at. I guess we'll continue to wait and see what YouTube will or will not do. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Today we're going to be talking about a pure evil YouTuber that was just arrested for some truly heinous stuff. This is not a goofy topic at all. This is going to take that smile off of your face faster than if you had watched a James Corden clip. This is the story about Ruby Frank of the very popular parental advice / parenting blogger / family YouTube channel 8 Passengers, which is already a really creepy name, by the way. 8 Passengers does sound like some kind of cult. 8 Passengers sounds like the title to a horror movie. And unfortunately, that's not far off, because the woman behind this YouTube channel, Ruby Frank, is basically a monster out of a horror film. Ruby Frank and her business partner, Jody Hildebrandt, were arrested this week, and they're being charged with 6 counts of child abuse. Now, Ruby wasn't alone with the 8 Passengers YouTube channel. Her husband, Kevin, was also prominently featured in there as well. But for some reason, he's not mentioned in any of this right now, aside from a couple of mentions that he's just trying to keep the family together and help the children through this difficult time with Ruby being arrested. But I can't imagine a world where Kevin was somehow oblivious to all of the abuse the children suffered in that household. There's no way Kevin didn't know what was happening. Unless he's an absolute fucking lobotomite zombie, there's no way he didn't know what the children are being subjected to. I just can't imagine a single multiverse possibility that Kevin is squeaky clean in this situation, just totally innocent, had no idea what was happening to the kids in that house. Especially considering in 2020, Kevin was front and center fighting on the front lines to defend himself and his wife against abuse allegations, defending their parental style. I'll go into a bit more detail on that situation a bit towards the end of the video, but basically, some viewers were really concerned for the safety of the children based on what was being presented in some of the 8 Passengers videos, as well as what was being discussed, such as taking away one of the kids' food privileges, as well as one of the kids' bedroom privileges, and eventually they tried to get CPS involved, and CPS did get loosely involved, but the whole time Kevin was defending the actions that they had been taking with their parenting. So like, I don't believe that he didn't know about all of the abuse that was being suffered in that household by the children. But since right now it's only Ruby and Jody who have been arrested, I'll focus on them. They go over some of the stories and videos that she would proudly post on her channel, where she just openly admits, proudly, almost bragging, about torturing her children. She built a reputation as being a strict parent with a strict parental style, but strict is not the right word for it. This isn't like some kind of teacher that's like, hey class, settle down, no fishy business, we got work to do here. And this isn't even strict like, you know, your fucking basic training drill sergeant or anything. This, the way she treats her children is like the way prisoners are treated at Guantanamo Bay. She fucking posted a video where she was laughing about not feeding her daughter any food because she was punishing her. And she even said that she hopes nobody gives her daughter any food because if she did, then the lesson wouldn't be learned. She was starving her daughter as a means of punishment. And it only gets worse. I learned about this on stream, so I'm going to go ahead and show you some of the clips and go over some of the stories that were shared. I think it's important to mention that this was not some small obscure channel. The content they were posting wasn't just being banished to the Shadow Realm immediately with no eyes ever being on it, no one ever seeing it. This was a huge channel. 8 Passengers had 2.5 million subscribers. I know it's become somewhat of a trend in journalism to try and like clickbait headlines with things like famous TikToker arrested for DUI and jiggling butt cheeks to Doja Cat Say So on the side of the road. And you read that and it's very eye-catching because it's like, famous TikToker, oh shit, well who was it? And then you'll read the person's name in the article about the crime and then you'll check their TikTok page and it turns out they have 50 followers and all they do is speculate on anime power levels, and it's like, well, not exactly a famous TikToker, but it's 2023, so everyone has some kind of social media presence and journalists will oftentimes just connect it to that. So famous TikToker does this or famous Twitter shitposter does that, even though they're not exactly a famous TikToker or this and that. But in this case, it really is a famous YouTuber, a very large YouTube channel that gave tons of parental advice for a very long time, had a very successful family vlog, and then even went on with Jody Hildebrandt to start doing life coaching and general life advice. All the while, she'd been abusing her children the entire fucking time. I don't know, there's something about that picture that's super eerie. It reminds me of something out of like Midsummer. A Utah mother known for chronicling her strict parenting style was arrested after one of her children ran to a neighbor's house seeking help. Her channel name was 8 Passengers. They had 2.2 million subscribers. Ms. Frank hosted the now-defunct YouTube channel 8 Passengers, where she posted videos about her parenting approach with her 6 children, including refusing them food as a form of punishment. Wait, and she did this on YouTube?
My kids are literally starving. I hesitate to say this because it's going to sound like I'm like a mean barbarian, but I told the kids, I said, I'm not even going to let you eat breakfast until you get your chores done. The
red flags were all there. She was hiding in plain sight. that's actual torture. You can't do that. Miss Frank and Miss Hildebrandt were each charged on Friday with 6 counts of aggravated child abuse, according to the Washington County Attorney's Office. Each count carries a maximum sentence of 15 years in prison and a fine up to $10,000. According to the affidavit, Miss Frank's 12-year-old son, identified as RF, climbed out of a window of Miss Hildebrandt's home and went to a neighbor's house on Wednesday morning asking for food and water. The child had duct tape on his ankles and wrists as well as open wounds. He appeared to be emaciated and malnourished. This is some pure evil shit. The neighbor called the police, who then found Miss Frank's 10-year-old daughter, Eve, at Miss Hildebrandt's. She also appeared to be malnourished, the affidavit said. Both children were taken to the hospital. The boy was placed on a medical hold due to his deep lacerations from being tied up with rope and from his malnourishment, according to the affidavit. Oh my god. At one point, Miss Frank had 2.5 million subscribers to her channel, following the lives of her 6 children. In 2020, Chad Frank, then 15, told YouTube viewers in one family video that he had been sleeping on a beanbag for months and that he had lost his bedroom after playing a prank on his little brother. How did she get away with it for so long? If this was literally in their YouTube video. She, on camera in her TikTok or whatever, said that she denies her children food as a form of punishment, and then apparently one of the kids also revealed that he had lost bedroom privileges for months after playing a prank. How? How did this persist? This should have went straight to prison. Do not pass go. In one video recorded by Miss Frank and reposted to TikTok, she said her daughter Eve's teacher had called her to say Eve had come to school without lunch. Miss Frank said the teacher was uncomfortable with her being hungry, but that Eve was responsible for making her own lunch, and that the natural outcome is she is just going to be hungry. Hopefully nobody gives her food and nobody steps in and gives her a lunch, because then she's not going to learn from it. And this is all on video. She said this on video. How was CPS not alerted sooner? Oh, and apparently there was even a bunch of petitions from the community to try and get them taken down because it was actual evidence of child abuse. But it looks like none of that was taken seriously. We've been trying to tell the police and CPS for years about this, and so glad they finally decided to step up. Kids are safe, but there's a long road ahead. Oh, this was one of the children. Sherry Frank, now a junior at BYU, posted about her mother's arrest on Instagram saying, "Justice is being served." So one of the kids was trying to alert CPS and the police and they didn't do anything? How would you not trust one of the victims of it? Especially when there's so much documented evidence on their own fucking YouTube channel. Now, I mentioned on stream how surprising it was that this hadn't happened sooner when she openly posted content about some of the abuse she was inflicting upon her children. And it turns out a lot of the community that was aware of this channel was actively trying to get CPS involved, especially when it came to that beanbag incident where one of the children made it clear that they had been sleeping on a beanbag for an extended period of time because they had lost their bedroom due to that prank that they had played on one of the siblings. So CPS did get loosely involved at some point, but Ruby was somehow able to brush them off and nothing came from it somehow, which blows my mind because this isn't one of those situations with hindsight being 20/20. This isn't one of those things where you can just say, man, if we only knew then what we know now, we could have really helped them. Because this is so clear cut. This should have been a no-brainer that something was wrong. For an authority figure to look at any of these videos, it should have been a massive, alarming situation. Fucking sirens should have been blaring. The second that Ruby was proudly gloating, wiggling her finger, celebrating her incredible parenting of just depriving her children of food as a punishment, that should have been enough to get authorities involved and learn about what was actually happening here with the Ruby Frank household. It's super infuriating that this went on for as long as it did, when a lot of people did keep trying to push this forward to CPS to get them to take action, knowing that something was wrong and knowing what Ruby was posting about and saying was not okay. It's not strict parenting, it's actual abuse. By every possible definition. This is not something where it's builds character, toughen up, sport, rub some dirt in it. You're not getting breakfast. In fact, You're also not getting your bedroom. It's going to put some hair on your chest. You're going to learn something today. You know, it's not anything like that. It's fucking abuse. This isn't parenting. I can't believe that it went on for so long. I'm happy now finally something is being done, but I feel fucking horrible for the kids in this situation that they'd been let down not only by the person that's supposed to care for them more than anyone else in the world, their mother, but they were also let down by the authorities that are supposed to be trying to help them in an emergency situation. It shouldn't have taken this long. Ruby's sisters also have hundreds of thousands of followers, so they posted an Instagram statement that said, "For the last 3 years, we have kept quiet on the subject of our sister, Ruby Frank, for the sake of her children. Behind the public scene, we have done everything we could to try and make sure the kids were safe. We wouldn't feel right about moving forward with regular content without addressing the most recent events. Once we do, we will not be commenting on it further. Ruby was arrested, which needed to happen. Jody was arrested, which needed to happen. The kids are now safe, which is the #1 priority." I've just got to say that statement of "we kept quiet for the last 3 years for the sake of the children" doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, because keeping quiet wasn't helping the children. They were being abused, and if you were aware of that, how the fuck would being quiet somehow help them? How is that doing everything you can behind the scenes to keep them safe? That's doing nothing. That is literally the Simpsons meme of "we've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas." Now, I guess it's possible they didn't know the extent of the abuse that the children were suffering, but even still, if you were aware of children being abused in any capacity, you should have been doing everything in your power to get the kids out of that situation. Being quiet doesn't get them out of the situation. That doesn't do anything to actually save them or keep them safe. You should have made a lot of noise and kept going to authorities over and over again, gathering as much evidence as possible to try and help those kids. And maybe they were. Like, this is, again, just a very short statement, so maybe they were, but them saying that they kept quiet for 3 years to keep them safe, it doesn't compute. Because that's not keeping the kids safe, that's keeping them locked in that prison with the monster. Now, as was mentioned by one of the daughters, there was a lot of attempts to get police and CPS involved that just didn't work. So it is possible that perhaps the sisters here were actively trying to do that and kept trying to get authorities involved unsuccessfully. It's just that saying you kept quiet for 3 years it really isn't clicking with me. I don't know why you would be quiet for 3 years if you were actively working to keep the kids safe. Let's imagine that one of the kids wasn't lucky enough to break free and escape through a window and get help from someone nearby. They'd still be tied up right now in that house, and you would still be being quiet. This fucking ridiculous silence is golden strategy didn't help the kids. The only person it helped was your sister, because it allowed her to keep abusing those children for 3 more years. And the only reason this even came crumbling down and she finally got arrested is because one of them broke free, covered in deep lacerations, and was able to get help so they could all be saved. Had that not happened, you would still be quiet and those kids would still be suffering. I know I'm getting pretty heated here, but this story is just infuriatingly evil. I am happy that Ruby and Jody have been arrested. I hope they get the absolute maximum sentence here. But I do still think there's other people that knew what was happening in that household that should also face very severe punishment for allowing that to happen and continue happening for as long as it did. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this. That's about it. See ya. So I wanted to start with this story. I haven't watched this yet. I've only read the cliff notes. There's a gym owner who owns a for females only gym, I believe. Yeah, 24-hour gym for females. And he has been caught red-handed, pants down, basically, with a camera in the woman's bathroom. And he's defending himself here in a statement trying to explain away why it's there. And I haven't watched the interview, so I'm pretty excited to see what his explanation could be. I wonder if he's going to try and take it on the chin and be like, I put it there. What are you going to do about it, huh? It's my gym. Or if he's going to be like, no, I got framed. Burglar broke in and installed a camera, dirty pervert. So let's see what kind of tactic he chooses.
I suspected someone of stealing from me. I spent some time. I'm part of their family.
Let me just stop you right there. So you suspect they steal from you. But why do you put the camera in the bathroom? If you have like a really strong suspicion, you could kind of just like confront them on it. I don't think you need to gather locker room evidence and keep a camera installed there for it. Also, what are they stealing from the gym? Dumbbells? I feel like there's not a whole lot of contraband. I guess maybe snacks? Like, there's not a whole lot that you could really take from a gym. Easily, that is. You could just wait for them after you have a suspicion and then, like, confront them and check their bag or something.
I confronted them directly about it.
Nice.
They denied it.
Okay.
I had 99% certainty it was them.
Why not just...
could have kicked them out.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
An absolute life-altering decision to put it there in the bathroom.
I still don't see how that really solves the problem. You could have just revoked their membership if you're 99% sure. You don't need to install a security camera in the woman's bathroom in order to get that extra 1% of certainty. For your own peace of mind, and for the sake of staying out of criminal charges, you could have just pulled the trigger and said, hey, look, I think you're stealing from me. I think you're lying. Please don't come back to the gym. You didn't need to have your security camera there as well. This all feels like a very convenient lie for why the security camera would be in the woman's bathroom.
And they arrived, and I said, this is my option, this is my opportunity to do it. At which point, the new member that had been here for 4 days instead goes in there.
Oh no.
Arrives at that earlier time before 5 o'clock. I thought to stop them. They find it, bring it to my attention.
So it wasn't even like a hidden camera or anything. This man just set up like a tripod or something with a camera in there, making it look like a Brazzers photo shoot. So he only had it up for a day. Very interesting. Not even a crafty peeping Tom, just a very egregious planting of a camera. There's no excuse. Well, obviously not, man. This guy's fishing for any crumb that he can drum together to explain why he puts a camera in the woman's locker room. He was better off saying they're stealing from other members. Oh, you should be his PR guy. You're right, that would have been a stronger position for him to take. I put it there for the safety of all the other women. We had a criminal amongst us, and I had to catch him. I did this for all of you, ladies. Now, which one of you is coming to my house tonight, Yeah, you were onto something with that one. Also, one thing I've always thought is kind of weird is when it's like a man behind a women's only facility, or rather a women focused facility. Like, it just feels weird to have this guy be the one behind 24-hour gym for females. I don't know if that's like only for women or not, but I feel like that's just kind of an odd thing to do. Like, that's kind of a red flag. I feel like that should be like, this is woman owned and operated and it's for women primarily, as opposed to having this guy kind of come in. It seems more like alarming to me, but maybe that's just me. I don't know, maybe I'm thinking too deeply on it now, in hindsight being 2020.
I am doing the same thing with the police when they arrive, at which point, due to my criminal past, everything that I've been through, I knew it was not going to look good. Yeah,
because it's not good.
Spoke to detectives the next day.
What's his criminal past? Is that in the article here? God, Lord have mercy. Hopefully not sex crimes. So they had a search warrant to his residence where they found a ghost gun and misdemeanor quantity of testosterone. I know what they mean, but this is like a pretty cool statement. He had too much testosterone. They're coming for our testosterone, boys. Run and hide. I know what this is, though. I understand what this charge is. It just sounds silly. So he was charged with felon in possession of firearm, felon in possession of ammunition, and possession of an undetectable firearm, and was also charged with 2 misdemeanors of using an instrument to view an area of privacy and possession of testosterone. Possession of testosterone, such a cool charge. Again, I know exactly what they're referring to, but fuck me, it sounds cool. He had 7 previous convictions for various crimes, including drug charges, public intoxication, DUI, prowling between 2006 and 2008. All the convictions were purged from his record in 2018. So they clarified that he was only charged with recording in a place of privacy surreptitiously. What the fuck is that word? Surreptitiously? He was not charged in a crime for sexual gratification. Henry Cavill might get 20 to life for his testosterone levels. Oh, he's possessing too much testosterone, you're right. He's not leaving enough testosterone for the rest of us. He should be charged.
And so, why speak now?
Now that there's been a determination of no images or photography of any non-consensual nature, now that I have people who really count on me wondering if I'm someone to do something like this, and now that I'm just no longer wanting to take only legal advice, I want to speak freely, because I just feel like this is what I need to do.
I don't know, man. It just seems highly unlikely that anyone's this stupid. To put a camera in the woman's bathroom in order to catch someone stealing less than $400 from you? I don't think so. I think he had a great lawyer, is what it sounds like to me. You'd have to be criminally stupid to think that that's a good idea. Like, legitimately. Basically saying he wasn't beating his meat watching women. Surreptitiously means in secret. Ah. He just found out that's illegal. Your Honor, you haven't taken into account that I didn't know I couldn't do this. You're free to go.
I spent so much time creating a place that was security and reprieve from life's craziness. And this has made it to where this place is now felt as the most uncomfortable and most violating place to be. And I am...
Yeah, interesting how that works when you put a camera in the bathroom. Fascinating. Again, I don't know if I necessarily buy into the, I don't necessarily buy the testosterone he's peddling here about how he just did this because he was trying to catch a thief. I really struggle to come to terms with the reality where someone doesn't realize you can't put a fucking camera in the woman's bathroom, or any bathroom for that matter. Like, I feel like everybody has to know that. Oh, well here, this actually goes into what was stolen. He told the Tribune around June he discovered some of his personal grooming products were missing from the vanity in one of the bathrooms. He said he stored teeth whitening gel, tanning foam, and a tanning glove, and $180 worth of face serum beneath the sink in a place that he felt was clear it was not for public use. Why would you store it there, though? If it was getting taken, like, I truly believe they just didn't know that it wasn't for, like, communal use. Why would you be storing your personal grooming products in your women's only gym restroom? What is that logic? Oh, he placed a GoPro in the bathroom. Corrigan said he discussed what to do with one of his closest employees and his ex-girlfriend and ultimately decided to place a GoPro in the bathroom facing the vanity. Why would you ask your ex-girlfriend for advice on how to handle this? This seems like a sabotage from her, like, getting in his ear. No, Corrigan. GoPro in the women's bathroom. It's the only way. Is to get back at him. Yeah, GoPro's not exactly the most discreet or anything. Man just fucking posted that shit up. He situated it at a 45-degree angle on top of a mop bucket left by his janitor, ensuring it was pointed at the vanity without the toilet in frame. He said he did not put a memory card in the camera and did not have it on a setting where it stored recordings or photos to a cloud-based system. What the fuck? He just placed it on top of a mop bucket? How would he think someone wouldn't see that? He may as well have just set up a tripod. He honestly may have well just set up a tripod and tried to play it off like, oh my god, I was filming TikToks in that bathroom earlier and just forgot it. He said he put it on live view setting where he had to be within 30 feet of the camera to view the feed. He said he planned to only view it when his friend was in the gym. Okay. He seems very remorseful in this video, but I think that's mainly because he knows his goose is cooked. Like, this is a pretty indefensible thing. His business is going to shut down. I can't imagine... Well, I don't know if it will or not, but I can't imagine any women are going to feel safe going there again. You have the gym owner putting a fucking GoPro in your bathroom. Let's just... assume that he's being honest and he's just so stupid to catch a thief that he would do that. That's still a pretty dangerous person to be around. To someone that dumb. That would be unsafe. So I feel like any of his clients or any women that are looking for a gym membership would steer clear from this place, rightfully so, as a result. Well, well, well. What a day. This was quite a shocking twist here, like a Darman climax. We had YouTube finally issue a statement on what they're doing about the SSSniperWolf doxing situation, and we had SSSniperWolf herself, the life of the party, come forward and make an apology post. And what a wacky ride it's been. And in the wise, timeless words of Captain Barbossa, you best start believing in cringe stories. You're in one. Because this is an absolute fucking headache. I know I don't really need to give you any kind of lore breakdown to bring you up to speed because of how huge this story's become, but it just doesn't feel right if I don't at least set the table with some silverware, just in case you're a little hungry and don't know what's going on. So, the briefest bullet points. Jax Films is a huge YouTuber. He called out another huge YouTuber named SSSniperWolf for her reaction content to TikToks where she was basically just blatantly stealing it, not really transforming it, and he criticized her for it. He even made a whole channel dedicated to making fun of her and criticizing her for it further. So this led to this big stew of emotions and bad blood between the two of them. The stew bubbled over and started to spill when SSSniperWolf decided to dox Jax Films on her Instagram story where she showed up at his house and posted his house to her 5 million followers on Instagram, which obviously you can't do. That's a criminal act. SSniperWolf shows up at Jax Films' door like the fucking hash-slinging slasher here, trick-or-treating when she wasn't invited, and claims that she was just trying to talk it out like adults, even though this is not how adults handle any kind of situation. You can't just dox someone that you have beef with online. So the question then became, what is YouTube going to do about it? Because not only is this not allowed legally, it's not allowed on YouTube's terms, period. And historically, YouTube has been cutthroat with this kind of thing. They do not take doxing lightly. So it's been about a week, and YouTube has finally broken their silence on what they plan to do. And man, what a fucking stinker. Boy howdy, it would be less smelly in a porta potty. Take a peek at their tweet here. Today they spat this drivel out, confirming SSSniperWolf has received the temporary monetization suspension per creator responsibility policies. Off-platform actions that put others' personal safety at risk harm our community, and the behavior on both sides isn't what we want on YouTube. Hoping everyone helps move this convo to a better place. They actually just unironically dropped a both sides in this situation. That is one of those things where you read it and it's like a flashbang hits you, like all your senses go out and you have to question if what you just read was real. I don't even know how they were able to reach deep enough in their ass to pull out a both sides statement for this one. Like, what did he do wrong? I don't know why they're trying to make it sound like he's also guilty in this, or maybe even, somewhat responsible and to blame for how this played out, which is kind of how it reads, like they're fucking victim blaming him here. Like, what was his crime? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? This is democracy manifest. That's a classic Charles Doza line. I just had to slide in there. That just felt natural. But yeah, again, what did Jax Films do wrong? He is completely blameless here. There's no reason why they should be trying to make it sound like Jax Films did something wrong. His only crime was being alive, which gave her the means to target him. Like, I really can't wrap my head around how they could even make it seem like Jax Films is even remotely in the wrong here. If they're trying to say that the criticisms that he keeps tossing towards SSSniperWolf is unwarranted, so the behavior is unacceptable, then that's even more delusional, because there's nothing wrong with criticisms. There's nothing wrong with making fun of SSSniperWolf's content. He has literally done nothing that warrants any level of blame or warrants this kind of response from SSniperWolf to fucking dox him and publicly dox him and show up to his house. This was YouTube's chance for a big W here to finally prove they don't play favorites even with their most lucrative cash cows. This is one of those actions where it should have resulted in a harsh punishment, and YouTube had the opportunity to showcase, listen, we're gonna put the rumors to bed once and for all. There's no favoritism on this platform. We all play by the same rules. We all, put our pants on one leg at a time. SSniperWolf is getting punished for doxing. We don't take it lightly. But they didn't. They were extremely slow and very clearly extremely reluctant to take even the lightest bit of action against her. A temporary monetization suspension isn't the harshest punishment in the world. It is still a punishment, yes, but it's still more of like a slap on the wrist. We don't know how temporary it is. It could be like a fucking 10-hour monetary suspension. Like, this is actually the scene in SpongeBob. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Shuts the door. Okay, you're free to go. And it's like just 2 seconds has elapsed. It's just not really what most people would have expected from this, because it's not really enough for most people, given the gravity of the situation here, where Jax Films and his wife don't feel safe in their own home as a result of all of this. So this seems like a situation that they did just because they felt like they had to. There was too much backlash for them to continue to bury their head, so they did like the teeniest, tiniest little tiptoe into the pool of punishment, and they issued this temp monetization halt on SSniperWolf's content. I imagine once all of this blows over, they'll flip it back on and it'll be back to business as usual for SSniperWolf and YouTube. I'm sure she'll RSVP at the next, creator summit for YouTube. Like, it's just not really satisfactory for the majority of people here. And to top it all off, it's the way YouTube delivers it. Again, trying the both sides thing is just, it's so crazy and delusional. Now, SSniperWolf did also issue an apology post. She couldn't even be bothered to do an apology video. She put it on Twitter, which is by far her least large platform, to try and keep as many eyes off of it as she can from her audience. So, at least as of right now, as of me making this, she hasn't made an apology video for her actual core audience to see. The timing of her apology statement is also very interesting because it comes almost immediately after YouTube's post. So this leads me to believe that SSniperWolf and YouTube had some kind of handshake agreement where it'll be like a light punishment as long as she makes an apology on Twitter, and she obliged. Let me start by saying I'm sorry for my most recent actions. It is inexcusable. I'm sorry to Jax Films, YouTube, the entire creator community, and my incredible fans for not being a better example for appropriate conflict resolution. Jax Films, while we certainly don't see eye to eye and have our differences, I'm sorry for reacting the way I did when I should have taken the opportunity to show young creators how adults and professionals resolve conflict by communicating directly, respectfully, and privately. Not for views or content, but a meaningful example of how conflict should be solved. I will reach out directly and hope we can find some time to connect and communicate respectfully. I'd also like to thank YouTube for holding me accountable. I deserve it. Respect the decision and appreciate the opportunity to learn and grow from a true lapse in judgment. I don't really have too many thoughts on her apology. Anytime I even hear the phrase or read the phrase lapse in judgment, I just immediately think of the Logan Paul apology video. But there's really nothing she can say here. What she's done is absolutely indefensible. It's also very unlikely that she's being genuine here. Like, I don't think she feels remorse for it or anything. She did immediately make light of it by saying, "We pull up to your house, what are you going to do?" on her Instagram story following all of this. So this really does seem like this was kind of forced on her by YouTube. Not even the backlash from her audience or everyone online. I think she still believes that what she did is okay. It's just YouTube made her do this. That's my working game theory here. That's the impression I get. When she says thanks to YouTube for holding her accountable, that seems really fake. YouTube isn't really holding her accountable. Temporarily suspending her monetization is a punishment, sure, but it's not exactly one that fits the crime, which is why so many people are dissatisfied with this whole situation and the way that it's concluding here. Unfortunately, it does seem like this is where the situation is wrapping up, and I don't think a lesson has been learned by SSniperWolf nor by YouTube. I truly think that all of the backlash over the last week, the millions upon millions of people that have been talking about it nonstop, did not matter at all to either party. They just felt at some point, okay, fine, we'll do a little something so you guys can just shut up about it. And that's what we saw today. Pretty disappointing stuff overall. That's about it. So yeah. I know many of you read the title and assume that this is clickbait or exaggeratory, but it's not. You may not believe me yet. Wait until I show you the evidence, the proof. This is the most unhinged individual we've looked at yet. He's equal parts frightening and fascinating, tiptoeing on the fine line between intrigue and how are they not locked in Arkham Asylum. It's a mystery here. He's like the product of a science experiment gone wrong. Like if Professor Utonium added chemical cringe to the concoction instead of chemical X and then created this weirdo. Since I've been down this rabbit hole, this bender of consuming awful romantic texts and bad dating stories and bad dating videos and all of that, this guy is now at the top of the tier list for the weirdest. Like all great fairy tales, it begins over Facebook memes. So he says, "Did you block me on Facebook?" To which she responds, "Nah, my profile got deleted, maybe, I don't know, lol, long story." Then he goes, "You don't have to lie." I can just feel the sadness emanating from that line there. I can imagine him looking down and kicking his feet in some sand. And she goes, "I'm not. You can ask pretty much anyone. The profile is gone." To which he responds, "I'm not going to waste my time finding out you're lying to me. So now you're going to ignore me." This is, I'm assuming, a lot of time passing between those two texts. And by a lot of time, I mean probably like 5 minutes because this guy's fucking delusional. So he double texts her like, "Oh, so now you're ignoring me? Now that I've called you out on lying about this?" She responds by saying, "It's not like that, it's just I don't like being called a liar." He then claims, "I didn't call you a liar, I just wanted to know what was going on." And then she says, "I told you and you said I lied, dude." I don't even know why he's trying to pretend that he didn't call her a liar. He can literally look 2 text messages back and see that he point blank blatantly does call her a liar, basically. He's already off his gourd right now. He's fuming because this account that he follows posts memes that he likes, and now he doesn't get access to those memes, and he's throwing a temper tantrum. But really, at the end of the day, it's not so much the memes. He wanted to try and shoot his shot here with the individual who runs the account. He then tries a new angle by going for pity. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Just been going through shit. That sucks about your Facebook." And then he's able to almost cobble together a normal human interaction here. She goes, "Shit happens, it's cool. Just been in my head and your memes brighten my day. I got weird because I didn't do anything wrong for you to block me like that. My memes actually got me banned." This reminds me of like the potion seller video on YouTube a while back. "You can't handle my strongest potions, traveler." But in this case, it's memes for Facebook. And he just goes, "For real? That's crazy. You post them all the time though. It must be something fucked up, haha. Well, if you made another Facebook, you better add me first. I'll be waiting, JK." To which she just tries to close it out by saying, "Lol, yeah." Next chapter in this cringe anime is him trying to pull out the Riz here, trying to showcase his game. "So what are you doing, dork? Haha, causing more trouble for Zuck?" He's going for like the playful insults kind of thing, like, "Oh, you dork, you fucking dweeb geek, what are you up to, huh?" And she just goes, "Nothing, just hanging out." "That's so cool!" I love that with the exclamation point. He's like, "Whoa, badass! I bet you're kicking ass in Animal Crossing, huh? Is it that fun? It looks too much for kids. It must be since you keep ghosting me. Do you play any real games?" To which she's baffled, saying, "How is that not a real game?" So again, a certain amount of time elapses between his first message with the "That's so cool" NPC dialogue and then him going, "Oh, it must be so good you're ghosting me." So this guy's flipping emotions back and forth rapidly. His brain is all over the place. His fucking noodle is scrambled. And then he tries to like make an argument out of this, successfully making an argument out of this, by the way, by calling Animal Crossing not a real game. So he tries to get like this sort of elitism about him when it comes to gaming. So I'm assuming he came straight from Reddit and was just ready to get argumentative about like what a real game is, and Animal Crossing doesn't fit the criteria. "Yo, you serious?" Laughing emoji. "It's dumbass animals or some shit being your friends. No real gaming, you know that." Oh, it hurts me to even just read that. And then she goes, "Well, what's a real game then?" "You don't have to get an attitude, I'm just making fun, dork." "Oh, why are you getting offended? I'm just insulting what you're playing. Like, what are you getting all bent out of shape over?" "Oh, come on, calm down. What, are you on your period or something? Well, why don't you ask one of your dumbass animal friends to help you with it or something?" Like, dork. Oh, it's so painful reading this guy's text, and it only gets worse. It gets even more outrageous. But he's so aggressive with everything. It's like he treats a text conversation like it's an active war zone. Rocket League is a way better game than that, but I guess that's not cute enough for you. Yeah, not enough sunshine and rainbows for you girly girls. This is a real man's Battlefield. And speaking of Battlefield, game like Battlefield, Cyberpunk, Far Cry, shit, Madden, that's a sport. And men like me play sports. I could help you play them. What a generous offer from this guy. Wow, tell me you're a basic white guy without telling me you're a basic white guy. You got jokes. Double laughing crying emoji. All that is casual shit. Pick up a real game, get on my level. I really appreciate that now she's just making fun of him directly to his face. I have no doubt she was laughing while writing all this shit just to string him along and continue to watch him embarrass himself like the clown he is. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm playing around, dork! Every game I play is so much more hardcore than what you just said. Witcher, Shin Megami Tensei, fucking Fable even. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. She started to insult his gaming choice, insinuating he's not playing real games and she's more hardcore. And he does not take kindly to that. Now he gets exceptionally whiny. Why are you being such a bitch? I'm literally trying to have a convo, that's it. And oh brother, it's the worst conversation ever attempted. I feel like I should have blocked you even if I did have Facebook. You're insulting my game choices. Which is all he's been doing is just insulting what she plays. I don't know why he thinks it's just some like normal conversation. And he keeps calling her a dork like it's straight out of Ed, Edd n Eddy or something. I don't know what he was expecting. Because they're weak AF and you're being a cunt over nothing. Whatever. She really hasn't even been even close to mean. Not an iota of malice from her here. All she did was like defend her game choices and then joke about what he's playing being casual. Which it is. Fucking Rocket League, Madden, Battlefield. Like, what are you talking about? It's not like you're some kind of hardcore gamer playing some niche shit. You're playing the most mainstream games ever. Like, it's so silly. I don't know why he thinks that she's some supervillain that's just been doing nothing but belittling him. He started it, and she's not even doing anything mean. Does your mom know you talk to women like this? My mom won't around. Why, TF, you bringing that up? That checks out. You have zero respect for me or anyone. You're just a fat bitch who does nothing and leads people on. You're nothing. Fuck you, I was being nice. If this is him being nice, I am so curious to see what him being mean looks like. He immediately just breaks down into his fucking soiled diaper meltdown. You're a fat bitch! And he keeps using the wrong you're. He never even accidentally gets the correct form of you're in any of his statements here, which grinds my ass a little bit. But then he's like, you just lead people on. What? How? How did she lead you on? By responding to you? Granted, this is probably the first woman that has ever responded to a text message from this guy, so maybe that's like where things got misconstrued. He thought that since she responded to his initial message, she must be interested. This is so baffling, it's making my voice crack. My vocal folds are freaking out because it's so odd that someone could have a rotted brain like this. No wonder you can't get a boyfriend, bitch. I don't settle for trash like your baby moms. You called me a liar, shit on my games, play even more trash games. At least they gettin' dick, unlike your fugly ass. You have no idea what you do. What does that mean? You have no idea what you do? I don't even understand what that statement's supposed to mean. Bet you have fucking herpes, you fat piece of shit. How many kids do you have custody of again, lol? How many of your boyfriends died? Which, I'm guessing these two must know each other through Facebook mutuals or something, so he must see like some of the stuff that she posts, because that sounds legitimately extremely personal. And if that is a real situation that one of her partners died, that is one of the most vile fucking things you can say to somebody, and this guy is an irredeemable, insufferable piece of shit. Wow, so this is what you do to get girls? Insult them? Again, I was playing, but you had to be a cunt. What do you mean you were playing? Your whole thing was just being aggressive from the start by just constantly spamming the word dork while insulting her playing Animal Crossing. She then continues to just take the piss, so she goes, okay, I'm sorry, I've been going through shit too. How are you at Rocket League anyway? And then immediately he just simmers down, he's back to like, good boy status. I understand, I'm sorry too. Going caveman mode. I'm pretty good, I can show how to level up. What's your ranking? Platinum. So you're mediocre at best. I'm fucking Plat 2 and Diamond 2. And I'm trash. In Rocket League, Plat isn't very high. That's where the majority of players end up. So he's not good. He's not good at all. What's your gamer tag? Why? So it also seems like he's lying about this because no sensible person would brag about being plat in Rocket League. So she's starting to catch him on a bluff where he's puffing out his chest and just lying about his Rocket League rank, which is even more pathetic. I want to see for myself. What console? What's the matter? You don't have an Xbox. I play on Switch. It's on all consoles. So he's starting to sweat a little bit like he's pressed against the wall. My gamer tag? Why? Why? Why do you want to know that? He tries desperately to turn this around into a situation where they can see each other, which sounds like it'd be downright dangerous to be around this guy. Why don't we hang and I can show you? What's your tag? I got trust issues. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, yeah, what is your gamer tag? It shouldn't be an issue, right? You're plat in Rocket League, you're a big guy, a big man. What's the gamer tag? What do you mean you got trust issues? Again, ignoring that. I'm just curious. It seems like you're lying. I'm not. And then she drops a meme. It smells like bitch in here. Which is just genuinely a normal, silly meme. It's not even like mean. If anything, it's clearly meant to be like a joke. And for some reason, this sets him off in the biggest way yet. A fucking atomic bomb in his brain here. And he unleashes the Godzilla heat breath. Cunt. Fuck you. Fat piece of shit. You have no idea who you mess with. Go die. Everyone at Dress hates you and thinks you're a slut. I thought differently. Wanted to give you a chance. I thought you were a nice girl and want to be your friend. I'm sure this was the best way you can do it. By the way, I have a fresh meme. Taking care of my kids, lying to women about my Rocket League rank. So she's just dropping some memes on him at this point here, just adding insult to injury. To which he responds, just kill yourself already. He's trapped in 2009 Xbox Live gamer zone. He's really fucking struggling here, treading water. I can hear the tears in his eyes right now. Literally feel them through his sad texting. Forever hard-stuck plat in Rocket League and forever hard-stuck being alone in life with an attitude like this. What an absolute curse. He just continues speaking like an anime villain. Fucking with me, you slut. Wait, can I not get dick, or am I a slut? Pointing out a contradiction because he keeps calling her a slut and then also saying that she can't get any wiener. So he's all over the place. He's scrambled. Yeah, I'd bet you'd want it after this, you whore. Choke on a dick, whale. Just continues having a fucking conniption. Can't believe I wanted to build something with someone so dumb and nasty. And then again, she just responds with another meme. Like, what do you mean you wanted to build something with her? You reached out about feeling like you'd been blocked and immediately started calling her a liar. What world are you living in? What fantasy land? What? You immediately start by calling her a liar and then insulting her choice of games and talking about how you're like a real alpha gamer, not like an Animal Cross gamer like she is. It's fascinating. This is what I mean. Like, it's actually intriguing how someone's mind could end up so poisoned. Like, it is hard for me to comprehend it. Like, I don't get it. He is so all over the place. Like, he starts by getting really mean and aggressive, insulting her games and all of that, you know, then gets really personal, and then she's able to de-aggro him by talking about his Rocket League rank, which it calms him down, feeds him a warm bottle of milk. And then the second she drops a meme making a joke, again, he explodes once more. It's just so peculiar. Anyway, though, here's the finale. Everyone knows you're a slut. A little fat slut who uses people. Again, this comes out of fucking nowhere. She didn't use you. She didn't lead you on. She didn't do anything besides just respond to your initial unhinged messages. Couldn't get a boyfriend for years. That's because everyone... She keeps going. Got too much time in your hands, but I bet your mouth is filled with someone's nasty dick. And she just goes, yep, not yours. That's the end of their exchange. I imagine she probably blocked him again, which is the safe thing to do. What a creepy lunatic. An actual fucking unsafe to be around individual. Like, this all happened over nothing. Actually nothing. Started because of not having access to some memes that he liked. Oh, painful. I had to share this one. I think this is now at the top of the food chain when it comes to like creepy people through, you know, romantic texts that I've been diving through. This one is a rough one. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. We're back. John Christian 3 rides again. Looks just like John Christian 1 and 2, baby. Love that. Hey, if it ain't broke, Don't fix it. This is a biblical adventure and the Bible ain't been wrong yet. So why would John Christian 3 start trying to change anything? Unfortunately, it's a little late for the voting for Game of the Year awards, but John Christian fans rejoice. 11 gigabytes? It's the smallest John Christian yet. What is happening? John Christian 1, a humble 13 gigabytes. John Christian 2, arguably the best John Christian experience. It follows the manga much closer. 18 gigabytes. This one's only 11. Only 4! Perhaps, maybe not indicative of the quality of the experience. The New Testament maybe was more compressed in this one. Oh, yeah. Yep, blinded by 1,000 yellow lights. We are really in it again. Call of Duty needs 219 gigabytes. John Christian only needs 4. Yes, sir. 0 lives saved, but that's about to change. He's turning into Raiden from Mortal Kombat to protect Earthrealm. Him and Jesus team up to defeat Shao Kahn. Man, we got the boner jams on right here, for God. Let's go. Oh. It plays the same as the others. Yep. Shazam. 0 to pray. Or actually, no, that's just O to pray. I can't move. Oh, wait, why can't I move? The Holy Spirit's got a hold on me! Move, damn you! Okay, there we go. Oh, a triple jump? Wait, that's new? New tech? The Lord is their strength, and He is the saving strength of His anointed. Wow, she's tall. Can you come in and pray for my brother? Yes. I'm here. He's healed! Oh! No, wait, I sent him straight to heaven. She is going to be so mad. I killed him. Oh boy, I performed an exorcism. Oh, wait, she died. Did I just... What happened? Did I just rapture this? That's new. That's a new mechanic in John Christian. Looks like we've improved our capoeira a little bit. Nice. This just says right mouse button and nothing else. What about it? Okay. Right mouse button. Got it. Thanks for resub, Robert. Doesn't tell me what the right mouse button does, but it is there. Take this! Foul demons from hell! Go back! You're not welcome in this world. They keep throwing a flashbang, though. Any lives need to be saved? Please pray for me. Oh, God! Ugh. There's demons here. Don't worry, you'll be forgiven, though. We'll just... Oh, God. It was a trap! He pulled me into his domain expansion! Yeah, John Christian 3, baby, it's here. Rejoice. The day is saved. This was in the trailer! Get back! What am I doing? Oh my. Take this! Jesus Christ, that is so loud. It sounds like when Tony Stark demonstrates the Jericho missile system in the first Iron Man movie. Wow. That is an eardrum eruption. Take this! I'll just keep firing these, I don't know, like Christianity beams or something. You can never beat those with faith. God and anime are on my side. And do they just infinite? Oh my god. No. Oh, it's a boss! Shit! I'm probably not going to clutch this out here, I don't think. We'll see, yeah. Okay, now that I know it's a boss fight. It also looks like none of the enemies respawn. So you can't really fail, you just keep going until you win. Got him. Man, they really upped the action in John Christian 3. Now I've been banished to hell, I guess. I don't know why there's a planet in hell, though. It's kind of cool, I guess. Whoa! Are dragons demonic? I don't think so, right? Yeah, he's not even attacking me. Maybe he's supposed to guide me. I'll kill a couple of them to keep hell safe. I'll do this for the citizens of hell, I guess. Okay, I'm leaving. This guy's not dying. Oh, I've arrived at the Hell Castle. I guess this is where Dracula lives. Okay, now he's just transforming at will on his own. Not bad. Progress, progress. Gotcha! Oh, is this a double boss fight? What am I doing? What am I doing? Pray for your brother. If you say so. Read a prayer aloud. I don't know any prayers off the top of my head. Here I sit, broken-hearted, tried to shit but only farted. Like, this isn't working. I think I need to kill everything here. Not the prayer, obviously that wasn't gonna work, but like, I think I'm supposed to just clear the area. Pray for your brother. I'm trying. Nothing happens. My prayers are going unanswered. What else am I supposed to do? Oh, okay, that's what it is. I thought I had to pray over on that. Bless. Amen. Who needs prayers? Both of you, huh? Take that. You're what? No, it was a trick! That's what I get for trying to save some lives. Oh, we can't touch that water. Oh, this was in the trailer. Yeah, I recognize this. He's throwing coconuts at me. Alright. Oh, wait, the soundtrack's going crazy right now. Get out of town! Back to hell with all of you heathens. Alright, I'm coming right back. You can beat the man, but not the faith. Where? Oh my god, this put me so far back. Wow, this is going to be miserable. Maybe I can just hit him with some prayers right now. Nope, that didn't work. He didn't hear those. Wait, it worked! Speedrun tech! Get me the fuck out! I can't fight Krampus. Let me leave. How do I cast that ability? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And then sometimes I can transform, sometimes I can't. It's all over the place. John Christian does what he wants. I have no control here. He's so close. Come on. There we are. Soft lock because you saved the guy too soon. No, there's no way. Well, yep, I think I am soft locked here, huh? Yeah, I can try restarting. I just hope that there's a checkpoint there. Oh, all the way down here? Nah, I'm just gonna assume canonically that's where the Bible stops as well. I am not running all the way back there just to fight that fucking tedious boss again. I think that's probably where the game ends, would be my guess. That's plenty of John Christian 3, I think. I think we got the full experience. Here, you know what? I'll look at a walkthrough. I'll see where it ends. How is there no John Christian 3 walkthroughs yet? What has gone wrong? We have a bunch of sinners playing things like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, but no one playing John Christian 3? Whoa there, partner. Hold your horses. I bet you thought I had finally kicked my addiction to reading uncomfortable, cringy, weird text messages from the dating world. Well, do I have news for you, pal. I've only just begun on my bender here. I can quit anytime I want, it's not that big of a deal. I don't need electroshock therapy or any kind of mumbo-jumbo psychiatry to break me out of this rabbit hole. I don't have a problem. The only problem I have is that there isn't more of these for me to read, damn it. So anyway, let's begin. This morning, I hopped on and read 2 different stories here from relationships that fell apart in the most tragic and confusing of ways. So let's just dive right in. So we're reading from the perspective of the girlfriend in this relationship, and she's communicating with her boyfriend. They were coming up on their 3-year anniversary, but after this exchange, it all went right down the shitter. So it begins. Well, we're fucked. Pork chops went bad. My mom was getting ready to fry them and there was mold. To which the boyfriend just hits her with an okay. So she apologizes saying, I'm sorry, she's just gonna send me to get chicken alone because I already made mac. She's referring to mac and cheese, for those of you that don't understand the nomenclature there. Now, I think it's very important, as we go through this first story, that you know the ages of those involved. It's 25 and 27. The reason why I think that's important is because as we go through this story, I imagine most of you will assume that these are children, like literally 13 and 14-year-olds. But that's just not the reality of it. This guy is about to throw away a 3-year relationship and have a biblical meltdown over not getting some fucking pork chops. He continues giving her the ice treatment here, so he just goes, okay, no good. Actually speaking like a Neanderthal. She says, the pork chops were bad, we didn't know, I'm sorry, I tried to make you food. He just once again says, okay. She says sorry again, he just says, cool. So this guy, he's going catatonic right now. We're losing him. He's flatlining. He's starving to death because the pork chops went bad. What is he gonna eat now? He's only a fucking 20-something-year-old man. He can't fend for himself without these pork chops. He's gonna die. She continues by saying, I really tried. Once again, just hits her with that okay. This is actually just like out of One Punch Man, that famous panel where Boros is powering up and One Punch Man just goes, okay. That is his whole personality. So he just goes, okay. And he says, you left? Yeah, she sent me to get chicken. He says, okay again, to which she just says, well, okay. She continues to profusely apologize for this whole situation here as if she did something wrong, even though she didn't. The pork chops just went bad. I don't know what he expects from her, to like sorcery away all of the mold or whatever on them, or somehow conjure up brand new pork chops from her ass, which is something she also mentioned in the comments, like, I don't know what he wanted from me. Like, she even went to get other food that he could consume. Chicken, mac and cheese, there were other options besides the pork chops, but his mind is set on one thing. Pork chops. He only has room in his noodle for one thought, and right now that thought is pork chops. So now that he realizes he's not getting them, he's about to go berserk over this whole situation here. Cool, you got to eat. I didn't for waiting on you. Good night. Okay, good night. I love you too. No, bro. Good night. I could have ate, but I waited on you, of course. You could have just eaten regardless. So the poster here, she went into detail about all of the context around this. So apparently he had said he was going to go get food, and she mentioned that she was making pork chops with her mom later. So he said, oh, okay, well then I'll just eat the pork chops with you and your mom and I won't get food. To which she replied saying, no, you can still get food and you're also welcome to have these pork chops. But being the noble chivalrous man that he is, he put down the food that he was going to purchase and instead was going to eat these pork chops, which didn't end up happening. And when he didn't get served his pork chops on a golden platter, he just refused to eat, crossed his arms, kicking his legs in his high chair. Well, then I'm just going to starve. So even though she had other food he could eat, the chicken, the mac and cheese, he just didn't. And then also didn't feed himself at any point throughout the rest of the night, I guess because he was still so fuming with steam coming out of his ears. And also, according to her in the comments, the reason he didn't eat the chicken and mac and cheese is because he only likes his chicken prepared in the most simple way ever. So he didn't like the way the chicken was prepared, and he also doesn't like mac and cheese, which is already giving me red flags. I don't know anyone that doesn't like mac and cheese in some capacity. That's making him seem already off his gourd just from that simple fact alone. But yeah, he refuses to eat for the rest of the night, all because he couldn't have those pork chops. She says, I tried to cook, I didn't know they were bad, I couldn't have known until they defrosted. I don't care, bro, I shouldn't have waited. They made food, but I had to wait on you. Some bullshit. Good night. Oh my god, this insufferable, whiny asshole. Those pork chops must have been, like, heavenly, divine, like, to just give up food for the rest of the night and then ruin a 3-year relationship. Those pork chops gotta taste immaculate. Like, not only do they have to taste amazing, they have to come with legitimately life-changing benefits in order to have this kind of fucking tantrum over them. Like, taking a bite of those pork chops instantly chisels out your jawline a little bit further or something. I just don't know what kind of pork chops would be worth all of this anger. She apologizes again, saying, well, I'm sorry, good night, I love you too. Bro, stop telling me that. I am so tired of this guy saying bro to his girlfriend. He clearly has no respect for her whatsoever. He then throws a term out I've never seen before. He says UPMO. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that stands for, so I looked it up, and usually it's an abbreviation for Project Management Office. But that doesn't really fit in the context of this conversation. I imagine it has to be an insult. I don't think he just came out of nowhere saying, you Project Management Office. So it must stand for something else, but I still can't piece it together. Maybe you pussy monster outcast? I couldn't tell you. Never mind, now I can tell you. I just took an additional 10 minutes looking through Twitter to see anyone else who has ever used that abbreviation, and apparently it means you piss me off. Wow. Fucking oof. That is so cringe, Jesus Christ. But anyway, she says, I mean, I do, but okay, referring to loving him. And then he just says, I don't want to talk to you. And then she just says, okay, good night, I love you. He then comes back around, as all of these unhinged weirdos do, where they're like, don't talk to me, I don't want to talk to you, good night. And then he just keeps fucking going and going and going and spewing. So he comes back and says, at all. Not tomorrow either. I don't care. This is bullshit. Good night. You're fucking selfish. Fuck you for real. I really don't want to talk to you or see you. Honestly, I'll remember this. Good night. I mean, he's speaking like it's the Walking Dead Telltale game. Goofball will remember this. I mean, obviously he's going to remember this. You just had a fucking meltdown over pork chops. Everyone's going to remember this. So then she's confused, like, what did I do? You said you don't want to talk to me, so I'm leaving you alone. He then says, fuck you, please leave me alone. Get the fuck out. And then she just says, you're the one texting me just to say leave you alone. And then he again comes in, I don't want to talk or see you at all. And then she just, again, I didn't even respond to you. Okay, good night, I love you too. Just trying to get out of this conversation because he just keeps coming back to just say, leave me alone. Stop talking to me. Why aren't you talking to me? Hey, stop talking to me. I'm texting you one more time just to let you know. Don't talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. It's craziness. It's craziness. So this is the end of the text message. Screenshots, but the story continues. Right after this, the following morning, he continued this behavior, this attitude, and ended up dumping her because of this whole pork chop fiasco, which is a huge blessing in disguise for her because this is not a good partner. This is a crazy person. To have this level of blow up over not getting pork chops. Wow, that is some concerning delusion. So she does expand on it a little bit. He continued to insult her the following day before dumping her. So just a piece of shit all around. And I just had to talk about this one because I don't think I've ever seen a relationship, at least of this long, 3 years. They apparently were saving up for a house, end over something so trivial. I haven't seen a relationship crumble over something so meaningless like this. This is a wild case here. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this one a little bit. I know I said I was going to do 2, but I've kind of been yapping about this one for quite a while now, so maybe I'll just save the second one for tomorrow and I'll let it be like a little teaser. I think that's what I'll do. This will be your little appetizer for tomorrow's, where I cover the other really unbelievably awful relationship crumbling text messages. But anyway, I feel bad for the girl here, but I am happy to know that they're not together anymore. I think that's a very good thing for her going forward. I know it's going to be tough for a little while, but wishing her the best. And for the dude in the story here, wishing him nothing but really bad mac and cheese and no pork chops for the rest of his life. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I briefly mentioned the situation with Unity a few days ago, just as a tiny little blurb, basically a cameo appearance in a Marvel movie. I just kind of went over like the very basics of everything going wrong with Unity. But things have only gotten worse since then, so I just want to make a whole video here going over the entire situation and kind of dancing on Unity's grave, because they did it to themselves. Now, of course, they're not actually dead yet, but they are doing everything in their power to put themselves in the dirt. They are bent on self-destruction and nothing will stop them. It's like a scene out of 24, with Jack Bauer interrogating a terrorist and they're doing everything they can to take the cyanide pill to end it all. That's Unity as a business right now. So a channel called Upper Echelon just released an incredible video going over all of the new information about this situation, so I'm going to show you some clips of that, as well as just give you the broader stuff as well, just in case you're unfamiliar with all of it. This is going to be an all-encompassing biblical smackdown of everything Unity related.
Unity Technologies, a video game software company responsible for making the Unity game engine, has recently adjusted their fee structure. On top of a flat subscription service, they will now charge game developers per install, with retroactive terms of service changes, and that monetization scheme will have a severe negative impact on a great deal of projects.
In a nutshell, that's where all of this disaster stems from. He has just given you the macaroni, so allow me to give you the cheese. Unity made a big announcement about a change to their monetization model where if you reach a certain level of success with their product, they will then start dipping their greedy, grubby little paws into your pockets and take a little piece for themselves out. So, if you're using Unity Personal and Unity Plus, you're eligible for this fee once you reach 200k in revenue over the last 12 months and have 200k lifetime installs, and that number increases to 1 million in 12 months and 1 million installs when you're using Pro or Enterprise. So basically, they will start taking money, and it's dictated how much at each level, per install of a game once it reaches this threshold. Now, there is no faith in this company left, like there's nothing but bad will, so no one really has any faith that they have any means of detecting fraudulent downloads. A lot of people were very quick to point out that you could absolutely fuck someone in the face by just constantly reinstalling these games on like virtual machines or pirated copies, but Unity's like, no, we've solved everything. Actually, piracy is extinct now. We'll know if that's happening. But no one believes them because it's very hard to take them at their word when they have no good faith left. So, there is potential for this to be exploited in a big way where you could cost companies or individuals tons and tons and tons of money just by gamifying this fee. And it's not like Unity really has an incentive to stop that because they're making the money off of that fee. That's money going into their piggy bank. So heavens to Betsy, sports fans, you tell me, why the fuck would they patch out this infinite money exploit when they're the ones that benefit from it? But anyway, this is the big bang that created the universe of problems for Unity here and started all of the hoopla with this entire catastrophe. The best way I've seen it described is Imagine if Adobe started to put up a big stink about YouTubers using their product. Like, imagine Adobe comes out and says, you know what, we've arbitrarily decided that YouTubers that reach a certain threshold of views are going to be subject to a fee because they use Adobe Premiere to edit. So, Mr. Beast, for example. Mr. Beast will now start paying X amount of dollars per view because he edited his content with Adobe. It should be pretty clear why that is an extremely scummy and ridiculous idea. And that's fundamentally what Unity's doing here. People paid for the tools. They made their own games with those tools. Adobe, now I'm getting lost in my own fucking genjutsu here, the fantasy I've crafted. Unity should not be entitled for a fee per install on the games that people make if they're successful. It's literally suffering from success.
We already know about John Riccitiello, however you say that, the CEO. He sold a bit of his stock right before this all happened. He was the former CEO at EA Games.
John Riccitiello, more like John Sissy-Tiello, because he's a little bitch. Man, what a humdinger. If Unity wasn't dead before this video, they're definitely dead after this one, because that was an absolute heater. So anyway, their CEO is John Riccitiello, however you say it, I also don't know. Upper Echelon is about to get into the meat of the new discoveries, but I want to continue laying the foundation for all of the prerequisite knowledge that you should have coming into the new stuff. So, their CEO is a very important component to this entire controversy. He is a former EA employee, former EA CEO, who was too greedy for EA. Let that sink in for a moment, marinate on those juices, let that percolate in your noodles for a moment. Someone was too greedy for EA, and it's this cartoon villain here. This goofball is the mayor of Doofustown. I don't know how this clown keeps landing prestigious positions. In 2011, during a stockholder meeting, he said, when you're 6 hours into playing Battlefield and you run out of ammo in your clip and we ask you for $1 to reload, you're really not that price sensitive at that point in time. So he's using this as a gold standard example of successful monetization, where you're deep into Battlefield, you're in the middle of doing something, and then bang, we flash a jump scare on screen that says you need to give us $1 if you want to reload right now. And he believes most players would relent and just give them the $1 because they are actively doing something and now have to pay in order to keep doing it. It's beyond evil. It is remarkably greedy. He also fell into some hot water last year where he called developers fucking idiots if they didn't focus on monetization. This dusty, crusty, abominable zombie only treats the games industry as a means to put the squeeze on consumers and hose them for every single dollar they have to their name. It's not surprising to see the direction Unity's going with this goofball at the helm. But what is surprising is the fact that John Riccitiello keeps landing powerful positions in the industry. He is not good at his job. His ideas are atrocious. He is a money repellent. EA couldn't even act on his advice because it was so over-the-top Looney Tunes level evil greed. He does not succeed as a leader. All he does is lead companies to fucking ruin, like reputational ruin, with what he's doing with Unity now. He just sinks the ship with terrible business ideas. I don't know how he even got the Unity CEO role. So now that's the basic lore rundown on the history of John, the money's gone, Riccitiello. Now, as Upper Echelon briefly mentioned there, this guy also sold a pretty substantial amount of Unity stock right before this announcement came out. Which, you know, hey, I'm not the feds here, I'm not the authorities, but to me, in my little caveman brain, that sounds a little bit like insider trading. There's no way this guy is dumb enough to have not realized the backlash that would ensue from this. And he happened to dump quite a bit of stock right before making the announcement. That's a little peculiar, don't you think? But anyway, you know, maybe just complete coincidence, perhaps.
But who's this guy? Tomar Barziv. Credit where credit is due, tugging on this thread is the result of a post on r/Unity from a user named Zijit. I'll link to that down below. Tomar Barziv is on the board of directors at Unity, but he is also the CEO of a company called ironSource.
ironSource is a company that merged with Unity to the tune of $4.4 billion. ironSource is a business that fundamentally focuses on monetizing developers' apps. And this merger was actually pretty controversial because a lot of users had reported some shady things with the ironSource platform and alleged that there was malware, there was adware bundled with certain things, just a lot of claims that were pretty alarming. Eventually, Iron Source coped by saying, like, hey, it was just some bad actors who, abused the platform. And so this merger already was pretty sour in terms of its reception due to all of these past experiences that users were alleging.
But it turns out that when you go down the list of Unity insiders who are selling stock in the company, this guy is by far the most aggressive. Over the past year alone, according to Fintel, it appears that Tomar Barziv has sold upwards of $20 million in Unity stock, which is interesting to say the very least.
20 million clams, huh? That is very interesting, I'd say. Now, of course, this isn't like the most unheard of thing ever with, insiders selling stock, right? But the volume that he's selling, especially in comparison to the others, the frequency, and just his position within the company all makes this a very interesting case of selling 20 million doubloons worth of your Unity stock here.
First, at the same time as this $4.4 billion deal, or merger, was taking place, a company called AppLovin made a competing offer to buy out Unity completely for $20 billion. But Unity rejected this deal, citing that the deal, quote, would not reasonably be expected to result in a superior proposal.
Upper Echelon goes on to say that he finds it odd that they rejected that, considering the $20 billion offer is pretty significantly above the market cap at the time. But he did say that with the AppLovin deal, Unity would have been dropped to 49%, so there is complications to it. But this is an important piece of the puzzle here with everything going on, because Upper Echelon expands a bit further into the merger with Iron Source, which was significantly less than they would have got than if they went with AppLovin. So there is a bit of a head scratcher to it, but Upper Echelon is diving deep in here and picking out all the breadcrumbs and getting to the truth.
During the deal with Iron Source, two investment companies, Sequoia Capital and Silver Lake, pledged to come on board with $1 billion invested in the deal itself. Two more people, one from each of those companies, joined Unity's board of directors: Egon Durbin and Rolaf Botha. These nuts. Starting with Egon Durbin, he is a founding principal and managing director at Silver Lake, which it now appears, I shit you not, has sold the entirety of their directly held remaining stock in Unity Technologies, disclosed as of yesterday.
Casually sliding in that D's nuts moment was spectacular. Really appreciated. So, important takeaways here is after the Iron Source merger with Unity, two new people get added to the board, and they're both some pretty shady individuals as well. One of them, Aegon, actually dumps all of his held Unity stock, which was disclosed yesterday, apparently. And it's at this point Upper Echelon drags us kicking and screaming into the light. We're able to take a look at this septic tank for what it really is, full of shit. So these two new characters come on board, and Upper Echelon examined their connections. And Aegon, in particular, had a notable past where he was pretty tight with Tesla, especially during that whole boogeyman moment where Tesla might go private, that whole thing that floated around a few years ago. And overall, both of these two new members of the board at Unity both seem very enthusiastic about this modern tech trend to charge out the wazoo for API access. Twitter made a change to their pricing model for API access not too long ago. Reddit most recently made a change to their pricing model for API access, which was actually the catalyst for the Reddit blackout that many of you might remember. God rest the souls of all the accounts that went offline for 48 hours. Basically, the new tech trend is these massive corporations charging a lot of money for API access, and Upper Echelon draws this parallel with the way Unity's pricing model reflects the API pricing models for Twitter and Reddit. And given the connections of the two new members that joined the board, Botha and Durbin, it isn't far-fetched to assume that this is the direction Unity wants to go, to follow in line with those models, which is bad. That is bad for everybody in the communities. The API changes on Twitter and Reddit were wildly detrimental to a lot of different things, and the Unity changes are also extremely detrimental to a lot of different things. It is a bad thing, but it actually gets worse.
Here's a much better visualization of what's actually happening from a user named Sososki on Twitter. The yellow indicates the portion of developers who will now lose between 10 and 25% of their revenue with Unity's new terms of service. The orange, they stand to lose between 25 and 50% of their revenue. Red can lose between 50 and 100%, and that scary black line off to the left, not huge, but it is there, That's the area where these new terms will bankrupt your company because Unity decided to charge you more money per install than your app is even making.
There's no way Unity didn't do math. There's no way this Twitter user put more work into analyzing this than the company did making this decision. This is something that under no circumstances should have ever flown, period. Because there's no world where you as the company should bankrupt the people using your product because they're succeeding when using your product. It's nonsensical. Now, I realize I didn't answer this in the beginning, but there is a lot of confusion. They are changing the policy, but it doesn't mean that the companies that use Unity for their games are retroactively responsible to pay for the installs that people have already done prior to this new agreement. It's going forward. So yes, the rules change, but it doesn't enforce retroactively for payment. Though a lot of terms are changing, and there is a lot of scumminess there, of course, which has led to a pretty deep and interesting discussion around if Unity's even able to do this legally. And I'm not an expert, so of course take this with a grain of salt, but from what I've researched and from what I've read, it is legal to change the license the way they have and then still hold previous products to the same standards of the new license, even though when they made the game that license wasn't the same. It's legal to do that. It's just a morally fucked up thing to do and then enforce it that way retroactively. So there is a lot of nuance to this, and then the whole thing is just a messy fucking disaster. Truly, top to bottom. But I don't think it's illegal per se. But who knows? Maybe it is. I've seen discussions about a potential class action lawsuit from some developers, so I guess we'll see. But the big point here with this graph is that under this new monetization policy, developers can straight up go bankrupt just because their game is succeeding, because this fee is taking more money from the developers than the game they made is making them. So they're literally losing money with more installs. It's tragic. Like, it's unbelievable. And it's not like Unity wouldn't know that. Unity has this data. Again, there is no way a Twitter user did more research and more analysis than the company themselves. Unity has to know this. They just don't care. They don't give a fuck about it.
Focusing on the casual mobile market, we see this right here. Unity is offering a runtime fee waiver if you switch to level play, as it tries to kill AppLovin. Level play is a service from ironSource. That decision emulates a pattern that began with Twitter, was mirrored by Reddit, and is now making its way through the broader markets. The decision itself appears to be aimed at killing a competing service after Unity actually rejected a buyout offer from that service's owner in favor of a merger with ironSource, who stands to gain the most from this entire controversy.
I went a little out of order here, but I wanted to save this point for last. So apparently Unity is offering a fee waiver if you switch to the ironSource service, the level play service. So the conclusion here, the overall conclusion that Upper Echelon draws from all of this information presented, is that Unity is going down the modern tech trend model of the API charges that Twitter and Reddit use and implementing something very similar when it comes to game development in their products. And it seems like a lot of this is aimed at killing a competitor that actually offered to buy them out, AppLovin. AppLovin is a service that does directly compete with what ironSource is offering here, level play. So it does seem like all of this is trying to follow that trend and also trying to destroy that competitor. Now, I highly encourage all of you to go finish Upper Echelon's video because he gets into a lot more of the nitty-gritty here, as well as how developers are combating this currently and what they can do going forward in order to fight back against this kind of unhinged greed. But there's still so many pieces left on the chessboard that Upper Echelon does go through. So I'm going to put a link to his video in the description of this one. I highly encourage you to go check out the rest of it if you want to see even more about it, as well as how deep the rabbit hole goes, because again, there's still a lot more to this, and Upper Echelon does a great job at shedding light on all of it. So yeah, I think it should be pretty clear why so many gamers and pretty much everyone is upset about these Unity changes. This tech trend is not something that people should be celebrating, not that anybody is, but it really is a horrible trend with all of the API pricing changes and now Unity trying to integrate that model into gaming. All of this is a much worse thing for consumers, the average person, in this case, gamers and game developers. It is a bad scenario all around. So this situation is one that I really don't think Unity should ever recover from. The company deserves to fail for this, 100%. This is an impressive level of delusional greed that should absolutely sink this company. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of go over all of this. That's really about it. So yeah. Today was a big day, not only because I got hit with an aging beam, but also because of the national emergency alert test that went out that had the internet in a panic. And by that I mean a bunch of weirdos on Twitter that were making it seem like this was going to be an apocalyptic event and warning everyone to shut off your phones, turn off all the electricity, resort to caveman Neanderthal mode. It's the only way to stay safe from all the 5G radiation that's going to be blasted through your cell phones into your brains and melt them from the inside out. Or there was also other conspiracy theories about how it's going to turn you into zombies. One of them was even very Kingsman-esque, where it's going to activate some kind of like vaccine-related microchip in everyone's brain that's going to turn them hostile and have people fighting each other like it's that scene out of Kingsman at the church. All kinds of wild stuff. And I'm recording this after the fact, so if you're watching this, then I'm already dead. The alert test system took over, and it was the end of humanity. They were all correct. Now, to briefly explain in case you were in the dark, I'm sure you all got the message and maybe you don't know why. Basically, they stated that they were going to do an emergency alert test and everyone's phone was going to get it. Basically just an Amber Alert, but nationwide. This also isn't the first time they've done it, but it's the first time they've done it since the brainworms took over in society, where everyone's just constantly on edge and panicking about everything. So this one was a big deal for some reason. And now to briefly explain why I'm graying here like Gandalf, we were filming one of our new music videos for The Gentle Min. I took off all the prosthetics so I don't look as old in the face, but I haven't showered yet. I just really wanted to post this video because as of making this, the alert broadcast just happened. So it's still very fresh, so I wanted to talk about it. And I also want to show you some live footage we shot when the bombs dropped, when the test message was received by all of us.
Really?
Well, it's Sleepy Joe out here trying to test an emergency alert system, and I didn't give him consent, so a lot of people think he's activating the 5G latent within our DNA now.
Yep.
About to trigger the Marburgo virus or whatever, turn us into zombies.
What was that one?
What's it called? The
Marlboro?
Marburg, I think.
Marburg?
Something like that.
What is this? I've never heard of it.
One of the theories is that the signal from the emergency alert system is going to activate the virus and turn you into a zombie.
I mean, that's honestly pretty cool if it does.
So the experts on Twitter are saying turn off all electronics.
I'm not going to.
Nope.
15 seconds.
We're going to brace for impact.
I was going to say, I'm
All right, everybody, I want you to know how proud of you I am. This has been a lot of fun.
Just in case this is the end.
5 seconds.
Hey, it's been great.
It's been a good run.
See you guys.
They're late.
Oh, he's sleeping again.
Was it 2 o'clock sharp?
I thought it was 2:30, but you said
it was 2, right?
I don't know. I didn't.
At times.
Does someone want to check out what it actually is happening?
2:30.
Oh,
alright, we'll be back.
Jiminy
We'll be back
Christmas.
later.
That was 4
Alright,
minutes.
I'm rolling.
You trying to open my wallet?
No. Well, it'd be useless now when currency goes out of fashion.
Money means nothing.
Bottle caps.
Yeah, the barter system
A few
again.
of us that are left are going to trade in seashells.
Yeah. Y2K is coming back, the sequel.
Well, so yeah, you guys saw the false alarm at 2 p.m.
Yeah.
They pushed it back to 2:20, so Joe could finish his nap. Now we're here.
I can't laugh super well at this.
Oh, this is like a horror movie.
It is.
Oh god.
I'll just like jump scare at the camera. The emergency alert goes off and I blast myself.
The lights go out, you're hanging from the ceiling.
Yeah.
What time is it?
2:17.
Alright.
You got 3 minutes.
Last 3 minutes of everyone being conscious.
Do you have anything to say? They're never going to see this, but do you have anything to say to them?
Whoever finds this footage, just know we did our best.
Like how you're just in the makeup.
Yeah.
With no explanation.
He already got hit with the alarm once.
Yeah.
So God knows what's going to happen.
This is what happens when the alarm goes off. They gave me the beta test.
He upgraded his iPhone. Now look at him. This is what 5G does to a man.
The most recent update. Oh jeez. I love the. It's like your body needs an outlet to laugh. 218. No, it was an alarm to remind us. Yeah, watch it just be that. It's gonna be so enjoyable.
Wait, why is mine the? Okay, now they're all going.
Mine's not.
Mine is also not going.
Yeah,
Oh, there it goes.
Mine's going.
That is not 220.
That's just the Amber Alert.
Also, I don't know what's happening to you guys. I'm okay.
Yeah, Matt's safe.
Maybe Matt's on the inside.
I just start levitating off you.
I got nothing.
Wow.
Wait.
Like,
Nobody's safe. Damn it. All my neurons have been rewired from the 5G they blasted us with.
Does anyone feel different?
I feel fine. I feel better.
Yeah. I only got one. You guys all got two.
Well, he did
I only got
some
one.
probiotics, I think, in mine, so I feel great.
You got the Johnson & Johnson and we got...
That's true.
You just have a sudden urge to buy Microsoft products.
Alright, that was fun, guys.
Well, that was a cool video.
We'll have to wait to see the effects. There's going to be like fires outside and everything.
It's also still not 220 when they are supposed to do the test.
Yeah.
Good job.
Well, they were trying to surprise everyone.
Yeah, government's running early like
They
always.
tried to take us out first. It didn't work.
Alright, that was fun.
Just wait for it to hit 220.
Okay.
Maybe that was a little joke.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
The next one's gonna be like a harpy.
The next one's like missile inbound.
Can you imagine? It's just like a blood-curdling scream.
Yeah.
Blood boil.
Yeah, I turned off Amber Alerts. I was like,
It's not my business.
I'm not helping them find them.
You could have prevented so many
Alright, it's
cases.
220. I think we're in the clear.
Yeah, I think we're safe. We made it.
I would say it was bombed out.
We're on the other side of history now.
Great job, guys.
I wonder how that one lady feels who tweeted about the zombie apocalypse.
Yeah. Yeah. She probably feels pretty vindicated.
Yep.
Hey, it's me again. I've been de-aged back down to 29. Now here's the little after-action report now that we've had some time to sit on it, marinate on the juices here, post-national alert test. We're in a new world now. Everything has changed, everything is different, just as all the intellectuals on Twitter proposed. I'll drop the sarcasm, just another giant fucking nothing burger that was hyped up for no reason because fear-mongering is extremely lucrative for everyone that engages in it. This was just nothing. This isn't new. This has happened many times over the last decade even, with testing these emergency alerts. Another leading theory and a lot of the copium that people are falling back on now since nothing happened with this is that it's all just preparation to get us ready for either an impending alien invasion or giant like alien news or some kind of like new viral outbreak that they're about to unleash on the world, shit like that. So it's basically just kicking the can further down the road like, no, you guys, we were correct. We just didn't know how deep the rabbit hole went or when exactly their nefarious plot would unfold. Another big one, I'm really tackling all of these because I find it so entertaining. Another big one is that this is going to be like their first step in mind control and mass surveillance. Since they spit this out to the whole country, they now have eyes on everyone. They have the ability to connect with everyone across the country. No shit, that's not new. Where have you been? Are you just stumbling out of cryosleep? How is this surprising that they have the ability to spit something out to the entire country? Like, privacy does not really exist anymore. And the government is always up your butthole right now because everyone has a phone, or a computer, or something that connects to the internet at their house. The government has all the information they could ever want about you at all times. They wouldn't need to run a national emergency alert test to somehow confirm that they can get to you, or speak things to you through the phone. They've been able to do that for like 2 fucking decades now. That's not new. So if this was some kind of like mind control frequency, they would have been able to do that in secret long ago because they have been able to connect to everyone in the country for a long time now. Like, this whole thing is just so ridiculous. All of the hoopla over this alert test. It's just fucking silly. It's such baloney. And I just had to talk about it. That's really about it. See ya. I just got out of the shower, which is why my hair is so sodden and makes me look like the girl out of the Ring movies, but I needed to freshen up. I had to spruce myself up for this because today is a special occasion here. Many of you are aware, and some of you have probably even said a few prayers for my mental health, that I have been lost in the abyss of cringy, unhinged, weirdo text messages and bad dates that have been shared when it comes to romance. I have been glued to it. And today, we have a celebrity appearance here. Can we get a round of applause? Like, we made it. We went from just like a couple of really lunatic Redditors to an actual superstar celebrity making an appearance on this little segment here that I like to do. So anyway, let's get into it. So the superstar in question is the former Pittsburgh Steelers linebacker Ryan Shazier. This is a name many of you have probably heard of before because in 2017 his career was ended after a tackle went wrong that left him paralyzed. And over the years, since 2017, he has relearned to walk. It's actually an incredible story and an incredible recovery he's made. But unfortunately, he decided to cheat on his wife, allegedly. And his wife posts the screenshots yesterday from the alleged affair. I'm not going to show you every text message because a lot of them are just extremely boring and stiff. It's just the world's worst small talk. The things they say to each other is more robotic than like a throwaway conversation from side characters in Fallout 4. So I'm just going to show you the main ones that I want to focus on. So this is the first one from Michelle's Instagram. Now, it is worth mentioning this post is deleted. I imagine that is mainly due to it now being a legal matter would be my understanding. I would imagine Ryan's lawyers are on this now. But anyway, she says, a person that loves his family, this is what they do to their family, the wife, that has been there for him since day one. Infidelity at its finest. I can't sit here and keep hiding anymore. You can have it. I deserve better. This is Ryan. He's a liar and a cheater, and then we can turn our attention to the contents of the text messages. He was allegedly cheating on his wife with a woman named Marie, and this is the first one I believe she shared. So it begins, oh, okay, haha. Glad she's not tripping though. She seems really cool and fun, like I'd be friends with her lol, like look at you. And then it's a picture of Ryan and Marie. And then he just says, yeah, make that picture look good. I'm a little confused here because it sounds like Marie is aware of Ryan's wife and just doesn't care. And then Ryan then goes on to say in the following messages there, saying that she's super cool, referring to his wife again. That is a really odd conversation to be having with the person you're cheating on your wife with, and then talking about how you'd be friends with her probably. So, before getting into more of the text messages, I think it's important to mention that Ryan is claiming that him and his wife have been separated, and that he just wants his privacy from all of these allegations. I guess it's hard to know for sure what the truth is here, but with the text messages and the post from his wife, it really seems like they're not on the same page when it comes to whatever their relationship currently is. It sounds like more of an affair as opposed to a we're separated, so this is totally okay kind of thing. But anyways, I'd like to move on and really give your eyeballs a treat here with what I believe to be the most baffling exchange in flirting history. So, Ryan says, I like a lot, and I believe he meant I like you a lot to Marie. She replies by saying, I like you a lot, lol. And then Ryan replies with 2 book recommendations, like it's some kind of summer reading assignment here. He links her to 2 books, like it's a Friday night book club. The first one being The Ultimate Guide to Anal Sex for Women, 2nd edition, and the other, Blow by Blow, a step-by-step guide on how to give blowjobs so explosive that he will be willing to do anything for you. I was giggling so hard. She's like, I like you a lot. And then Ryan says, hit the books. You've got some homework to do. And I've seen a lot of people mention that as well. Like his first response to I like you a lot is, well, it's time to get your mandatory assignments in here in order to take this to the next level. And I absolutely was giggling so hard reading the first book, The Ultimate Guide to Anal Sex, mainly because it's the 2nd edition. Like, what do you mean? What changed in anal over the course of these book publications' history? Like, surely the 1st edition is still applicable. An asshole still functions the same way. We haven't evolved that much over the years. But they came back for the 2nd edition. Like, maybe analingus wasn't in there, like they weren't eating butt. And then the 2nd edition, they have like a whole dedicated chapter to eating butt and then like debunking old scientific claims about, you know, how to properly clean out the colon before anal or something. I have no idea. But the fact that he recommended the 2nd edition had me absolutely howling for a little minute. It reminded me of being back in college when they give you like this very specific textbook that you have to use for class. Like, no. You can't use Anatomy and Physiology 2 3rd edition. That is obsolete and outdated. You have to use Anatomy and Physiology 3.5, obviously. and then it's like an extra $200 for that .5 edition book. Like, that's what he did to her with that. We don't have like a follow-up on what she says after the book links were dropped, but I have to imagine she was fucking flabbergasted. I like you a lot. Bang. Here's how to be better with your mouth and your ass. Like, oh, like that seems insulting. It's like he's calling all that weak for her or something. Like it feels like he's taking a shot at her here. Like you're gonna have to upgrade. Start studying, please. This is ridiculous. I just couldn't believe that. I've never seen such an interesting maneuver here. What a crazy strategy from Ryan. But anyway, let's go back into some more texts. You know what I need. Shake my head. You didn't bring a coat. I'm glad you like. And oh, I did. Haha, it's on my lap. And then she sends a selfie. Shake my head, wear it. He's shaking his head a lot here. Like, I don't know why he's sounding so disappointed in her. I have a zip up on too, haha. Lol, you can't change the temp in your office. This is the worst flirting ever, I swear to God. What in the world? This is so bad. I tried, but it's not working, haha. I'm just all bundled up. I want you on top of me / next to me and my fireplace, lol. That would be nice. And then he replies to the I tried but it's not working. He just says, that sucks. Oh, brother. ChatGPT spits out better flirting than this. Like, I could have a more erotic conversation with an AI model. Like, this is rough. I'll just show you one more of the text messages that were shared. So Marie sends him a mirror selfie. I believe she's wearing a bikini top, but the quality's kind of bad, so it could just be bare breasts, and I just can't see the nipple in there because the quality's so low. There's a lot of JPEG and pixelation on the re-uploads now, but I think she's wearing a bikini top, and then says, enjoy some random pics / vids from Mexico. He at one point said that he had bad memory, to which she replies, aw, baby, haha, it's okay. Memory is just what I'm good at. You're literally the strongest person I've ever met. He goes, I don't know about that. She says, that's what I think at least. Do you like the pics? And then he goes, goddamn, just seeing these. And she says, I'm glad you like. Her having to ask his opinion on the photos is brutal. If I sent a dick pic to someone and I'm met with crickets, silence, and then like the next text message they send is unrelated to that dick pic, I'm going and I'm crying in my bathtub. Like, I'm putting on, you know, Inya, and I'm in my feels. I sent you my cock, and you say nothing? What have I done wrong? It's wacky to me that he had to be asked about it in order to acknowledge the pictures and the videos she sent. But anyway, yeah, there still is, I guess, a little confusion around what the truth is here, if they really are, like, split up and they're not in a relationship anymore and all of this happened after they split up. I guess we just don't know yet, but I do feel like his wife probably wouldn't call him a liar and a cheater if this didn't happen while they were still together. So, I don't know. I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this continues to develop, but I just had to talk about these text messages because, goodness gracious, that's really about it. So, yeah. I just watched an extremely interesting case presented by the Law and Crime Trial Network that I just had to share with all of you because it really feels like the plot line to a late 90s soap opera. It's got an evil wife, and let me tell you, she's a real battle axe, and she's hatched a nefarious plan to poison her husband for life insurance money, allegedly. I hate that I have to use the word here because the overwhelming amount of video evidence and everything makes it very clear that that's what was going on, but apparently you gotta say that word when talking about something like this. But anyway, that's not where the whole story stops because the husband becomes aware of it, but can't act on it right away, so has to continue to play along with the woman that's actively trying to kill him. And then when he eventually takes it to authorities, they initially don't act on it, so then he has to gather even more evidence. It's just so fucking wild, and I just have to show this to all of you. Because this really does feel almost make-believe. It feels like something Darman would write if instead of making, you know, don't judge a book by its cover videos, he made murder mysteries.
A military wife is now charged with attempted first-degree homicide after her husband allegedly caught her on camera pouring bleach into his coffee maker. He says it was all to get life insurance benefits.
It really does make me giggle every time allegedly is thrown out in a case like this where you can actually just watch it happen on the fucking Jumbotron. And especially with this one, because the husband was super thorough with all of the hidden cameras he set up. So you can get like a 360-degree video of all the poisoning attempts. You got every goddamn cinematic angle imaginable, and yet still allegedly poisoning attempts. Again, I fully understand why they have to keep saying that word here, because she hasn't been found guilty in court yet of all of the charges. But I mean, it's pretty clear. The answer to this game of Clue is Feliciano in the kitchen with the bleach and coffee maker. Like, we can tell.
The man, quote, suspected someone was tampering with his coffee, and in May 2023, while still in Germany, he set up a camera in his house. The husband alleged his wife used bleach as a form of poison, storing the chemical under the sink.
This is one of many videos that capture her pouring bleach into his coffee pot. So he became alert to something a bit off about his coffee and suspected tampering with it. And I imagine he was able to taste something was wrong immediately. Bleach is like one of the most agitating chemicals you can ever fucking ingest. Like, coffee is not going to disguise it. It's not like the perfect Trojan horse to deliver bleach into your system. You'd probably take a single sip and immediately go, pooey, yucko, wow, like, ouch. That doesn't taste like coffee, it tastes like fucking poison. You would have better luck shitting into his coffee pot and hoping he doesn't notice. There's at least a chance coffee can mask poop, but not bleach. Like, even if you have no taste buds, you would probably feel something is wrong with your coffee with bleach being mixed into it. So immediately, I imagine, he was tipped off that something was very awry here. So he set up the camera. I don't know if he immediately suspected it was his wife. Maybe he thought there was some kind of like burglar coming in to fuck with him and pour bleach into his coffee pot or something. I don't know if he immediately started to point fingers at his wife. I imagine he probably did, because I mean, who the fuck else is going to break in there and pour coffee or pour bleach into the coffee, unless it's like the Tooth Fairy out for revenge or something. So I don't know how surprised he was to see that, but I still imagine that that was traumatizing to know that the person that you are married to, the person that is the most important person in your life, is actively trying to kill you.
Court documents state that at the time, during May 2023, the husband, quote, stopped drinking the coffee but continued to pretend to drink it as he did not want to make a report of this while in Germany. He said he knew his wife would continue poisoning him and wanted to submit a report while in the US.
This is such an interesting conundrum. So he didn't want to make the report while in Germany and continues to fake drink the coffee, playing a game of pretend here. And then also, I assume, pretending that everything's okay in the marriage between them, even though he knows in the back of his head, his fucking wife is trying to kill him. And his wife doesn't know that he knows, so she continues to make attempts to poison him. When I try and picture this situation in my head, I immediately just start thinking about the movie Mr. and Mrs. Smith, but without, like, the guns. So instead of, like, dumping lead at each other or shooting at each other, it's his wife really insisting on trying the coffee. A new recipe, perhaps. So, and he's just like, oh, this is good, very good, but he knows.
1 month later, in late June, the family returned to the United States and was stationed at an Air Force base in Tucson, Arizona. At that point, additional cameras were set up. Video captures Feliciano Johnson pour something into the coffee pot and look over her shoulder to see if anyone is watching. By early July, her husband reported his findings to the Tucson Police Department.
So this ruse continued for over a month, with the husband pretending to keep drinking the coffee, giving his best Oscar-winning acting performance. Honey, this coffee is so good. Wow, delectable. Rubbing his tummy, all of that. I also can't help but wonder if he tried to, like, mess with her a little bit. Not trying to poison her, obviously, but, like, make her believe that the poison was working. Like, did he start faking a sickness or something? Did he start, you know, making it seem as though he was falling ill in order to see how she'd respond? Like, he just, you know, puts a thermometer in his mouth and he's, like, looking real pale and he's like, oh, babe, I don't know what's going on. I'm not feeling too good. Making a bunch of, like, coughing noises to see how she reacts to it, to try and catch her with, like, joy in her eye that her plan is working. or if he just simply kept drinking this, or pretending to drink the coffee, and his wife must have thought that he was fucking immortal, just legitimately immune to poison. Which is a pretty scary thought and pretty concerning considering he lived with her and went through this for over a month now with someone actively trying to murder him. And if she really thought that bleach had no effect on him, like he was just built different, bleach doesn't work, I just would be worried that she'd try other things that maybe he didn't pick up on or wouldn't have picked up on if it continued, you know what I mean? But anyway, he gathered all this evidence and then he brought it to the authorities.
Showed the officers at the front desk the video, but since you could not clearly see what she was pouring into the coffee maker, the report was taken with no follow-up. At that point, he purchased additional cameras disguised as fire alarms. He set them up in the laundry room and in the kitchen area where the coffee maker was located.
So it wasn't actionable evidence because they couldn't clearly see what she was pouring into the coffee maker. So the guy says, all right, fuck it, check this out then. You need more? I got you with more. So he sets up a ton of cameras, gets every possible angle here. He's got so many cameras set up, he could probably render his whole house in VR with this kind of setup. So he's got everything covered. Now you can clearly see that she's pouring bleach into the coffee maker in certain videos. And he even goes a step further by conducting his own at-home experiments to confirm his theory.
Normal. It smells. I can smell it. I can smell it. Soapy. Tea. You're gonna see purple. Boom.
Science, bitch. Now we're Breaking Bad here. So he's got even more proof, not only with the video evidence of his wife pouring bleach into his coffee pot, but now he is confirming the presence of the bleach in the coffee pot even after having it drained all day and all of that. Now he has an overwhelming amount of proof against his wife.
Feliciano Johnson was caught on camera multiple times, appearing to pour bleach in the laundry room, walking it into the next room, and then pouring it into the coffee maker. After collecting multiple videos that showed her allegedly pouring the bleach into the machine, Feliciano Johnson was arrested on July 18th.
I'm assuming she did all of this while the husband wasn't home because she is pouring the bleach in the laundry room and walking it to the kitchen, so literally walking through the house with bleach in her hand. If the husband ever saw that, she would immediately know that he would know that something is really fucking foul going on here. Why are you transporting bleach around the house? Like, what could possibly be the excuse, you know? Oh, babe, you're home. It's great to see you. What do you mean, why is the bleach in my hand? Oh, actually, I just wanted you to just take a peek at it real quick. Just tell me, does the bleach smell weird? Splash! You know, like, there's really not a whole lot of wiggle room for an excuse on why you're transporting bleach from the laundry room to the coffee maker. So, again, I assume he just wasn't present for it. But then it makes it really interesting watching the footage here because she keeps looking over her shoulder. So it's an interesting look into the human psyche and kind of just basic human instinct, where when you're doing something fucked up, when you're doing something diabolical, for some reason, you just can't help but double check your surroundings to make sure no one's peeking in on you, even when you're completely alone. Anyway, just something I felt like pointing out. Overall, I'm happy to see the husband didn't get poisoned, and I'm happy to see she got arrested and is now facing these charges here. So hopefully justice will be served. I can't imagine a world where all of this evidence is presented and they're like, inconclusive. It's fine. You're overreacting. You're out of order, Buster. Your wife was just making you some real nice coffee with the extra flavor juice to it. So I imagine she will likely face serious time for this. I mean, it's attempted first-degree homicide, apparently. So, or allegedly, excuse me. So yeah, I just wanted to share this story because I just found it to be super fascinating. But yeah, that's about it. So yeah. The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co, link in the description. It's been a while since I dropped a nice sodden Moist Meter on all of you, and mainly it's because I just haven't been seeing too many movies, and a lot of the games I've been playing recently, it's taken me a while to finish them, so it's just been a little too late to make a Moist Meter on most of them. So, this is one of the few times over the last month or so that I've been on time to a film, and it's for Saw. Saw is a franchise that was a juggernaut for quite a while, but then over the last decade or so, it's really petered out on quality and just kind of fallen out of grace. It's bled out more than a lot of the victims in the Saw traps. It's just been a real steep decline in quality for most of the modern Saw movies, and a lot of previous fans of the franchise go into these films and have the same reaction they do when they go into a dirty porta potty. Well, what did I expect coming in here? This is about par for the course. But I'm happy to say with the newest Saw movie, Saw X, Saw 10, it's actually pretty decent. Like, it's not a masterpiece by any means, and I think the reviews on it are being extraordinarily generous with giving it such high marks. But in terms of modern Saw movies, this one actually has got some strong legs here. So let's get into it. The first thing I think this movie does really well is put the focus on John Kramer. He is the protagonist, whereas in pretty much every Saw movie, the protagonist is one of the victims playing the games. This movie is entirely around John Kramer, and they spend a good chunk of time building a narrative around him, which actually gives you insight into his moral code, as well as a very interesting plot about a very diabolical scam. I don't remember what all the trailers show, so I'm going to avoid spoilers when it comes to the narrative itself. But all the characters presented here that are playing the game are very hateable, but to different degrees, and in ways that haven't really been explored in previous Saw movies that I remember. Which is good, because there's been a few times in the Saw franchise where you have to wonder, why the fuck is this person even playing the game to begin with? Oftentimes, the people that are subject to Jigsaw's games are absolute menaces that have done heinous things and crimes. But then sometimes there's been a couple of cases where it's like, why are they here? Why are you torturing this person and forcing them to play this game? Like, all they did was forget to recycle, and now you're making them play the game of putting themselves in a hydraulic fucking press or something, or a garbage compactor? Like, what? Why? It's not that bad. Like, in one of the... We're going a little back on spoilers, but in one of the Saw movies, he has someone play the game for an honest mistake, which is something he himself recognizes, where at some point he's like, it was an honest mistake. It's like, well, what the fuck? You knew it was a mistake, and you still put him in the game to get tortured for however brief a time. It's like, what? Come on. At least in this film, everyone that's there, for the most part, deserves to be there for their involvement in this absolutely unforgivable scam. Now, anyway, moving on from the plot. How were the traps that Saw is known for and the games they have to play? They were fine. I don't think they were anything special. I think they were a little bit better than the Jigsaw movie from 2017. Those I thought were actually just fucking boring to watch, like, overall. These I thought were pretty decent for the most part, but it brings me to a complaint with the way he structures the games in this one, and it's not like it's unique to this movie, but he gives them pretty much no time to complete the tasks, which again, is not anything new here, but this is getting a little spoilery, so I guess spoiler warning. Of the people who play the games, all of them do exactly what they're supposed to, exactly how they're supposed to, in a very reasonable amount of time, but it's still not good enough. Because for some inexplicable reason, he puts an arbitrary time limit on all of these that is absolutely fucking impossible. In order to complete the tasks that he gives them in the time he allows them, you would have to actually start before the time does. It's impossible. So the tasks aren't even really able to be completed because they start within 10 seconds of the timer for the most part and still can't get it done, even though they don't have any like hiccups or any breaks. They just full throttle, do exactly what they need to, but they just don't have enough time, so they miss it by seconds. If they were just given an extra minute, pretty much everyone here would have survived. End of spoilers. You can come back in now. Spoilers are gone. That was a little frustrating. That grinded my gears a little bit because even though all the characters are hateable, you don't like them and you're not rooting for them, you still recognize that this structure kind of goes against John Kramer's code because it's not exactly fair. Like, they do it. Like, they go through the redemption, right? They go through the reawakening, but they still lose just because of some arbitrary time limit. Which, again, I know is anything but rare in the franchise, but still, it was just a little frustrating because it was every single one of them. And it just got a little upsetting. But anyway, moving on from that, another thing that I want to mention that I think this movie kind of fumbles is the ending. There's no way to talk about the ending without some spoilers, so once again, another warning here. I really think it is just such an unsatisfying conclusion with quite a few plot holes when you really stop to think about it. So, the movie, I thought, did a good job of setting up the main bad guy, and make no mistake, John Kramer's not the good guy or anything, but I mean the main antagonist to John Kramer, the person who's, like, actually the focal point of assholes here that's forced to play the game. She is a very interesting opponent because she is really smart and really crafty, and through some pretty intelligent decisions that she makes, actually is able to get the word out for someone to come in and hopefully help out. And by the end of the movie, there's like a 2v2 battle between John Kramer and Amanda, who's his assistant here, and her partner. And it's a battle of wits. And eventually the tables turn on John and Amanda, and then eventually more twists and turns happen. And then the big finale, the main antagonist, she overpowers someone, kills them, and completes her game. Now, instead of her dying or anything, she just kind of sits there, and John and Amanda leave. With no actual closure on whether or not she survives. I guess the implication is they just leave her there and she starves to death and dies. But that's a little hard to believe because earlier in the movie they established that eventually they will be found at this location. And in fact, one of the, twist that comes in at the end is a child stumbles upon this, and the child even ends up getting involved in one of the games. So the fact that a child comes here means that there's most likely going to be other people that come here eventually, and probably wouldn't even take that long for them to get there. So she would likely still be alive. So she wouldn't have even died for all of the absolutely awful things that she's done and all the crimes she's responsible for. And John Kramer even made a point to say that at every point during her chance for reawakening, she's chosen death. There is no real redeeming for her soul, but instead of killing her, he just lets her kind of sit there in a pretty spacious area. It's not like she's really going to be struggling that much, to be honest. So she could get found, most likely would get found, she'd survive, and then she could even turn the authorities onto John and Amanda, since now she can make up whatever story she wants about everything that happened there, and then they'd go take care of John and Amanda. So it's just a really unsatisfying conclusion by not killing off the main antagonist who was positioned every step of the way in this film to have no redemption and no reason that she should be able to finish one of her tests, because she doesn't complete any tests at all. So why would she be able to survive? She doesn't finish any of the games. It doesn't make sense why they decided to go that route, and I really think that was a huge fuck up. At least in my opinion. But anyway, enough spoilers. Plugging Saw X into the moist meter, I'll give it a comfortable 70%. I think it's a good Saw movie. I don't think it's great by any means, but it's better than what Saw fans have been getting now for a little while. So it's pretty solid. I think if you like the franchise, you'll likely enjoy this one. If you don't like the Saw movies, I don't see this winning you over. But at the end of the day, it was fine. It was a good movie. That's about it. See ya. There's no combination of words scarier than Netflix live-action anime. Just saying those words maybe put some vomit in the mouths of many of you watching. It's like audible epicac. It is historically a disaster. And not just Netflix live-action anime, but taking any anime and making a live-action is always a huge risk that very rarely pays off. For nearly 2 decades, we suffered the curse of terrible adaptations. Just unbearable, vile stink. Like Dragon Ball Evolution. God rest the soul of all spectators who were subjected to that torture. But recently, it's been kind of changing a bit, most notably with the One Piece live-action Netflix series, which many of you know I was a firm non-believer in. I was 100% R-atheism, wiggling my finger, no, actually, that gospel doesn't make any sense, you can't take One Piece and make a good live-action out of it. And how wrong I was. When I finally watched it, my heart grew 3 sizes like the Grinch, and now I do think it is possible, but with the right team in place. And that brings us to today, with me sitting in your lap, bouncing up and down, ready to share my opinion on Netflix live-action Yu Yu Hakusho adaptation. It came out a little less than 2 weeks ago, and unfortunately flew under the radar for most people. Now, Yu Yu Hakusho is an anime series I've talked about a lot for a long time. It was one of the first anime I watched along with Dragon Ball Z, and the show really kind of blew my mind. It was my first entry into darker kinds of content, I suppose, which is a really stupid thing to say now, but as a child, you had things like demons in here, which to me was like super taboo, like demons from hell? Or, excuse me, from heck? Ooh, goodness gracious. And blood? Oh. And Yusuke Urameshi, the main character, used to say things like, I'm gonna beat your ass. And I was like, ass? Doesn't he mean butt? You can't say ass on television. Oh, goodness gracious, zoinks. It was a really, like, important show to me. So this had massive shoes to fill, and I had no hope for it whatsoever. I had my doubts. And now that it's here, I can tell you, it's better than I expected, but it's also not amazing. So, what they did is they condensed basically 70 episodes worth of the anime into 5 episodes for the Netflix adaptation here, which means the entire narrative was doomed for failure. They had absolutely no opportunity to breathe any level of depth into the characters, so if you're not familiar with Yu Yu Hakusho going into it, you will not give a fuck about any of the really flat, non-fleshed out characters that are presented here, which is a damn shame. The plot to the show is like if you asked someone who watched Yu Yu Hakusho on Toonami when they were a kid to try and recall the most important moments of the first 70 episodes, that's what would have been spit here, just like the most notable highlight moments of it just haphazardly thrown together. So there is no actual building of character relationships at all. Things just happen immediately because they need to get to the next part. Nothing feels earned. It feels more like you're being pushed through a Yu Yu Hakusho amusement park ride and catching some of the best of highlight moments as you're going through. It's just none of the emotional weight that was present in the show, or really none of the actual building up to anything is in the show. Everything just happens lickety-split. We're moving a million miles per hour because they just didn't have a whole lot of time here. Everything is so tight, tighter than my bussy. Like, they had 70 episodes that they needed to somehow make a story for and fit into 5, while capturing all of the moments that you would want to see in live-action Yu Yu Hakusho, which, to their credit, they did do. They did have most of the biggest moments that I would have liked to see live-action. They did have them here, and they actually did look great. I'm going to get to all the compliments in a moment. I want to get my biggest complaint out of the way here. It's really just how rushed everything is. As a fan of Yu Yu Hakusho, you're going to start questioning, like, oh, yikes, why would they do that? Why is that happening? Like, they have tiddlywinks of lore from Yu Yu Hakusho that need to be there, but they're not there in the way they should be, so it just doesn't really work when taking 70 episodes and making 5 out of it. It's just, that's disastrous. But I think it's only a problem people will have if they like Yu Yu Hakusho going into this. If you didn't ever read the manga or watch the anime, I don't know how you'll respond to it. I've only mainly seen reviews from fans of Yu Yu Hakusho that have checked this out because, like I said, this flew super under the radar, so it hasn't hit like a mainstream audience that's unfamiliar with it. So right now it's mainly people like me who love Yu Yu Hakusho that are pretty disappointed that they went this direction with their plot. By far the biggest, like, capital crime, like an unforgivable sin, is they have the Dark Tournament in the live action by like episode 3. The Dark Tournament arc in Yu Yu Hakusho, I think, is the best tournament arc in any anime ever, period. It still holds up extremely well to this day. And that's here in the live action, kind of. They skip everything except the end. So the Dark Tournament's there, and they immediately fast forward to the very end. Granted, the very end of the Dark Tournament arc is the most hype, and it's super hype in the show, but like, come on. If you're skipping all of that, you miss so much character building, so many great fights, so many great moments, and a lot of absolutely crucial character pieces. It's just, you know, a bit of a miss there to do that. But again, I get why, because they only had 5 episodes to work with. It just, I can't help but be a little disappointed narratively from everything here. But with all of that out of the way, let me get to what I liked about it, and there is quite a bit. I think this is one of the most stylish, like, action shows I've watched in a while. I love the fight choreography here. From the very beginning, in episode 1, it becomes clear that they're trying to do something pretty special when it comes to their action. Actually, even aside from just its action, they really stylize everything in a really cool way. All of their visuals are super impressive and pretty unique. Just from the very beginning, too, like when Yusuke sacrifices himself to save the life of a child who's playing in the street and about to be hit by a truck. What I expected to happen would be following the anime where he like dives in front, pushes the kid out, and then like fade to black, you hear the car crash, and then it's his corpse like, no! Well, that is not how it unfolds in the live action. They said none of that Weenie Hut Jr. garbage. So what happens in live action is he pushes the kid out of the way, and he gets blasted by the truck, and they don't pull any punches on it. So you see him get hit by a truck and then get caught under the wheels. So then the truck starts bouncing over his corpse as he's like tumbling, getting all scratched up, scraped up, blood pouring out of his skull. And they never like cut away from it or use any camera tricks. It actually just looks like somebody getting hit by a fucking truck. I wouldn't be surprised if a story came out next week where they interview the stuntman that they just hit with this vehicle and filmed. It looks that realistic to me. Like, I've never seen something like that captured in that way, especially not for a live action anime. They did go hard. And even outside of just spectacular choreography, and again, the choreography really is super hype. Every fight in this show is pretty gorgeous and pretty beautiful. They don't just go for standard approach to fights, they make a spectacle out of it. Like, I was blown away by just how good the fights were. And what's wild is the CGI is also pretty good. This is something I always say never works in live action because it's always going to look corny or more like an Adobe After Effects from a student project thing when you're trying to take like a spirit gun and put the spirit gun effects on it. It works in anime because, obviously, but when you have a real person and like CGI on it, that shit is always looking fucking trash. Actual dog nuts. But somehow, in here, they kind of nail it. Like the spirit gun and all of the other moves that I kind of expected to be really laughably bad looking really hit. Like, they look very good. I'm shocked at how great they were able to make the CGI look in this show. So hats off to them for that, because it didn't look corny or stupid at all when they're using some of their biggest moves, their flashiest moves that require CGI. It kind of slaps. Really, the show overall has all of these extremely tasty, flavorful ingredients that should have made for a wonderful dish, but the recipes just kind of trash the plot, the narrative that holds it all together. It's just taking so much and condensing it so quickly into such a short period of time. You can't really tell a good story with good characters. You just don't have time to. It's such a fucking shame, because everything else I really do think is pretty solid overall. Like, to give you another example, like, I'm, of course, still speaking from the perspective of someone who really likes Yu Yu Hakusho, so maybe these aren't complaints that someone that's never watched it will have, but the biggest one that stands out to me as like a, wow, they're really rushing this, is Ginkai gives Yusuke the orb. And in the live-action anime, it's basically no big deal. It's basically a handshake at that point. It's just like, hey, here it is. Okay, cool, thanks, Ginkai. Appreciate it. In the anime, getting to that point is no easy journey, and when Ginkai finally does give that orb, it is an extremely emotional moment that leads to a very, very, very important series of things that unfold. I'm trying not to spoil things, even though it's a super old anime. I still always recommend it, so if you've never seen Yu Yu Hakusho, definitely fucking watch the anime. But seeing a moment like that, which is such a big deal in the anime, come to life in the live action, what a wet fart. Like, I can't even say it came to life. They basically necromancied it and brought back a fucking soulless husk of that moment. Like, at that point, why even include it? You could have just gone a different direction entirely. Like, I think it's just really insulting to take something like that and do it the way it does in the live action. But once again, I've said this 3 times now, this is just from someone who really likes the anime. If you've never seen it, that might not be an issue to you, and you might think that that moment in the live action is cool. I don't really know. But I really wish if they were going to do this, they gave it more time. Like, maybe with 8 episodes, they could have had it breathe a bit more and offer more depth here. But 5 is just, that was never going to work. You'd need a whole season just to do the Dark Tournament arc if you wanted to follow the show in any, like, meaningful capacity. And I know that that's extremely expensive and was never going to happen. I just really wish they had a few more episodes to try a bit harder too. But overall, what they put out, I don't hate. Like, I actually like it far more than I thought I would, but you really have to just separate it entirely from the source material because it's basically cameos at this point. Like, it doesn't really follow the source material. They're just cameos from the source material in there, and it uses the same characters and same world. So, you know, like I said, I think it's good mainly because it is carried heavily by its amazing action. Also, the acting I thought was really good for the most part overall. I want to mention that. I thought all of the performances felt pretty true to the characters, I will say. Like, I appreciated that. But it's carried by its action and its visuals, and I would have liked if they had a better plot around it. Even if you don't want to follow the source material that closely, I still think you could have done more to offer depth to the characters or the plot. So, yeah. Just wanted to give my thoughts on Yu Yu Hakusho live action. I think it's probably worth watching as a fan of the show or as someone who just wants to watch a really fun action show. And I'm also wanting to mention that I'm shocked we're entering an age where live action anime isn't immediately dead-on arrival garbage. Like, it's not just trash anymore. The One Piece live action may have ushered in this fucking golden age of good anime adaptations. It proved that you can do it, and now we've got another one here that gets pretty close to doing something special. It just falls a little flat, losing its footing in the narrative plot department. But yeah. Anyway, that's about it. So yeah. Are you voting? Yeah, I'm gonna vote. I'll cast my votes here. Let my voice be heard for the Game Awards. Here, you know, we'll vote now. Let's go. Let's run it. Let's see what we got. Oh, it immediately starts with Game of the Year. Well, I've already talked about this one a lot. Just finished Alan Wake 2. Really, really enjoyed it. Still haven't finished Baldur's Gate 3, but I think what they've done is extraordinary and unmatched in the scene. They've kind of become like a boogeyman in the space, where like there are other companies afraid of how good this game is because it raises the standards. I mean, come on. Like, come on. That has to be so telling for just how big of a game this is and how ambitious and how well executed. I did finish Spider-Man 2. I enjoyed it. It was good. I don't think it should win a Game of the Year. It's just very safe. Like Scoots said, I agree. It is just safe. It's good. High quality. Fun. I loved Resident Evil 4 Remake. I actually thought it was a lot of fun. I did not play Super Mario Wonder, and Tears of the Kingdom I thought was unbelievably good too. I thought it was Breath of the Wild perfected. Like Breath of the Wild Prime. But I still think Baldur's Gate 3 is the best choice here. The only game that I think got snubbed for Game of the Year is, of course, Gollum, or even Rise of Kong. Other than that, though, I think all of this makes sense. I know a lot of people wanted Final Fantasy 16, and I've seen a few Lies of P enthusiasts in here. Lies of P, I think, is probably one of the highest quality Souls-like games from a developer that's not FromSoft. It's really good, but I just don't think it had a chance of winning this year. Maybe like last year it would be here, but not this year. I think this lineup makes the most sense, even though I haven't played Mario Wonder. I know everyone loved it, including my friends who are still obsessed with it. So, Baldur's Gate 3 is my vote. What do you mean I have to sign in? The Starfield copium on Twitter is insane. Oh, it didn't even register with me that Starfield wasn't there. Oh, that's big. I can already see the conspiracies floating around on Twitter from everyone who's an Xbox fan thinking that they're perpetual victims, like the most oppressed people in the world. Microsoft fans get snubbed again! It's the deep state, damn it! The interdimensional pedophile vampires keeping Starfield from the success it rightfully deserves as Game of the Year. I can already see that. It didn't even register with me that game was out, because I just did not like it very much. I don't think it's a bad game, as I said 1,000 times, but I did not get into it at all. Best Game Direction. Awarded for outstanding creative vision and innovation in game direction and design. What do you mean, what? I liked Alan Wake 2 a lot, but I wouldn't have given that over Tears of the Kingdom. No, sir, not for game direction. Best narrative. That's going to be Alan Wake 2 for me. Alan Wake 2's story is fantastic. Even though I have said I am a little unsatisfied with the way it concludes, I still think everything about it was fucking wonderful. So, Alan Wake 2 definitely gets best narrative from me. Best art direction. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Lies of P and Hi-Fi Rush making it in here. I still regret not finishing Hi-Fi Rush. I need to. It was a cool game. But I think this also has to be Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 is like one of the most visually stunning games that have come out in so fucking long. Like, Alan Wake 2 is unbelievably pretty. I think it's gotta be Alan Wake 2 again. We're going back to back. Best score in music. Oh, this one's easy. Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, 100% Final Fantasy 16 for me here. Final Fantasy 16 slapped in that category. Jesus Christ. That was like putting Jokic up against a high school team with how great Final Fantasy 16's score was. I don't know. Probably Hi-Fi Rush. I'm assuming they mean... Yeah, it's gotta be Hi-Fi Rush. Everything's synced to the music. The BPM. Not the BPM, the beats. That's gotta win just by default for that. Is Ben Starr Clive? Cameron did do a great job in Jedi Survivor. Yeah, he's Clive. Right now my front runner. Solid, don't think should win. Solid, don't think should win. Yeah, this is looking like Ben Starr then. That's something I said even during the demo. I even said, like, Clive's VA is going crazy. Like, at the very end of the demo, I won't give spoilers, but when that big moment happens, he lets out, like, this blood-curdling screech where you can, like, feel anger. Like, it actually seemed like they might have killed his family member in front of him in the booth, and he was reacting, like, legitimately. His VA crushed it. So, definitely Clive. Innovation and accessibility. I did not use many of the accessibility tools here. I will say Street Fighter 6 is the most accessible fighting game to ever exist. Anyone of any fighting game background or any level of capability can hop into Street Fighter 6 and learn very easily and very quickly. And I can't opine on any of the others, so I guess I'll have to do Street Fighter 6 by default. Best ongoing. Awarded to the game for outstanding development of ongoing content that evolves the player experience over time. Apex Legends? Probably not, unfortunately. Cyberpunk, they've done a great job of reviving and keeping going in a good direction. Final Fantasy XIV always has incredible community support from what I understand, even though I've never really got into it. Fortnite, they update every, like, 2 weeks. Genshin, I don't know much about the community support aside from giving them new masturbatory material with every new announcement. Which, I mean, that says a lot. That is ongoing. I usually just give this to Final Fantasy XIV every year, so I'm just going to keep that going. Best community support. Recognizing a game for outstanding community support, transparency, responsiveness, inclusion of social media activity, and game updates and patches. Is this a joke? Destiny 2? Why is that here? What is that doing here? This must be like a mistake, like a glitch or something. It was probably nominated for another category, like worst DLC. Worst expansion with Lightfall. Why the fuck would this be here for community support? One of the biggest criticisms against Destiny 2 is how bad they are with the community and engaging with them and delivering meaningful content that the community wants them to do. And every statement they make continues to dig them a deeper and deeper hole. This should not even be in the category. That is awful. Yeah, actually, to be honest, you're making a good point, Butter. Destiny should be replaced by Halo Infinite. I'm not even memeing. 343, after they, like, cleaned house, I guess, when they fucking fired half the staff or whatever, got their act together, and they have turned that game around. Halo Infinite should actually be the one on here. It's 2 years late. Like, they're very tardy to the party, but they have somehow turned that fucking game around. That should be here. That would win. I would vote for that. I'm just gonna stay consistent here. I'll give it to Final Fantasy XIV. It's between Dredge and Dave the Diver. I'll coin toss it. Heads, Dredge. Tails, Dave the Diver. One. Alright, Dave the Diver. Wait, which one did I... Fuck. I forgot what I said. Which one was heads and tails? I think it was Dave, right? Fuck, I don't remember. Oh my god, I forgot. I totally forgot. Whoops. And chat's absolutely just lying to me. I'm seeing some people say it was 100% Dredge and others are saying Dave. What? That's so worthless, I'm sorry. We're just gonna do Dave. Best debut indie game. Oh, Pizza Tower. I think Pizza Tower should probably take this one. It's also the only one that I'm super familiar with here. Did Hello Kitty Island Adventure go crazy this year or something? Or were there just not many mobile games? A lot of people are saying Hello Kitty's pretty fire. I don't know if you're just making a meme or not, but I'll trust you. We'll just go Hello Kitty. Best action game. Ooh, this is a very competitive category. I did not like Dead Island 2, so that's immediately crossed off for me. Armored Core 6 was good. I still didn't finish that one either, actually. Fuck. Ghost Runner 2, fucking banger. Plus the God Slap collab. I mean, we're getting a little biased here. For those that don't know, there is God Slap in the game. And you could, well, it's too late now, but you could have won a katana if you found all of the God Slap Easter eggs. Hi-Fi Rush was a banger. Remnant 2, also super good. Remnant 2 is surprisingly good. Like, very good. Me, Matt, and Danny got super into it. For me, it's between Ghost Runner 2 and Remnant 2. I gotta go Ghost Runner 2. I just have to. And not just because God Slap is present in it. You would say Hi-Fi Rush if you beat it. Hey, maybe I would have. And maybe in a different timeline I did. But that's not this one, brother. Best action adventure. Alan Wake, Spider-Man, Resident Evil, Jedi Survivor, and Tears of the Kingdom. For me, between Tears of the Kingdom and Spider-Man. Probably Tears of the Kingdom. I think Tears of the Kingdom's still just more fun. Best RPG. Ooh, Liza P's here. Oh, and Starfield got nominated. It's not getting my vote, but good to see ya. This one's gonna be Liza P. I'm happy to see Liza P get so much like love here. That's a lot of recognition. They did a great job with it. They really did. I am thoroughly impressed. What do you mean, what? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even see Baldur's Gate. Oh, I see now why chat was question marking. My eyes immediately went to Liza P and Starfield. I didn't even look to the far left. I was like, oh, cool, Liza P's here. I see. Yeah, no, it's got to be Baldur's Gate. You know, actually, I should have just committed to Liza P at that point. Didn't play God of Rock. Mortal Kombat 1's good. I haven't been grinding it though. I labbed Raiden a little bit and then stopped. Haven't played All-Star Brawl 2. Didn't play this. I think Street Fighter 6. Most accessible fighting game to ever come out. It's super fun. I'd probably have to give this one to Mario though. Everyone that played Mario that I know loved it. And still loves it. Like, actively. Chat seems to love Pikmin 4 though. You guys are really big Pikmin fans, I guess. You guys can vote for Pikmin. I'm gonna go Mario. None of my friends have talked about Pikmin, but they won't shut the fuck up about Mario. We had like an entire podcast episode dedicated to that game. I played 0 of these. Didn't City Skyline 2 kind of fumble a bit? I saw a lot of people complaining about it, which is a shame because I really liked the first City Skyline. It just runs like ass. I'll give it to Pikmin. All you guys really like Pikmin, so I'll toss my vote over there since I didn't play any of them. Best adaptation. Oh, this is an interesting category. This is kind of a stacked one. Still haven't watched the new Castlevania yet. Gran Turismo was surprisingly good. Like, it was... Conceptually, I didn't think something like that would work. Neil Blomkamp made it work. That was good. Last of Us show, also a banger. Mario movie, banger. And this is the biggest surprise of the fucking year. I bet almost all of you wrote Twisted Metal off like I did. I even made a whole video laughing at how awful the promotional material was. The show is great. Like, the show is good. It shouldn't win here by any means, but the fact that it's nominated, it makes me happy to see. Because it's, like, actually good. I don't know how they pulled it off, but it was fun. Like, it's not like an amazing show or anything. Like, it's not going to beat any of these, but it is good. Way better than it had any right to be. I think I'll have to give this one The Last of Us. Most anticipated game. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Hades 2, Like a Dragon, Star Wars Outlaws, and Tekken 8. For me, it's Hades 2. I love Final Fantasy VII Remake, but Hades 2, shit. I think that's going to go crazy. I'm not excited for Star Wars Outlaw at all, so that one doesn't even come in. Tekken 8 I am excited for, but not more so than Hades, or even Final Fantasy VII. My order would be I'm most excited for Hades, then Final Fantasy VII. Star Wars getting in over Silk Song. Oh, true. They must know something we don't. Silk Song's never actually coming out. Otherwise, it would absolutely be here. That's a game that people have anticipated for like 20 years now, because that game is just not coming. Alright. I've made up my mind. I'm just going to do Hades 2. I'll make this... I can simplify this easier, so there's not going to be like a, back and forth debate here. Out of everyone here, Iron Mouse is the only one that's ever stopped in the streams and rated me and said nice things to me during streams, so I'll give it to Iron Mouse. That gets my vote. Super simple. Oh, I actually saw this on Twitter. Apparently this caused a little bit of a stir because Evil Geniuses is having a bit of an interesting go of it right now. Recognizing a specific esports team, not full org. You know what's fucked? It should absolutely be Vitality, but not for Counter-Strike, for Rocket League. Vitality's Rocket League squad, they legitimately made an unbelievable run. I don't know why that's not here. They won everything. I really think it should be Vitality for Rocket League this year. Because it's Rocket League. Rocket League viewership is higher than a lot of big esports events. Fucking Worlds had like 250, 280k or something. I don't remember across all of it. But it's huge. Fucking Kometo himself gets over 100,000 concurrent viewers when he's watch partying KC. Rocket League is a huge esport. Absolutely massive. Why bother voting? 90% of the counted votes are a jury. Only 10% of the chosen votes are user votes. Is that right? I didn't know that. What do you mean my vote doesn't matter? You're pulling my leg. It's still just for fun anyway, man. I always have such a soft spot for Evo since we, like, directly compete in it, though. So I guess for me, it's gotta be Evo. They cut a few this year. That's a shame. Oh well, high quality votes were cast. You gonna bet with Jackson to see who wins? Yeah, we'll probably do our little betting game we do every year. We don't put anything on it, but we just like to predict and then get things wrong. This is a close year. Yeah, I said this quite a bit, but 2023's been an outstanding year for both extremely good games and extremely bad games. We saw some historic stinkers drop. Gollum, Rise of Kong, Avatar Quest for Balance, Redfall. There's one more I'm forgetting. Thank you. Crime Boss, Rockay City. Like, we saw some historic trash. But then we also saw some unbelievable games too, so what a great year for gaming. Good evening, gamers. Tonight I bring you a gift more valuable than gold. Another opinion on Starfield. I know there's already a million of them out there, but this one's unique. This one's not like the other reviews. This one's quirky and zany with a real nice personality and a big pair of honkers. It's my full thoughts on Starfield so far, so it is going to be a review, but it's also kind of an admission of my weakness, because I'm just gonna take the egg on my face here and say I don't think I'm finishing the game. Now, everyone says that the game gets good after 12 hours. I am just shy of that 12-hour mark, and I gotta be honest with you sports fans, I can't envision a world where I hit that 12-hour mark and a switch flips on and all of a sudden it's exhilarating. It blows my hair back and it's a masterpiece. Like, I don't see that happening. But let's just assume that we are in a fantasy dimension where that is the case. That still doesn't excuse the first 12 hours being miserably paced and excruciatingly uninteresting. Like, that is still a bad design if you have to invest 12 hours before the game actually gets good. So, I don't know if that claim is just cope or if that really is true, but even still, it doesn't negate my feelings on how this first just under 12 hours experience has been going. You shouldn't have to put that much time into a game before it makes it worth it. And I want to be clear right away so there's no confusion. It's not because I think the game is bad. In fact, quite the opposite. I think everything in the game is good. But it's also extraordinarily boring and underwhelming. I struggle to stay awake playing it. It's like the cure for insomnia for me. I would rather be listening to my college professor lecture me on the Krebs cycle through Vimeo videos as homework. It would keep me more stimulated than playing through the main quest line in Starfield. And it's not like they've done anything wrong. The thing is, I went into this expecting, on this outrageous amount of hopium, that this would truly be an ambitious Bethesda title that would finally evolve their formula and push it forward. But unfortunately, that's not what it is. This is the standard Bethesda experience that many of you probably know and love, but set in space. No more, no less. And you'll see that sentiment echoed across pretty much every single player out there. That's like the only universally agreed upon thing when it comes to this game. This is a very divisive game, but you'll find one common thread, that everyone agrees that if you like the standard Bethesda formula, you'll probably like Starfield. And I completely agree. This is the standard Bethesda formula. And for me personally, I'm just exhausted with it. Not because of oversaturation. It's not like they keep constantly feeding Bethesda titles to you, like shoving them down your throat every year like Call of Duty or anything. And that's probably why for a lot of people this game is so comfy and is so exciting to them, because it finally scratches that Bethesda itch that they've had since the last title. But for me, that itch only gets scratched if the game is an improvement or something bigger. Like, I wouldn't want to just keep playing the same game with a different skin. I loved the Bethesda formula a decade ago, and this feels like it's stuck in the past. This feels like it's still playing with fidget spinners right now. It just, with all of the hype and all of the claims that they were making about this game pre-release, I would have expected so much more than just being complacent with the exact same Bethesda experience that you're used to with a different coat of paint. Now, it's a beautiful coat of paint. I actually love all of the main locations that I've visited so far, and it's not like there's no new mechanics or anything. Like, the ship customization is super in-depth and really cool. The ship combat, I wasn't a huge fan of, but it's not bad by any means. Like, I think it's a good implementation. I would have liked it to be a little more fleshed out, but overall, like, it's still fine and super functional. There's a couple other things as well, but I don't know if I can mention them because that'd be spoilery, and I'm not trying to just dump spoilers on you like a jump scare. But there are new things they added. But none of those new things are all that new per se. They're new to the Bethesda formula, but they're very familiar with many things you've seen in many other titles over the last decade. That doesn't make them bad. Again, I don't think there's actually anything bad in the game, aside from the main quest storyline. The writing in the main quest line is lazier than my summer book reports in high school. Like, it is kind of laughable at points. They really phone that in. It is some formulaic silliness. I don't want to get too deep on it, but that was the only thing that I think is like actually weak. Everything else is fine and good in certain cases. But somehow the game still manages to keep a neutral expression on my face. It doesn't make me smile, it doesn't make me giggle, spit up, and kick my feet in my chair or anything. Like, I don't get excited by the game because I feel like I've already played this so many times with Bethesda. Like, for example, the engine that this runs on hasn't changed in a long, long time. So during the main quest line, especially, there's almost no facial animations for any of the NPCs. So it takes all of the emotional investment and immersion right out of it. Because you'll be getting great voice acting from all of these characters, but then you're looking at the character, you're having this goddamn staring contest where they're just staring a hole through your soul, and there's nothing on their face. Even when it's like an emotional beat, there's nothing. So it makes everything so fucking stiff. It's like all you can do is communicate with mannequins like it's I Am Legend. Like, if you're lucky, the extent of the expressions you'll experience in the Starfield main quest line is this. And you are beyond fortunate if you even get that much. Because most of the time, and this is even outside of the main quest line, NPCs will give you the meanest stink eye this side of the galaxy's ever seen. If you talk to them or if you walk by them, they'll hit you with this. Like, they're just constantly concerned, like keeping a close eye on you. It's like they're all fucking spies or something. Everyone's giving you the reverse Kubrick stare and they all look like absolute psychopaths. I don't know if that's like a bug or what, but that is a very common expression that you're going to get in your playthrough, no doubt. Now, one thing that they are absolutely right about when it comes to the claims they made about this game is the bugs being much lesser than you're used to. There was a lot of hype around this being the least buggy Bethesda title. And so far, in my playthrough, I've only experienced a handful of bugs, and none of them are game-breaking. Like, there's no big bugs that I've seen on my playthrough, or even in any of the other playthroughs I've been watching. So this game really is pretty light on Bethesda jankiness, which is great. That's really surprising, because especially given the scope of the game, I would have thought this would be by far their glitchiest one. But no, they put WD-40 on those squeaky wheels, and they lubricated it. They massaged it. There is not a whole lot of bugs here. So big W on that. And speaking of W's, there is some good writing outside of the main quest line. There is a ton of different things you can do. It's hard to talk about a lot of this without getting into spoilers. But there's a lot of different like factions and a lot of different side quest lines that are pretty deep and intricate. I haven't done a ton of them. I've only done a handful of side quests. But there are some that are far more interesting than the main quest line. Significantly more interesting and better executed. Though I have seen a couple of side quest lines that a couple of friends of mine were streaming. And in one of them, it felt really important. Like they exposed a big web of corruption, and there was a prominent figure that got outed for some bad shit. And once they completed the side quest, nothing changed. That character is still in the exact same position, so that whole side quest, even though you completed it, didn't really have an effect, which takes all of the wind out of the sails and makes the journey feel kind of worthless if nothing actually changes in the game. I don't know if that was a bug, or maybe they weren't done, but it seemed like they were, and they seemed to think that they were. So I don't know if that's commonplace or if that was like some kind of rare exception. But for the most part, the side quests are significantly more interesting than the main one. Now, let's get to some things that I think people have been misled by. And by far the biggest one, and the one that Starfield really put a lot of eggs in the basket of, is exploration. The go to any planet, explore. You can explore for thousands of hours. There's 1,000 planets to explore, and they're all fucking amazing. You're going to lose yourself in here. You're going to jack into the Starfield world, and you never want to go back to cringe old Earth. The real world is, can't even compete with what Starfield's got. And man, that couldn't be more wrong. That is so far from the truth, it makes me want to spit. I tried to do the exploring. I really did. But when you explore a planet, like let's say you go to one of the main planets, and instead of going to the main city, you land somewhere else on the planet. My thought was, with everything they said, you could land on that side of the planet and then run all the way to the main city if you wanted to. And I tried to test this because I thought it was a cool idea. For example, I had contraband on my ship. And when you're going to one of these planets, that is a central one, really, they will scan your ship, and if you have contraband, they either arrest you or you become an outlaw and they'll try and hunt you down and all that, and then you can't land at the main city. So I decided to try the outlaw thing. I ran away, and then I landed on the planet outside of the main city where you're allowed to do that with contraband. And I thought it would be really cool if I ran from there to the main city so I could keep my contraband, keep my ship parked outside, and still continue the main quest while keeping the contraband and never going to jail. So I started running, and I ran for about 15 minutes. And it turns out you can't run from that to the main city, or anything like that on any planet, apparently. There's a lot of invisible walls, if you can believe that, which is very disappointing to hear. And during my entire journey, spent going across this planet, it was entirely fucking empty. Just rocks, flat ground, and a couple of space animals. And by couple, I mean one space animal type per planet from everything I've seen. And they just kind of stack them occasionally in clusters, so it feels like it's somewhat alive. And that's it. There's a couple of places you can visit outside there, such as like a cave that has a little bit more to it, or like a very small little mining colony on that planet in particular where there's like 5 people and a robot. And that's it. There's nothing to explore. Nothing at all to explore from what I've seen. Unless you just really love sitting in an empty, open world with nothing to do. Now, there was a moment during this long, empty voyage here through the void where a spaceship flew in, and it was like a random event. Some outlaws coming in. They parked, and I snuck aboard their ship, and I killed all of them. And the game has a cool mechanic where you can steal ships, which I think is great. And I decided to try and unleash a bit of a galaxy brain gamer maneuver. I still had all my contraband on the ship that I parked way back on that planet. And now I just stole this completely fresh outlaw ship. So I thought, maybe I can keep my ship parked over there, and I take this ship to the main city, because there's no contraband here, so if they scan it, it'll be clean, and I should be able to land there. I thought this would be a really creative way of getting around the scan and the contraband while being able to keep it without ever being arrested or anything. But it turns out you can't do that. So I stole the ship, and what it did is it put the contraband from my main ship onto this new stolen ship. And thus the contraband was immediately alerted to the space hall monitors, the police force, and they came and they blew me up. So it just feels like, at least so far in my limited playtime with it, of course, since apparently 12 hours is the bare minimum before things really open up, that there's not as much freedom in this game as I was led to believe there would be, especially with the exploration. There really isn't anything overly ambitious about this game. Procedurally generated, soulless, empty worlds to explore isn't fun. Like, yeah, there's a ton of planets you can go to, and that's cool, I guess, until you actually go there and realize how tiresome it is, and how not fun at all that component of it is, which is a huge selling point of it. It's just disappointing, really. Now, another big thing is, this game is kind of like a loading screen simulator. Since exploration is so fucking awful, most of the time you're just going to be fast traveling around this game anyway. So you're constantly going to be going from loading screen to loading screen. And on PC that's fine because it's quick, but it's just constant loading screen simulator anytime you're doing anything, because you don't really have any reason to explore or actually run there. There's just not a lot of interesting things to do along the way, so why not fast travel? So there's a lot of that. And another bafflingly odd decision is there's no real map. So if you go somewhere in the game, you land on a planet, land in a city, wherever, if you try and bring up a map, there isn't one. And I don't get why. It's super easy to get lost because of that, when it was so easily rectifiable. Just put a fucking map. Like, it's 2023 and now we took away the map? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, what's there is bad. Like, it's not even replacing a map, it's just there is none. What you can do is pull up your scanner and do like 360 degrees in circles to try and locate the interesting point you want to go to. Like, if you want to go to the industrial district of a place, you can pull up your scanner and then look around with your character and then see over there, and then you can run at it. But there's no actual map. So it gets very confusing, like pretty often actually, until you really start to become super familiar with the locations. And another decision that's just, I don't understand why they wouldn't even think to include it, is there's no vehicles to explore the empty worlds. Like, if there was vehicles or a faster way of traversing them, I guess it could be a little more interesting, because then at least it wouldn't be a massive time investment of doing nothing. But there's no, like, Mako or anything. There's no vehicle to get you around in any kind of timely fashion. So it just makes it even more monotonous. At least there's not so far, and I haven't seen one from any of the footage I've watched from this, from any of the streamers. I guess it's possible that there is later, maybe, I don't really know, but even still, it is a huge oversight not to at least have something to make exploring a little more interesting and a little less slow. At least I feel like it's an oversight not to have something like that, because all it can do is improve the game by making it a little more fun to just get from point A to point B. But yeah, another thing, the combat is better in this game than most Bethesda games in terms of like how fluid and smooth the shooting itself is. Like, the gameplay is smoother, for sure. And the jetpack, I'm not using the jetpack in my playthrough, I'm doing a fucking caveman build, so mainly melee. The jetpack is cool from everything I've seen, and it has some nice perks that can make things very interesting. So I do think Bethesda has polished off their shooting in particular here, so the combat does feel a bit more fluid, thanks to making it a less janky game than, what we're used to from Bethesda. But that being said, it's still exactly what we're used to with Bethesda when it comes to its gameplay loop. It's exactly the fucking same. The combat here is literally just Fallout combat, but without VATS. And it, like I said, it is smoother, but it's still just the same goddamn thing. There's not a new crazy amount of depth. There's not a new crazy amount of things that you can do in combat here that we haven't already been doing in Bethesda games for over a decade now. Like, it just... They've polished off what they've had for 10 years instead of building what they had for 10 years. Instead of adding cool shit on top of their Bethesda combat formula, they're more than fine to just have the exact same combat, but make it play a little bit better. And again, for a lot of people, that's fine. there's a lot of people out there that don't want any kind of like big changes to the combat in Bethesda games or new additions. They're totally fine if they can just deliver the exact same combat, but without the jankiness. And for those people, Starfield's going to feel great because, like I said, this is definitely the smoothest gunplay I think Bethesda has had so far. But I would just think, after all of this time, they'd want to do more than that. Like, it's just underwhelming. Like I said, everything in Starfield I think is good. Like, everything is good. There's nothing in here I think is, like, actually shit. There are definitely things I think are a bit weak, but nothing I would actually say is truly bad or awful. It's just this whole package is just so disappointing because I'm just tired of playing the exact same Bethesda game without anything really changing about it. Even bugs that were present 10 years ago are still present in Starfield. Of course, they're not game-breaking, like they're very minor things, and for a lot of people the bugs add charm, but come on. Like, it's been over a decade and you still have the same bugs in this game as you did all the way back then? Like, it's just, it shows a complete lack of drive to do something different. They just want to keep delivering the same Bethesda experience. And again, a lot of people want that. I am not one of those people. I wanted more, and I hoped Starfield would be more. So again, nothing in it is bad. If you like Bethesda games, you are no doubt going to like this. But if you wanted more than a Bethesda game, if you wanted Bethesda to be a little more ambitious, you might not be super satisfied. So this is kind of my review of it. It's not a moist meter, but we are still going to have a moist meter for Starfield. It just won't be done by me. A lot of you might not remember, but Jackson actually does the moist meters with me. We usually talk to each other about how we're feeling about the things we moist meter. And I'm tapping out on Starfield. I don't see myself finishing it. I can't find the motivation to push through the boredom. Jackson is loving it. Jackson is someone who's more than comfortable getting the exact same Bethesda experience and nothing more. So Jackson will do the moist meter. So we can get my perspective entirely here and Jackson's entirely on the moist meter. So that's just kind of what I wanted to talk about tonight with Starfield. That's really about it. So yeah. What an incredible day for father-son bonding between me and my dad. With all of the alien information that's come to light today with the Mexican Congress broadcasting some alien corpses, supposedly, my dad and I have been going back and forth spitballing, and I have been doing a deep dive into the most rancid underbelly the internet has to offer when it comes to alien information. Sometimes when you stare too long into the abyss stares back into you. I'll tell you what, sports fans, if there are aliens out there, I'm on their watch list for how deep I've gone. I'm on their ass like a hemorrhoid right now. I'm having a close encounter with a third kind. You might see my eyes roll back into my skull and have me levitating out of the chair here in a moment. Point is, I have found some very intriguing information in regards to these alien bodies. But let me bring you up to speed just in case you don't know what I'm talking about. I posted a video earlier today going over the whole situation, and I'm sure a lot of you have seen it by now, but I'm just going to give you the cliff notes, bring you up to speed on the lore with what's going on. Last night, an individual named Jaime Musan had brought some supposed alien bodies into Mexican Congress, and this was broadcast to the entire world. He was making claims that these are authentic extraterrestrials, and he had a ton of tests to prove it. All the tests and all the information is public, and he invited anyone else in the world to come into the Thunderdome and analyze the alien bodies to confirm and verify that these are the real deal. Unfortunately, these aliens don't have three massive honkers. They're not goth, big-titted alien babes. They are little goofballs. These tiny little goobers are being shown in Congress, and he's bringing up a ton of pictures as well as data and saying that they were found at the Nazca Lines. They're about 1,000 years old, and they are actual aliens. Now, a little background on Jaime Musan. He is a UFOologist and a journalist. His main profession is journalism. And this is not the first time he's done this. He also had another mummified remain that he called an alien back in 2017. It was debunked. And this one here is taking the world by storm because a lot of people believe the Mexican government is the ones revealing this. They're breaking the magician's code and they're showcasing real aliens. when that's not the real story here. It is Jaime Maussan and his team that's presenting this. It's not the Mexican government. It's become widespread confusion. Basically, they platformed him and he presented. Not an official endorsement from the Mexican government, at least not as far as I understand here. So, now that you're brought up to speed, what have I found? What new information could have possibly come to light in only 12 hours? Well, this is going to open your third eye here. Get ready to activate your Sharingan because the truth's coming in hot. It turns out these alien bodies aren't new. In fact, these were debunked in 2021. There's a really great YouTube video that goes over exactly what these are. And according to this, they're not aliens. Now, before getting into the video, I know a lot of you are going to say, well, what about all of the tests? And those haven't been, confirmed as faked or fraudulent or anything like that. So again, if the rest of the world truly does have access to this information and are invited out to actually study these mummified remains and conclude that they are real and authentic, that'd be amazing. Nobody wants them to be real aliens more than me and my dad. But it's just hard to really believe that because there are so many things working against it. I've seen a lot of cope from the community about why they look so stereotypically alien, like the movie depictions. And what they keep defaulting to is saying that people that worked on the movie sets modeled their alien design after real alien encounters and paintings from back in the day, or they'd actually seen aliens like at fucking Area 51 or something, so they made the costumes and the effects to look like that, so it'd be warming us up to what real aliens look like. And to me, that's just a load of baloney. We're teetering on Tumblr fanfic with that reach. I would like to ask you, what's more likely? That, or that whoever had these mummified remains modeled them after our perception of aliens from movies? It becomes even more likely that that's the case when you consider where it comes from. The source here, Jaime Maussan, whom is regarded by some as a hoaxer, who has had similar things in the past be proven completely wrong. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, fucking please stop fooling me. You're making me feel dumb. It's, again, nothing's been 100% confirmed here, but I would just like to present to you the evidence here from 2021 with these bodies that suggest it's not actually alien remains.
Now let's study the X-rays of the small mummies. Ufologists go as far as calling them humanoid reptiles. So what do we see? Same stuff. A hodgepodge of human and animal bones.
The channel is called Scientists Against Myths, and they tackled this alien mummified remain phenomenon all the way back in 2021. They even use some of the same pictures that were presented to Mexican Congress last night. So I do believe these are the same mummified remains. I don't think there's any wiggle room to make a real argument that what's being analyzed by this channel is different than what was presented last night. I think it's pretty clear that these are the same.
Here's a mummy named Josephine. A real beauty. Instead of humeri, she sports femurs, or thigh bones. Her legs are even more baffling.
Immediately the question needs to be asked, if this is a real extraterrestrial body, why does it have the same bones us cringe-ass humans have? What are the odds that these aliens would evolve down a similar path we did and have the same bones we did, just in a different order and arrangement? That seems highly unlikely, but let's go ahead and paddle around in the kiddie pool of fantasy and assume that all intelligent life in the universe evolves down similar paths, so every single fucking life form out there in the cosmos has all of the exact same bones we do. Well, in that case, this species got fucked hard in the ass by evolution, because with the way these bones are arranged, it wouldn't even be able to move. They need some kind of evolution patch DLC update here, like a hot fix, because these aliens wouldn't be able to even take a single step.
One of the thigh bones is actually a femur, only facing the wrong way around, while the other one is a tibia. And they are completely mismatched. With the hip bone, there's no joint there at all. The poor humanoid wouldn't have made a single step. Some of the bones are simply chopped off.
So even if you go ahead and write off the coincidence that the aliens have the same bones we do, how could you possibly write off that the way their structure is set up would mean they can't move? Evolution doesn't really work that way. It wouldn't have made it this far if that were the case. And it's getting me gassy, so I'm just ripping mean ass right now. All of this alien stuff has just been so fascinating. And this video says that some of the bones were just chopped off, like kind of just chopped willy-nilly. That wouldn't really happen naturally at all. It suggests that they were made like this, with just an absolute fucking mishmash of different bones going in different places in order to look alien-like.
Note this asymmetry here. The fingers are a total mess too. The first pseudophalanges are facing in different directions on her left and right hands, with the white part facing up or down. Well, they just forgot to turn them the right way. Stuff happens.
That's pretty damning. Some of the bones are just facing the wrong way because whoops-a-daisy. And like I mentioned, some of these photos that are in this video from 2 years ago were the same ones that were presented last night. Most notably, the alien with the 3 eggs in their tummy. The pregnant alien carrying the triplets. That is in this video. That same X-ray photo was presented last night. So I think we can say with a high level of confidence that all of the information presented for these corpses 2 years ago applies to the corpses shown last night. They are the same. And if that is the case, then a very interesting component of these remains is actually the skull.
French paleontologist Julien Benoit thinks that those who crafted the small humanoid mummies used skulls of some small mammals for their heads, such as a llama or alpaca. Comparison shows that the reptiloid's cranial cavity fits perfectly the cranial cavity of a llama. The skull was then rotated so its back part faces forward. The reptiloid's face is actually the back of the poor llama's head.
I trimmed this up just a little bit to keep it brief, but they make an extremely strong argument for why this alien skull is actually that of a llama skull. The bulbs, the brain hemisphere, all of it matches up perfectly with a llama skull. The only thing is they cut out and rotated it. And the question then becomes, well, where would they get a llama skull? And the video answers that too. According to one of the historians, back a long time ago, there was actually burials for llamas in the area where these mummified remains were found. So they would have had easy access and readily available llama skulls at the site.
Where could the mummy forgers have gotten a llama skull? Historian Yuri Bereskin has told me that pre-Columbian peoples of Peru often made llama burials. Here's a fresh report about finding buried llama mummies in Peru.
Overall, I think this video makes an extremely compelling case for these being forgeries, not actually alien mummified remains or anything. Now, I have seen that the newest presentation here has the bones in the correct alignment in terms of like the ones that were backwards here in the video. Apparently, what might have happened is they recognized the error first off and then just rotated the bones properly. Though it still doesn't fix the underlying issue of why the fuck would an alien have all of the same bones we have. Like there is still just no good explanation for that other than it just being completely fraudulent really, and that this isn't a real alien remain. But like I said, I would love for this to be the real deal, completely legitimate, and hopefully soon scientists from around the world will actually go investigate, either confirm or deny the findings, and conclude once and for all if these are real aliens or if it truly is just a complete forgery here of some mummified remains, if it is just a bunch of bones from a bunch of different things thrown together into this creature here. So I guess we'll see. I just wanted to show this to you because I found it to be extremely interesting. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. There's a lot I want to talk about today, and quite a few topics I need to address publicly, so let's just go ahead and get into it. Let's start off with something a little lighthearted to get us all in the mood here, a little icebreaker so we can get to know ourselves. For a long time, me smiling was more rare than a shiny Pokemon. I have a face, this mediocre mug, that doesn't convey a ton of emotions. I'm more expressionless than the CGI faces in the Lion King reboot movie. But recently I've been smiling a bit more, and people have started to take notice, so people have been wondering, where did I develop such a piercingly beautiful, almost angelic smile that can make the Grinch's heart grow 3 sizes? And I don't have a real answer to that question. That's an inquiry you should take up to the Lord himself, ask God. Just like dark matter, it's a mystery. So yeah, you can go ahead and let that one simmer. A smile like that is like something you can feel through the video. Like I just gave you a 4D experience. You could feel my warm embrace through this content thanks to how remarkable my smile is. Now that that's out of the way, let's go ahead and dive into the important stuff. The first one is something I get asked every single time I go live and stream, and it's one that I'm just going to publicly come forward with instead of answering it every time during stream. The GamerSupps claw machine behind me. Also, by the way, GamerSupps, best beverage ever invented. Use code MOIST. Click the link in the description. Titty milk is my favorite flavor. This GamerSupps claw machine they gifted to me a little over a month ago, maybe 2 months ago now, and like I mentioned then, the whole purpose of it is for Stream to be able to play it, like Twitch subs or channel members. Unlimited attempts, you just have to wait in like a queue system, a line. You don't have to like pay per play or anything. There's no price to play per like attempt or anything. And what I was doing was going to put note cards in the GamerSupps shaker cups that you would try and pick up, and if you get it, the note card would have a prize on it, ranging from small things like GamerSupps flavors to a PlayStation, computer, all kinds of like wacky shit we brainstormed during stream. And now it's been 2 months, well, and I would actually send the prize to you, by the way. You'd actually get it. I'd mail it out to you. And now it's been 2 months and it's still not operational, so people have been banging on the door saying, let me in, when's it coming? And I still don't have a good answer. I've said for like a month now, it's like a couple weeks out, because that's what we've been told. The company we teamed up with to put that technology in place to make like an app or a website so that way people could use it has been getting a little weird, and the timeline keeps shifting, so I still don't know when, but it is coming. If everything with the company we've been working with this whole time falls through, we'll find someone else or somewhere else to do it, but I think it's a really fun idea, so it is still happening. I just don't know when, and I'm sorry I've been so wrong on the ETA for it. I only know what I've been getting told, and things keep shifting constantly. So, wanted to finally, talk about that a little more instead of just every single stream mentioning it. Now, the next thing I want to thoroughly dive in on is music. You remember yesterday I posted a video covering how a bunch of people in a movie theater started setting off fireworks to celebrate their favorite actor appearing on screen? Well, that celebration has nothing on how the music industry celebrated the return of the gentlemen. Me and Troy are back. I swear to God, it's been like Mardi Gras for people with good taste in music. People fucking firing off cannons, super excited to see the return of the gentlemen, pioneers in the cuck-core musical genre with 2019 Guy. Our resume is endless. We just dropped a brand spanking new EP. It's available on Spotify and Bandcamp and pretty much anywhere where you can access music. It's 5 tracks, and we also did like a CD and t-shirt bundle if you want some high-quality gentlemen items. All of that's available right now. I'll put a link to it in the description. Now, one thing I've done since the genesis of the gentlemen is kind of go over the songs. Like, I don't know how many of you have been around since the beginning of the biggest musical project since the Beatles, but from the very first track we dropped, 2019 Guy, I wanted to go in and kind of dissect it a bit further, and I've done that for like every track we've ever released, so I wanted to do that now for this EP. Instead of doing each individual one, I'll just do all 5. So I've been releasing a music video for each one every week for the last 3 weeks, and per usual, each song is a different style. I like to consider Troy and I vibe sorcerers, where we try and capture a sound from the early 2000s and bring it to the modern age in a very, inspired way. So, the first one we released is What's Next. What's Next is a Power Man 5000 style song all about the pains and agony of getting older and not knowing what happens when you die. It's a super silly, goofy one that was just a lot of fun to make. There's not like a deeper lore or story to it. I'm getting older, and every single day I end up doing something that hurts a shoulder just by reaching too far into my drawer to grab a fork or something. So the song is just about that, and I kind of tried to emulate the lyrics similar to how Power Man 5000 would back with Drop the Bombshell or Worlds Collide or something of that nature. So that was the whole idea behind that one. Not a whole lot of meat to pull apart there to explain. That one's pretty simple. This next one, though, is one that's very near and dear to my boners. The second track that we released the music video for is Enemy. This features Andy Sizik, who is an unbelievable vocalist whom I'm sure probably a lot of you are familiar with. He's in bands such as Monuments, Termina, Macari, tons of incredible projects. He is unreal. And this is a Linkin Park style song. I've said this a lot, Hybrid Theory is my favorite album ever made. I don't think it'll ever be topped. It was legitimately the soundtrack to my most formative years growing up, and I've always dreamed of being able to work on a Linkin Park style project, and that wet dream finally came true. Troy absolutely crushed the sound of a Linkin Park style track, and Andy Cizik's vocals are heavenly. Like, he crushed it here. I'll just play you a snippet from the chorus. I did, like, the Mike Shinoda rapping stuff, which was a little tricky for me because I didn't know how to deliver it. Mike Shinoda is very unique in the way he delivers his lines. I tried multiple ways of doing more emotional and then ended up settling on more laid back and monotone, because on a lot of tracks on Hybrid Theory, Mike Shinoda is very reserved on some of them. So I figured I'll just try that. And I think it works for the most part. All the lyrics that I came up with for it, I tried to formulate around what Linkin Park might have wrote about back then. So it's a track all about being stuck in your own head, and everything that goes wrong, you blame yourself for, fundamentally, and how no matter how bad things get, you do still try and find the light at the end of the tunnel. That's kind of what the track is about. This is one of those rare songs from Troy and I that isn't just a giant joke that happens to sound really good. This one is one we actually tried to pay a very sincere tribute to that sound. Video we released, it's one that was so far out of my comfort zone. I've never done something quite as nerve-wracking as this. It's for our track, Let You Down. And for it, I did a live ballet interpretive dance in front of a crowd of a few hundred people. I've never really done anything in front of like a live audience or anything. This was actually during our watch party last 2 months ago now, and at the end of it, I thought this would be cool to have like an audience participation in basically what would be that Napoleon Dynamite scene where he does that dance in front of everyone, except me, who has really no dancing prowess whatsoever. So we hired a choreographer who's extremely good. He's worked with like John Legend and a ton of other like big artists. So he came up with like a really goofy routine for this song. The song is an alternative metal track that you probably would have heard on the radio back in like the early 2000s. It's got like the very almost sensual sound to it that eventually builds into some high intensity screams towards the end. And it was a lot of fun, and I really like how it turned out. Plus, my ass looked amazing. Like, normally I'm rocking Hank Hill cheeks, but if you look at this frame right here, I'm looking caked up. I'm looking like a full-blown fucking snack with that kind of shit back there in the trunk. So, overall, I had a lot of fun with it. I never would have expected I'd be able to do something like this because I'm very much a shy person for the most part. But it was a lot of fun, and I think the track absolutely slaps. Now, the next music video that we're releasing is for Ghosts, which is a song about Luigi's Mansion being a ghost hunter, sucking up ghosts in a haunted location. Pretty simple, but it's a Chevelle style track. I'm a huge Chevelle fan, so we wanted to capture that sound, and I think we fucking nailed it with it. Now, the music video won't be out this weekend, though, because this is a much bigger production. We actually went to a haunted location, had like a full shoot for it, the whole shebang, VFX out the wazoo, gonna look like something on Marvel level. Like, it's no small potatoes here, so that one won't be ready till like another week or so, but that'll be the next music video. And then the final track, Penguinz0 Weapons, has Jared Dines on it, whom I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. Absolutely unbelievable musician, super talented guy, also massive YouTuber with great content, so definitely check him out. That song is about as silly as it gets. Wanted to capture like an old post-hardcore, almost like pseudo-metalcore style sound to it. That's all about just people whining at each other on Twitter and getting mad at each other's opinions forever, just in this constant spiral of eating your own ass like Ouroboros. So, all very fun tracks. Hopefully you all enjoyed them, or if you haven't heard them yet, hopefully you check them out and like them. I love doing music. I'm not the most talented at it, obviously. Like, you can always point to like the weakest part of our songs being my singing in a lot of parts. But god damn it, it's still so much fun. I still keep trying to get better at it. I think over the last 4 years I've made a lot of improvements in like my versatility and the way I'm able to deliver notes. And yeah, I'm really proud of what Troy and I were able to do here. Troy absolutely fucking crushed it per usual on this EP, so definitely check it out. Again, all the links are in the description. I know I spent a lot of time on that topic, but super passionate about it, and now there's still a lot more I need to talk about here. So the next thing is the Dungeons & Dragons show. I mentioned a few months ago that my friends and I are starting our own Dungeons & Dragons campaign, and that is finally almost ready. So we're doing our full game this coming week on Tuesday, and the whole episode should be ready within like a week or two from there. I told you the scale of this was going to be huge, and I undersold it. So we've got an entire set that took a couple months to make. We've got a full-blown animation from an incredible team to announce it. We've also been working with some of the best in the Dungeons & Dragons creator community space. And as I said, all of us got super into it. Like, we've been addicted to Critical Role in particular, and they've been super nice and helpful for trying to guide us in the right direction on how to do this properly. So we've just spent the last few months learning how to do it all properly, setting everything up, getting the sets made, getting all of the tech in place to finally do this game and make it something special. So it's right around the corner. I am happy to say that it's finally close. It's not like we just abandoned it or anything or just left it out in the rain to fucking wither away. We are super, super excited to get the Dungeons & Dragons show going. I guess I can go ahead and... Nah, I'm not going to spoil anything. I was going to give you a little, like, teaser, but I'm not going to do that yet. I'll wait till it's a bit closer around the corner to do that. But yeah, I just wanted to give you the update. It is still coming, and it is very close now. So, yeah, if you're a big fan of Dungeons & Dragons, I think you'll really like what we've cooked up here. We have 2 DMs that are working together that crafted an incredible universe for us to explore and get fucking crazy in. Ours is going to be much more of a off-the-wall, absolute fucking chaotic experience. So yeah, next thing is the Moist Wrestling League, the MWL. It's been quite some time since the last installment, so a lot of people are wondering what's going on. Is it dead? What's happening? It's anything but dead. Like I said, this is another one of those huge productions that actually just takes a ton of time. Setting these up is not easy. We do have our ring finally fully functional. Now it's just a matter of getting all the storylines and everything set up to film it in a very professional way. And I do think the next one should be ready within a month or so. This one's going to be pretty big too. We've got a lot of moving parts now, plus we have a lot more mentorship from some of the best in the industry. Like, I'm trying not to spoil anything here because I'm just trying to give general updates, but everything has amped up on that side when it comes to the MWL. So the next installment will be before the end of the year, at least. I think I can confidently say that, and it will be the biggest one we've done so far in terms of everything that happens with the storyline, the match itself, and the implications of it going forward. So the MWL is still very much a thing that we are extremely dedicated to bringing to the biggest possible form it can reach. I think those are most of the big topics that I wanted to cover, so now I'm just going to do some rapid fire small things. With Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2 popularity blowing up in the way that it has, I'm always asked about it, especially since I am a very outspoken fan of the franchise. So I'm constantly asked my opinion on each individual episode. I'm just going to give you an all-encompassing. I think Season 2 is perhaps one of the best pure action shonen seasons of any anime to ever exist. Period. Full stop. It is non-stop, nuts to butts, beautifully animated action that I have never seen before. I have never seen anything reach this level of quality and style. It is, I think, the best action shonen season ever made. I want to go ahead and put that to bed right now with where I stand on it, but unfortunately, that doesn't mean that it's all sunshine and rainbows for Jujutsu Kaisen, because I'm sure a lot of you have seen about the animator meltdown. It's no secret that in Japan, many of the animators are overworked and underpaid, to the point of, like, actual health concerns and problems from it. MAPPA's no exception. The animators that are working so hard, tirelessly making Jujutsu Kaisen the unbelievable spectacle that it is, are being overworked, and it's led to a lot of problems that are now being made aware to the public, with many of the animators having these very revealing experiences that are hitting the public sphere. And it's extremely sad to see, because Jujutsu Kaisen is without a doubt an unbelievable show, but it's unfortunately coming at the cost of the health of all of the employees that are working on it. MAPPA is a massive company that takes on so much work every year, and the animators are paying a huge price to their health for it. And I feel so fucking bad for them. So yes, I have seen all of that unfortunate news around the working atmosphere at MAPPA. It really fucking sucks. It really does. I can only pray that they start to get their act together and actually take care of their talent that makes these productions possible. So yeah, I wanted to mention that because I keep getting asked about Jujutsu Kaisen, and of course I can't talk about Jujutsu Kaisen without talking about how awful the working environment seems to be. So anyway, moving forward to something happier, and also I'll stay in the anime realm as well. There is a show that is criminally underrated that flew under the radar that I've sung the gospel about on stream from time to time. It's called Link Click. Season 2 recently wrapped up, and I haven't seen nearly enough buzz about this show that it deserves. It is so well written. I actually got emotionally invested. Like, one of the episodes actually tugged on my heartstrings in a way that I can't recall any other anime doing in recent memory. Like, it actually had me pretty emotional about it. They just have such well-written characters, and a lot of what happens is tragic and beautiful at the same time. I'll give you the basic concept. Fundamentally, time travel plays a huge role in this. Like, it is about time travel, but in a unique way with its own twist. Two guys have a business where people can go to them, submit a photograph, and make a request on what they want. Like, if they could change something, this and that, or if there's a mystery that needs to be solved. And these two guys have the ability to go into the photo. One of them can possess the person that took it back in time. So they time travel back to when the photo was taken. He possesses the taker of the photo, and through that, they get to experience 12 hours and try and fulfill the request or solve whatever mystery they were confronted with. And that opens itself up into a massive web of a lot of crazy shit that happens with it, with its own very specific set of rules. And I just think it's done super well. So I highly recommend Link Click. I think it's a great show. Criminally underrated. I just realized I've been here blabbering for like almost 20 minutes now, so I'm just going to go ahead and stop here. These were really like the main topics I wanted to cover anyway, so yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.